on, guys? Welcome back. What's going on, guys? Woo! All the energy levels are there today, guys. Tristan, what's going on, man? Already one person in the chat. Thank you guys for watching. This is the W.A.D.E concept, and yes, today is our UFC 229 reaction live stream. I'm staying on until it's over, and then some. But welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for watching, as always. Kelsey's in the chat. Thank you, cutie. All right, so we're going to get right into what we're doing today. We are going to, because we got like 30 minutes or so until the prelim cards on the UFC Fight Pass. So we're going to do something a little fun for you guys. If you don't notice, in the right there, I'm going to have, instead of you guys, if you've watched my live streams before, I always try to give you guys a timestamp on where I'm at. So hopefully this cuts down on like the kind of the bullshit in chat with the spoilers and stuff. But we're going to do that. So you guys, if you want to watch with me, you can watch by, I'll click this is going to be by round when we do the fight analysis. I'll click the play button and it'll count down. And so you guys will be able to watch with me on the same kind of wavelength so you can react. You can see my actual reaction versus like the spoiler stuff. I hate that. But that's why I got that today. We'll see how it works. First time I'm doing it. But right now we're actually going to go. I haven't seen the last episode of Embedded. And we're going to start off today by watching that. Thought that'd be something cool to kind of break down the very last thing we can find between Conor and Khabib to see if there's any more like inkling of any type of anything we missed. So we're gonna do that real quick, and then we'll get into breakdowns and all that good stuff. But welcome in, guys. Thank you so much. God, I'm excited, man. You guys, look. So I know that I've talked about this fight for the last 4 or 5 months or so or whatever. But this fight has been in the making and been in the back of my mind. It's been rumblings from years and years ago, but just you could see it coming. You could see Khabib climbing through the ranks. They both mentioned each other. Tristan said I watched 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to watch number 6 right now. I've watched all 5 of the ones before this, but it just shows like weigh-in day and what they were thinking yesterday when they went to weigh in, and then it's going to show the face-off that Conor and Khabib had, but it's going to have that really close camera angle so we can see what they said. Because if you guys watched yesterday, it was so wild. Like I'm going to watch right now. I'm not going to spoil it, but there's so many different things going on at the press conference, and it was packed in there. I was at work, and I was in the back watching it. So, but yeah, this fight has been built for so long between these two, and it's just one of those things where both guys were destined to meet up at some point, whether it was going to be for the 155 title, whether it was going to be some kind of catch-weight fight, whether Conor was going to meet Khabib, because Khabib is, if he doesn't retire, which we'll talk about during the card, he might move up at some point just because that weight cut looks pretty rough. But they were gonna meet. It was destiny that they met, and then obviously it became personal by what happened. But this fight has been in the wing, it's been in the balance for 2-3 years now. That we just kind of knew it was there, and we never knew if we'd get it. And finally, it looks like we're getting it. So it'll be a good time. So let's get this started. God, I'm excited. Okay, we're going to watch UFC 229's Embedded Vlog Series, Episode 6. I'll give you guys like a countdown if you want to watch with me. It's on YouTube. You guys can find it on there. But what's going on, everyone? How's everyone doing? Are we excited for the fights? Because I'm excited for the main event, but there are fights on the card that I'm excited for. Like, truly excited for, other than the main event. The Derek Lewis fight I'm excited for. The Max Holloway fight, the Anthony Pettis and Tony Ferguson fight I'm excited for. I'm excited to see Sergio Pettis fight. He's an up-and-coming 125er, so I'm excited. I'm just excited for the entire card. I've never felt so wired into this. Didn't watch the picks. So, Tristan, I didn't really do like a Wade's picks. I just kind of broke it down, and I did pick fights. But because Sean O'Malley is not on the card, I didn't pick the Fox card. We just did the main event. So I had Michelle Watterson. I had I had Alexander Volkov, Michelle Watterson. Who else? Tony Ferguson and Ovince St. Preux, and then I picked Conor. So we'll see what happens, man. But we're gonna I don't know why my hair is deciding it wants to just stand up like a rooster today. But we're going to watch this UFC Embedded episode. I'm starting it right now, so if you guys want to watch, I'm going to start it in 3, 2, 1. I'm not going to be talking much during this, just kind of breaking it down a little bit. MGM Hotel and Casino, Thursday, 10/4/18. So they got Michelle Watterson, who's apparently fighting this fight with a little bit of vitriol. Her and Felice Herrig have been very respectful, but they've had a lot to say about each other. Felice Herrig said she's going to big sister. Michelle Watterson said she's going to go full karate hottie and knock her out. So we'll see. Oh, wow. They got Michelle Watterson's mom talking about Khabib and Conor. Michelle Watterson's daughter talking about can't wait to see her mom fight. I don't know if I'd let my kids watch me fight, at least not that young, man. She's a pretty young kid. I don't know if I was a fighter if I could do that. All right, so they're going over the weigh-ins, not the official ceremony weigh-ins, but the actual early weigh-ins from yesterday. Jeez. Khabib looks a little rough, man. Just walk straight in, get it done, get out of there. I will say, Khabib was the first one to hit weight yesterday, guys. He was the first one, 9 a.m., he hit weight. So that's a statement, you know. Oh, if you guys didn't know, by the way, if you've been with me for a while, we know we got the Smuckers on deck. Snacks all day. Shogun, what's good, man? Not yet, though. Tony weighed in, like you just said, at championship weight, 155. Just in case we had an issue, he was able to step right in. But as we learned about an hour later, that was not the case. And one Conor McGregor would weigh in, well, really underweight, but on championship weight at 154.5. Looked good, too. I mean, Khabib didn't look terrible. He looked, dehydrated for sure. But Conor looked good, man. Had a lot of energy walking around. Looked like his cut went pretty decently. All right. He had Conor checking his weight in the back beforehand. Shogun, right now we're watching the Embedded episode from earlier today. I hadn't seen it yet. It's pretty cool they show behind the scenes of that. It kind of takes the fun out of it because they weigh in before they actually weigh in to make sure they're on weight. But Conor looked good, man. He looked fairly hydrated for cutting weight. Anthony Pettis was the last one to weigh in yesterday. Had to bring the towel out, but none of that matters if you hit weight, and he did. Now, granted, this isn't a championship fight, so he could hit 156 and still be okay for his weight. So, by the way, I just want to check the stream. Is the stream okay, guys? Someone give me a thumbs up in the chat if stream is okay and voice and audio are all matching up. Let me know. Because on my end, it looks like I'm a little bit laggy. But let me know on your end if something is going on. Have ever seen Vado Studios? It's MMA comedy. It's perfect. Thank you, Tristan. I'll check them out for sure, Shogun. Hey, comedy and MMA are the two things I really enjoy, so I'll definitely check them out. What is it? Vado Studios? MMA comedy? For sure, I'll check them out. Henry Cejudo making an appearance on Embedded. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. I was just going to make sure it was good. I got some new lights in the studio too, so we got some new, fresh angles for you. You get to see the background a little bit. They got Conor McGregor's kid hitting a inflatable Khabib. He's been the star of this embedded series so far. If y'all peeped yesterday, Drake was on stage with Conor. That junk was pretty fly. I didn't want to give that away, but I'm sure they're about to show me right now. He walked out with Conor to the official or the ceremonial weigh-ins. Oh, they got Artem Lobov making an appearance. I give you slap. If I give your friend slap, why you no do nothing? Why you show up with 40 guys? I'm not gonna lie. From Khabib's perspective, Artem backtracked on all that stuff he said. Oh, Brian Ortega, Claudia Gadeja in the crowd. The man, the myth, the legend, Joe Rogan, getting up on stage with the salmon button-up shirt. Way too tight. Way too tight, Joe. Too much caveman coffee and kettlebell swinging. Way too tight, brother. For sure have me on the... I need to be on JRE, but, that shirt's a little bit rough. McGregor looked a little worried at that last standoff. The one yesterday, last night, I know he slapped the hands down Ivan Drago style and tried to throw the front kick. I don't know if that's worry or if that's just Conor's last attempt or just aggression taking over in that moment. You see that from Conor a lot of the hand slapping and a lot of the, the juts toward actually fighting that don't really happen. That was me in between them. If you haven't seen my thumbnail, I was actually in Vegas last night to break those two apart. I was wearing the W.A.D.E concept. I don't know if you guys saw it. Now, if you watch the video, they photoshopped Dana in like he was between them, but they said they needed someone that could actually hold them apart. So, they called me up and I went out there. So, had to make sure that they didn't get to each other. This Derek Lewis and Alexander Volkov standoff got a little testy, man. Volkov almost hit him with a right hand. Watch this. But, ooh, he almost came with the right hand. When someone was holding him back after the kick, you could see it in his face. I'm going to watch it right now again because I watched it, but maybe I didn't see that. They got Showtime coming out on stage. I don't know why, but the more I've watched him this week, he looks like that old Showtime. And I picked Tony because I like Tony's durability and how he can last through rounds and come back firing and then catch you while you're tired. But Anthony Pettis just landed a submission win over Michael Chiesa. His stand-up's looking better. He's starting to fight like that old Showtime. So this could be one of those where matchups make the fight, Mike Perry's in the crowd. Everyone turned out for this one, man. Conor had that place packed. I want to know what that hat was he was wearing. That was a pretty sick hat. I liked it. Got Drake carrying the Ireland flag. That place is packed for a guy to stand on the scale and flex. You want to tell me Conor McGregor's not the biggest superstar MMA's ever seen? Get out of my face with that. I don't want to hear about Chuck Liddell and Ken Shamrock or even Brock Lesnar. They aren't doing that. Not a shot in the world they're doing that. If something happens with the stream, guys, and it starts dropping frames, please let me know because it looks a little weird on my side, but I want to make sure it's okay on your end. All right, here we go. We're going to see if he held back or something got to him when he threw the kick. Can't see it. Can't see if anything happened. You can definitely... I can't hear what he told Khabib. I want to know what he told Khabib. Because he said something to him before he went, like I said, Ivan Drago and broke the hands down. But I don't know what he said, though. And that's it. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the last embedded episode that we're going to see. I'm going to take these out now because I do not want to waste the charge on him. We're going to say that for later. But that was, I mean, I already seen most of that, but it was interesting to see kind of, I know that they weigh in before they actually weigh in. But to see them like go and check their weight and make sure they're on, and then hear somebody from the background go, if it says that on there, it's going to say it out there. Was pretty interesting. Just gives them that like comfort level. He said, let us in close. I heard him say, let us in close, but then he yelled something at Khabib right before he snapped his hands down, and I want to hear what he said. Probably said something about calling him a rat or something, but I always like those little intricacies that you get right as guys are going to face off. And I want to hear it again because the refs are usually mic'd up. So if you guys are watching tonight on pay-per-view, by the way, I'm going to disclaimer this probably 30, 40 times, but I'm not showing the live stream at all. So if you're new in chat, I will not be showing the actual fight at all. It will get my channel taken down. It is a content ID issue, and if you want to watch it, you can buy it off of your local cable provider, or you can find it at the UFC's website. I'm sorry. I apologize, but you can watch it with me. I'm going to be here, and I definitely are going to have a good time with you guys because the reactions are going to be natural, organic. Shout out to C's. But it's going to be fun, man. It's going to be fun. But I just like those little, like I was saying, those little moments you get where guys are talking directly to each other, and they're not supposed to hear you're not supposed to hear what they're saying, but the ref's mic'd up, or he has the mic in front of him, so you can kind of get a little audio for both guys. I love that stuff because it's real and it's in that moment, whatever they are feeling and thinking in that moment, and right before they go to war, especially, those are really fun for me. So there's a funny video. Oh God. Yeah, man. Tristan, there's so many of those videos across the internet. I've seen so much stuff going on with all that. It's hilarious. People are so detached from reality that it's wild to me. It's like no one can live in the actual, you know what I mean, their experience. It has to be whatever they see out in the world. Or whatever they make up out in the world. But us MMA fans, we're a loyal, respectful group, I feel like. But let's do a little bit of the card breakdown, man. So because I gave my picks, but I want to look at some of the other fights as well. Like we have Scott Holtzman on the card, and I'm a big Scott Holtzman fan, mostly because he's from Knoxville, Tennessee, and that's close to where I grew up. And so I always like watching him fight. I want to say Scott Holtzman. I think he's from I know he's from Tennessee. I think. I'm pretty sure he's from Tennessee. But I always like watching him fight because, again, he is a local product, at least, for me. And then you have OSP on the card, too, who went to the University of Tennessee, so that's always fun for me to root for those guys. But, man, what do you guys see happen in these fights, man? I truly, truly don't – it's a toss-up for a lot of these fights, like the Derek Lewis – Volkov fight. I have no idea because at heavyweight it's so hard to predict fights unless you're like a Cain Velasquez or for a time period Stipe Miocic, which I picked Stipe in their fight, I'm pretty sure, in the fight with Daniel Cormier, and Cormier dead-armed him and knocked him out. But for the most part, those fights are usually pretty predictable as far as the outcome goes because they're unpredictable because one punch can put someone out in a heartbeat, and that's not even from a guy that's a super skilled striker. It's just the way how big they are and how fast they can swing their arms. Someone's getting knocked out. So when you do have a decision like the Derek Lewis and Francis Ngannou fight, it's really rare to see, especially with two power strikers, that ever happening. But when it does happen, it's obviously in that case super disappointing. But I picked Volkov by, third. I think Shogun and I had the same idea. Late third. I had a TKO. He's saying Volkov by knockout. I don't know if it's going to be just a flat out. I think Derek Lewis is going to get tired, and Volkov is gonna just wail him with punches toward the end of the third. But who knows? Who knows? Derek Lewis might come out and just land that big overhand, and the fight could be over like that. I'm really interested in that fight, though, because heavyweights are super entertaining to me just because of you don't know what's going to happen. It's just like it could literally end on a dime, and that's what's so entertaining about Conor McGregor too. You're just waiting on him to land that big left and end the fight right there. It's almost like it's one of those things where you expect it. It's like a Steph Curry 3, right? Like when he shoots the ball, you almost have expect it always to go in. And when Conor McGregor fights, you have that inclining inside you to be like, oh God, he's gonna knock this guy out. And every time he throws the left hand, you almost half expect it to land and knock someone out. So that's like usually what I compare heavyweights to, because you expect someone to get KO'd. That's going to happen in most cases. But other than that, similar to the Verdum fight, Derek Lewis by decision, says Tristan. Interesting. I don't know if it'll be similar to the Verdum fight, mostly because Derek Lewis has a little bit of a longer reach than Verdum. And Verdum, he tends to get really wild as far as his striking goes. Like sometimes he'll just rush guys. Most of the time, he'll stay reserved and try to use technique, but it's like he gets hit once and it's just he has to blitzkrieg someone. I don't really like that fight style from Verdum or anybody else at heavyweight, because all it takes is someone landing a counter shot and you're dead. Michelle Watterson, Felice Herrig. I'm excited about, we'll see what happens with it. Oven St. Peru. So Dominic Reyes, I learned more about after I got off stream Thursday. I didn't know a lot about him, but he apparently is one of the up-and-coming stars at 205. So this fight could be more interesting than and not saying I was going to, I wasn't trying to say that OSP was just going to walk right through him, because that's not going to happen. At least now that I've done a little research on him. But this guy is definitely a tough customer. He's 9-0. He's a young guy trying to not the fight, but the type of KO. I got you, where he just killed Verdum, just put him up against the fence and landed the big right on him. But yeah, Dominic Reyes, definitely one of these guys that they're trying to bring up, and he's again a contender at 205 in the future, possibly. So this is not an easy fight for OSP. I mean, no fight's an easy fight in that top 15, top 10. But this is a guy, I guess it's a little bit under the radar, that is looking for an opportunity. And for a long time now, OSP has been somewhat of a gatekeeper at light heavyweight. So this would be the name for him to go out and do it off of, for sure. So I'm interested to see it. I know you guys are going to be liking that one. I still am going to go with my boy OSP, but you never know. You actually never know. All right, so we're 5 minutes away from the UFC Fight Pass card starting, I'm pretty sure. The prelims. But we're not going to use the volume for that. I'll watch that one without volume, just because I don't want to run into any issues. I have to hear the main event. I have to hear it. So we're not going to do any volume for the prelims. We might not do any volume for the FS1 either. We'll do some for like the later, like the Sergio Pettis fight. We'll do some volume. But yeah, we'll hold off till then, just because I'm not missing a thing later, guys. Not a chance. Dom is going to put up a fight, but OSP can deal with it. Please, this is the only thing I want, and I don't ever wish that anybody, I don't want to say, oh, I hope he beats him like that. Like, I don't want to say OSP is just not going to walk through this guy. But if he beats him by Von Flue choke, I would love that so much, just because that's become his deal. And it's such a weird choke. It's such an odd choke to get, basically, where someone goes to take you down and you choke them to death with them under your arm. It's the weirdest thing. I've never seen it. Because you think you're in a dominant position, and all of a sudden you're tapping. It's almost like that Ezekiel choke, but it's so weird to see it happen. And it's what has he got? 3 of them? I think OSP has 3 Von Flue chokes in his career. Can we hear it too? No, Tristan, I will not be able to let you guys hear the volume on it. Like, trust me, I don't like to be that guy where I'm like, no, I can't do this, I can't do that. But if the UFC hears any of their copyrighted material on my stream, not only will the stream itself get taken down, I'll be off YouTube. I'll be off YouTube, iTunes, whatever else that I have. If they hear that audio, they'll take me off, so I can't do it, unfortunately. But yeah, you guys can definitely watch for free. You guys can watch all the way up until the Sergio Pettis Formiga fight on FS1. But for the pay-per-view, yeah, you guys got to go and buy that. And it's, I don't know anybody's financial situation, so I'm not going to go tell you to buy it, but I'll be here. So if you don't unfortunately get to buy it, that's okay. I'll still be here, and we'll still be trucking away. It's going to be a fun time, because you guys know the way I react to fights, I get a little off the handle. So I was gonna say you just stalked and slapped the UFC. No. I will not do that. Because I like reacting to these things and I like doing this for you guys, and I definitely don't want to get taken off of YouTube for it, though. I definitely want to keep that going in the future. It probably will, Shogun. Yeah, it probably will. But I don't like to do that, man. I don't like to go and watch those kind of streams and those pirated and illegal stuff because, one, it's illegal. And two, I hate taking, and I know that you guys are going to laugh at this because of who's fighting in it, but these fighters that get this pay-per-view money, you're basically taking money out of their pocket, right? Especially for a guy like Khabib, who is his one opportunity to really make life-changing money. And for people to go and download the streams illegally, yeah, it's going to happen. It's 2018. I understand that most people, maybe it's a financial thing, and that's okay. But in my opinion, it's not okay to stream the fight illegally. I never do that. I feel wrong doing it, and I don't like taking money out of their hands. The fighters, I mean. The UFC can screw off. I don't care what they think. But for the fighters, this is their main source. This is their only source of income. And for Khabib especially, this is life-changing money for him and his family. And, I don't want to do that. Only music? Shogun. All right. I ain't going to lie. 8th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. Kelsey said, stop checking my phone. It keeps buzzing or whatever because the keyboard, it's trying to let me use my phone as my remote from Apple TV. I ain't gonna lie, LimeWire in 8th grade was my stuff. I used to get those downloads. What were you guys listening to back in the day? In 8th grade, I was in 8th grade. I don't even know what year, 2006. So I was listening to a lot of Kanye West back then. So I was having to sneak around and get some Kanye West late graduation stuff, or late registration and then graduation after that. The UFC works hard to set that up, so do the fighters. So it's messed up when you just stalk and slap them and take their money. Yeah, not a big fan of doing that illegally, man. There's no reason to do it, other than the fact that you're a scumbag and want to take money out of fighters' hands. But whatever. We're not going to worry about it. I bought the fight yesterday to be double safe, so we're good. I'm excited, man. It's crazy. They're showing all these. I guess that the UFC has this documentary style story they do with former fighters, and it's kind of rough to see some of the guys. They got Matt Hughes, Forrest Griffin, Chuck, and they tell the story of the 25 years of UFC and how it was built. But Kelsey says, ouch. I don't know why. I probably said something wrong. I'm sorry, Kelsey. But yeah, I'm a big fan of a lot of the stuff the UFC does, but man, it's tough to watch these fighters after they've retired and they can barely walk around like Matt Hughes, and they still put him on camera. And I understand why. You want to tell that story of because this is their 25th year as a company, but man, it's rough to watch after a little bit, especially the way they look as far as like in their eyes. They just look like they're just glassed over and they're not doing anything. Oh, Kels, they're asking your main event pick. If she picks Khabib, I would be surprised. Kelsey's as much as she calls me a Conor fanboy, and as much as I am actually a Conor fanboy, Kelsey is in love with Conor McGregor, guys. Loves him to death. So if she picks Khabib, I would be really surprised. But she's on the spot now. What's up, Kels? Who's your pick? Kelsey, please pick Khabib. Nah, I pick Conor all the way. I'm not in love with him. I don't know about that. Look at you making Tristan mad. Unbelievable. Kelsey says she's not in love with Conor, but if you find Conor's pictures on Instagram, Kelsey is like the last probably 55 in a row. She loves Conor McGregor. Okay, here we go. We're starting with the fight prep. Oh, my God. Look at all the people packed into the arena. To give you guys, I can't show you obviously, but to give you guys a reference point, when I went to UFC Orlando, I went and watched every fight. there were not that many people in for what they called the Fight Pass prelim fights. The people at Vegas right now walking in, and this is the Conor McGregor effect, 100%. Walking into the door right now, you have, it looks like the line is out to the road from the Amway. Is it the Amway Center? But yeah. Or no, the T-Mobile Arena. They're all the way out the door coming in. Amway Center. What am I talking about? Where can we watch this? You have to. So Kels, you have to have the UFC Fight Pass. So you have to pay like the $9.99 a month to have like all the UFC Fight Pass, and it's like the subscription rate that you would pay for the Netflix account. You might be able to get onto mine, Kels, if you want, but I'm not gonna obviously give that information on stream. But I don't know if because I'm using it, you'd be able to watch it. I'm not sure. But these fights are not gonna be anything. I mean, they're going to be interesting for sure, but I don't know how much you'll want to watch it. Shogun. Who did Shogun pick? Khabib will smash your boy. I'm going to smash your boy. My Russian accent and my Irish accent are getting there, guys. I'm just going to let y'all know. Like, you know, picking it up a little bit. Ryan LaFleur starting off the card today. By the way, you guys let me know in chat, what do y'all think of Uncrustables? Practice makes perfect. I mean, I don't really need any more practice for the Irish accent, let's be honest. Like, it's pretty much on spot. Shogun, you think I need fucking practice? I don't give a fuck what you think. All right, I need practice. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. This is a sold-out crowd. I wouldn't be surprised if the place is packed within the next hour. That's one Uncrustable down. Many more to come. I can't show you guys, but I got my cooler here. We're not moving tonight. You guys ever tried these, by the way? I know I'm a little off topic. I'm just waiting for the fight to start. Sparkling ice, orange mango. I drink a lot of stuff with orange mango. That's just my flavor. Go Vols. Whatever. Just like the color orange, like the flavor. They're pretty good. Let me get that sponsorship, though. You know what I'm saying? Heard Justin Bieber is in Khabib's corner tonight. Shogun, shut the hell up. Shogun, you gotta be, you're joking. Be honest. Did you actually hear that? Don't, okay. Now we messed up because Kelsey is actually in love with Justin Bieber. So we can't bring his name into the chat. She gets too excited. So we have to bop whoever says his name after this. But just give me a yes or no, Shogun. Is that actually serious? Because I will look it up right now. Whose side am I on? Random Russian? I am not on anyone's side. I am a bipartisan viewer of this product. Who do I pick for the main event? Conor McGregor. Whose whiskey will I be drinking at some point tonight? The old Irish Animal Proper 12 Irish whiskey. But I will watch this with an open mind and as much unbiased opinion as I can. Because, yes, I am a huge Conor fan. But I'm also I like watching Khabib fight, and I'm a Khabib fan as far as the guy himself. Looks like a really cool guy. Two Canadian boys. Bieber versus Drake. Have you heard the Bieber-Diaz beef? Nah, have not heard that. I don't think Justin Bieber wants beef with the Diaz brothers, man. I don't think anybody that is in the pop culture realm would want any beef with anyone that is trained to actually punch people to death or choke them to death. I don't think Drake wants any beef with any of these guys either. But it was cool to see, man, because like I was at work yesterday and I'm in the back and I'm watching when I can, and I see Conor come out and he's got his beats on and all that junk and he's got his Monster Energy, and then here's Drake walking behind him with the Irish flag on him, and I was like, dang, Khabib or Drake just. And I'm a big Drake fan too, but that fool sells out whenever possible. Like all of a sudden he's a Kentucky basketball fan, then he's a Miami Heat basketball fan, then he's at a Laker game, and then he's rocking the Irish flag, and then he's a part owner with a part ambassador with the Raptors. It's like, bro, my man and I'm not hating on it. I would do the same if Conor McGregor called me up today and was like, hey man, I know you're American. I know you've never been to Ireland one time. I know your Irish accent is but could you come and hold this flag for me? You best believe I'm draping myself in that thing, 100%. All right, we're gonna try to set this thing where we get the right time down for the clock. You guys let me know if it works. Shit. All right, I started a little late. Whatever. We'll just do it like this though. We'll just keep it like this, and you know. We'll see how it goes. Said he needed attention. Yeah, man. Hey, these pop culture guys, they have to have some sort of attention to keep themselves relevant when they're not making music or in movies. I mean, Drake, does he really need it? No, but that's definitely an attention thing. Nice inside leg kick from LaFleur. LaFleur and Martin starting off the biggest card in UFC history. Oh, okay. So this is something I wanted to see too. Conor said that Proper 12 would be on the canvas tonight. I want to see if it... Oh, there it is. I'll be damned. Proper 12 whiskey has a spot on the canvas tonight. Very interesting. Conor got absolutely everything he wanted out of that deal. And for people that don't want to hear me talk about Conor McGregor, I apologize. This is the biggest fight in UFC history. He's the main event. He's the reason we're all here. Let's be honest. So I'm going to talk a good amount about Conor when there's dead points in this card. Like right now, I think they just had a kick to the dick, and no one likes to see that. In the center? No, not in the center of the octagon. That would be hilarious. But no, Monster is their biggest sponsor. They always put them in the center. I think he got a spot right next to Metro PCS, I think. No, that Modelo is next to it. I can't see where it's at. They don't have the camera on it, but it's next to somewhere. It's kind of one of the sides of the octagon. I'm so happy he's a topic right now. Are you talking about Justin Bieber? All right, we're done. That's it. That's the last mention. I know I brought it back up, but that is it. We're done talking about him. So they have, if you guys aren't watching, they have Joe Rogan, John Anik, and Dominic Cruz on the broadcast. Do you guys like those three as a commentating trio, I guess? I think my favorite trio is because Dominic does such a good job, but I really like DC in that place. I really like DC a little bit better than Dom in that spot because Dom gets a little argumentative, like with the other commentators. And I know, Joe Rogan has said Cruz is the best of them three. Cruz, he does a really good job at breaking down actual positions. Like right now, I can't hear him, but I'm sure he's really doing a good job of breaking down the over-unders and stuff in the clinch as well as just the striking distance. But man, DC, especially when there are guys that love to grapple, especially for this card with Khabib, and I know it's a conflict of interest and you can't do it, but I would have loved to see him on there talking about Khabib's grappling and really getting into depth on how it is that Khabib is so strong and what he brings to the table as far as his grappling strength. I love that. Dom Cruz is my favorite pound for pound. Did you guys hear what he said? Because and I like this, man. Dom is doing some stuff that a lot of people aren't doing, and a lot of fighters need to take notes about because he's furthering his career outside of the cage. And yesterday, or 2 days ago, he hit Media Row for, I don't know if it was for ESPN, but he was doing some interviews with the ESPN and doing that stuff, but he was also talking to the fighters as an interviewer. And some of the guys, wouldn't do that. The pride of why do I need to talk to other guys that I'm better than, whatever. But Dom is trying to get more into, what makes guys tick in the fighting realm because one day he's going to transition into that commentator role fully. And it was just really cool to see him talk to some of the fighters and some of the interviews he did leading up to this fight. Just the way his mind works is so interesting to me. Oh, so they have. Oh, whoa, big shot from Martin. They have proper 12 on the canvas right next to UFC 3, and it's the Notorious edition. So basically, two Conor ads right next to each other. So this might be a little stupid, but why is no one there watching them? So you can't see the crowd very much right now. They've got it dimmed in the background, which they do for every fight. But this is the prelim card, and a lot of people are still trying to file in and get tickets, or not. They're trying to file into the venue because no one really shows up for the prelim because there are really a bunch of guys that haven't made a name for themselves yet or are up and coming that a lot of people don't know about. Only like true hardcore MMA fans will sit there and watch the entire thing just based off of the love of fighting. You got to remember, anytime you sell to a product, you have to make it general audience friendly, right? You have to, I guess, go above and beyond just throwing the punches and the kicks and the takedowns and the technique. You have to appeal to a mainstream audience that loves to see a form of entertainment, especially when that's the business you're in. And that's why Conor McGregor will pack this thing out at about 7 p.m. Pacific time. Boom. Round over. Let's reset it. But that's why you're going to see that, is because guys just don't have a name yet, so it's tough. It's clear, simple, and precise when he commentates. Yeah. The only thing I don't like when Dom does what I was saying, he's so smart and can find a way to make anyone understand. That's the good nature of a commentator. It's what they look for in guys, to be able to basically break down the MMA game without being as complex as the positions actually are. It's why Joe Rogan has made millions and millions of dollars being one of the best commentators in combat sports, because he finds a way to not only make things charismatic but also relate them to the average fan that doesn't know what position's going on and who's in trouble, So, plus he's just real, and Dom is real 100% when he does. But I hate when the only thing I can't stand what Dom does, and he did this in Orlando, because he wasn't on the actual commentating. He was up doing the Fox card, and him and Daniel Cormier started going back and forth on the Jeremy Stevens issue, where he was fighting, can't remember, Josh Emmett. He's fighting Josh Emmett and threw the illegal knee, or what was considered to be an illegal knee, or was it an elbow? I think it was a knee. And they went back and forth on it, and it was like they were just sitting there arguing, and it was just kind of weird. And I've seen Dom do that, and Jeremy Stevens is his guy out of Alliance, so I get that, but it was just a weird back and forth. That's the only thing I don't like about Dom, is he takes a hard stance and just stands there on it, which can be, from some people, could be a great quality of a guy that isn't gonna, Oh, big right hand from Martin. He's on top. Oh, geez, LaFleur's in trouble. He almost beat up Bisping in a bar. I saw that. I read that. I didn't see the actual, if there was a video, but I saw where they went back and forth talking about it, both sides of their stories. Dom doesn't care. He doesn't. Every time they talk about, like both those guys, Bisping and Dom, talk about their interactions, they both talk about Dom as if like he just always wants to fight Bisping, because Bisping says it's because he's this little small guy, and Dom thinks it's because Bisping's not that good of an MMA fighter, which is hilarious, because Dom is probably the most technical MMA fighter, one of, on the planet. And he thinks and I love that attitude and that mindset that he's just like, yeah, I could destroy you. What are you talking about? And Bisping outweighs him by like 55 pounds. I do love both him and DC on commentary. I just favor DC a little more, because I don't know if it's me. It might just be me personally, just because I am a big... Oh, I forgot to start the 5 minutes thing. Damn it. You guys got to remind me, because this is my first time doing this. We're not going to start it this round. It might just be me, but I like the emotion DC brings to a commentary booth. Like, Dom has great statistical analysis, and he never gets too high, never gets too low. He'll get a little hyped up for a massive knockout, but nothing ever. And people hated it when DC did it, but nothing ever was as cool to me as when DC was yelling "Thug Rose" when she hit Joanna with that step in left hook. That was so cool to me. And it was because it was just real. It was a real emotion. Yeah, I saw where he was trash talking, where Dom was trash talking Bisping about having one eye. Or one good eye. That was a little messed up. But hey, those guys are the elite of elite fighters, and that's what they do for a living. So you best believe if there's a confrontation, even a verbal one, they're going to take shots. They don't know how to lose, some of those guys. Martin really doing a good job this fight. Right now in the side back mount. LaFleur doing a good job off of his back, though. Regaining full guard at a side back mount is tough. But Martin's dropped big right hands on LaFleur. Doing a good job of transitioning on the ground. He got to half guard. Trying to get into Darce right here. Ooh, looks like he's got it too. Martin locked his bottom half up with the half guard, and he's got the Darce locked in. LaFleur's not moving around and trying to escape. He's trying to stay calm in it. But it looks pretty tight, man. Ooh. Oh, Martin's squeezing on it too. Oh, nice scramble from LaFleur. They're both back up to their feet. That was nice. I love Dom. He got you into MMA. I seen one highlight. You guys can go watch. I think it's Fight Tips. The guy that does Fight Tips. I don't know his name. Shane something. And he does a breakdown on Dom's movement. And it's so cool to watch someone implement it because it's so hard to do. Like, go shadow box in front of your mirror and try to move like Dom. But, oh, nice right hand again from Martin. But that Shane guy from Fight Tips does a really good job. He's kind of that same size, so he can kind of move around like that. But he shows kind of what Dom's setups look like and kind of how he comes, he goes about judging distance and gauging timing in his fights. You got to go watch that video. End of the second round. Martin up 2-0 in my opinion. Boom. Straight right hand through the guard. Overhand right on the ground. I thought he was out right there. Big right hand. Props to LaFleur, man. Took some real damage right there in the second round and was caught in a Darce as well and got out of both. Respect. All right, I got to remember to do the countdown this time. Just going to do a little test. Boom. Okay. So that's your guys' three-man fight commentary. You like Anik? I love Anik, by the way. If you guys go to a live event, you'll see how hard Anik works on the actual broadcast. He does the broadcast, pops the headphones off, especially for the early fights before they have Rogan go in and talk to the guys. Pops the headphones off, runs in there, does the post-fight interview, and then comes back on commentary. Then, all right, there we go. Then he, oh wait, I'm a little bit ahead. There we go. He goes after like a fight. He has to do like a pre-fight interview. He'll turn around to the camera, stand up, do that, turn back around, get his notes, like get ready for the next fight. That fool works, man. He has his own podcast, flies all over the country. He does a good job. I like Paul Felder in that spot too. Paul Felder's another guy. Oh, nice inside leg kick from LaFleur. Paul Felder's another guy I like doing that. 7 people in the chat. We're about 50 minutes in. Thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate every single one of you coming in here and watching with me because I have a blast watching this stuff alone, but get you guys in the chat, having conversations with me. Oh, my God. Huge head kick. That is it. Oh, my Lord. Martin with the nasty head kick to end it. Damn. Woo! Can I turn the stream up just a little? Like my volume, Kelsey? Or that I can't turn the TV volume up. Okay, my volume. Yeah, I can do that. How's that? Is that any better? Huge, huge, huge kick. Is that better? Let me know. Yeah? Okay, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Oh my God. Vicious, vicious. Hammer fist on top too. Jesus. Stop the fight. Thank you. Sorry, guys. I didn't know it was a little quiet. My bad. Big win for Martin, man. Big, big win. Second fight in the octagon. Good showing. Oh, he's hyped, too. Who's next on the card? Who do we have? Is it Holtzman next? No. Still got a couple. Oh, my God. Gray Maynard's fighting Nick Lentz. Two OGs in the game. Gray Maynard and Nick Lentz are up next, guys. Could you I can't believe I'm saying that and they're on a Fight Pass card. Joe's interviewing him. I can't really hear what he's saying. Big win for Tony Martin, though. Has Joe had surgery on his head? He can't knock himself out, though. True. Oh, my God, that head kick. Yeah, man. Kelsey hit me with... You know, I went to the face-off yesterday. I just had to separate them. I had to separate Conor and Khabib and make sure they didn't do anything crazy. You know, they asked for some muscle. Obviously, you know, I haven't lifted in a while, but my natural muscle and strength, they were like, okay, you know, we got a big guy here. Let's bring him in to separate the two because this is a big, you know, multi-million-dollar fight. We don't want to mess this up. Dana was like, I'm not feeling too great. Wade, come on in. He's like, you can wear your Wade concept stuff. That's fine. I was like, all right, cool. Now, if it looks like I put on 50 pounds to 100 pounds in that picture, that you got to remember the camera always adds a couple of pounds. So go ahead. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, go check out my Instagram. You guys see where right there is at Wade Plemons, Wade_Plemons. Go check it out. You'll see that I was actually at the weigh-ins. Am I hitting the roids? Look, Tristan, we can't. Okay, look. I know. Look, USADA's watching. We can't talk about this right now. Okay, I'll let you know what I got later. But USADA's watching. We can't talk about what I'm on. Okay. It's caffeine pills. It's caffeine pills. No, I'm just playing. No, it was it was watching it yesterday was nuts, man. Because I just couldn't believe how many people had come into that venue just to watch two people weigh in. Really, one guy weigh in. Conor. Yeah, okay, Tristan, you get that? Like, keep that on the low. You know what I mean? I know you know what I'm saying? Help me help you with that. You got tournaments and stuff coming up. Got you. Oh, geez, the thing's still running on zeros. You guys got to let me know, man. I'm gonna forget to do this every time. Leave that right there. This is what we'll do. While fights aren't going on, I'll just do this number. Boom. That way we don't have to look at that. Now watch, I'll forget to put it up again. You actually just fought. How'd you do, man? Let us know. See, these are the things, man. I'm just going to leave it up. These are the things you have to let us know, Tristan, is if you fight, we want to know how you did because you can't just 6-0. Oh, my God. The champ is in the building, man. People sleeping on Tristan like he's not that guy. Like, Tristan be out here winning fights, y'all. Just letting y'all know right now that my man is no one to play with. How'd you win the last one? Sorry, I'm trying to mess with this thing real quick. Darce choke. Woo. Wait, you went 5 rounds? As an amateur? That's nutty. Well, congrats, man. Just went for the neck. Hey, man, when you don't know anything else, just go for that neck. Wrap up that neck. It's crazy when you got that G life. It's crazy when you get wrapped up by somebody like that, and they got, you know what I mean? Like you're not used to. Like I got a really long neck, and when I get wrapped up like that, like panic sets in immediately. Like especially if you're not trained for stuff like that. Like there's nothing like, yeah, sometimes you can get hit in the face and it's gonna hurt, but it's not, it's not crazy bad. Like you can keep moving forward, keep implementing your game plan unless you get caught, like really get just messed up. But when you start getting choked, man, all panic sets in. That or like any kind of leg lock, just all type of panic sets in. Doing a promo for the main event tonight. Ooh, showing some sparring footage from Conor McGregor. Some stuff we hadn't seen. The adrenaline, yeah. The adrenaline takes over in a lot of those. See, Shogun, we here at the W.A.D.E concept, we support our fighters, okay? Tristan, 6-0. Kelsey is technically 1-0 against me, so we won't talk about our private life. Kelsey, you don't tell them, okay? You don't tell them what happened. It was a fluke knockout. Listen, guys, okay. Definitely was a fluke. She hit me with, one of these weird Ezekiel chokes, and, I just happened to be sleepy at the moment and wanted to take a nap. That was all that happened. So, Shogun, I'm already in the Hall of Fame. Well, dang. I get the invite. You just not going to tell me when you're in the Hall of Fame and you've got connections like that and your boy's I'm trying to be the next MMA announcer in the game and you just not going to tell me? It's messed up, Shogun. Really is messed up. Okay, Dom. My man Dominic Cruz looking like he's going to prom. I see you. I'm going to turn this up so I can hear these fools talking. If you guys can hear that, let me know so I can turn it down a little bit. She's kind of punched me in the face, and I took a little nap. Yeah, Tristan, I was just sleepy. Like, I'd worked all day, and I just felt like I needed to take a nap. I was deprived of natural energy. Don't hear it? Thank you, Shogun. Whoo, they're going through the preview of the main event. I'm trying not to get too overhyped. I don't want to gas out, okay? I trained for 8 hours today. I don't know if we're going to do quite 8 hours just because I started at 3 versus 2 because I thought the fights were starting earlier. But I trained for 8 hours. My entire training camp, we went for 8 hours on stream. Wade got a glass chin. Okay, look. Can we just – I don't want to have these rumors going around that I got a glass chin, all right? Now, to quote Kanye, I'm unbreakable. What you thought they call me, Mr. Glass? Like, come on now. I ain't got no glass chin. Watching Kelsey fight tapes. You got to study. Kelsey's slick, man. You'll learn a thing or two. She gets that backpack position like it's like no other. Like Spider-Man out of the sky. Just jumps on your back. Oh, snap, man. We're gonna do the Gray Maynard Nick Lentz fight. I don't know if I'm excited for this fight for sure, but it's sad, man. Two guys that are just actual legends, especially Gray. Wyman versus Rockhold. Ooh. All right, y'all remember when he knocked down Frankie Edgar 3 times and Frankie Edgar still won the fight? It's crazy. Those things. Yeah, so Kelsey did she went and did some Aikido with Steven Seagal. She, Word has it, I wasn't there in the camp with him, but word has it she was attacked by like 40 people and just literally like did a chi force push and knocked them all out. I guess she was taught that by Seagal. She also just grabbed them by the back of their shirts and just whipped them into the air like they had no weight. She's got good technique. Steven Seagal's a great teacher, man. They just showed the highlight from that Gray Maynard-Frankie Edgar fight. That's how I keep waiting, Blaze. She taught him the front kick. Yep. So they had an exchange of ideas. Yeah, she taught Seagal the front kick. That Gray Maynard-Frankie Edgar fight was insane. You want to talk about the fork in the road for two guys, right? Frankie Edgar, after winning that fight, said, went into this direction where he just kept winning and became, one of the top 2 or 3 145ers in the world, or 135, 155 at the time, I think he was at. And then Gray Maynard, after that loss, he was still around, but, tailed off a little bit. What weight division did you and Kelsey fight in? Catchweight. It was a catchweight. She made me get down all the way to, I was very dehydrated. Look, I'm not making any excuses. I'm just saying she got lucky. You thought Maynard retired? To be honest, I didn't know what was going on with Gray Maynard. I hadn't heard from him in a long, I hadn't heard about him. Obviously, I don't know him. I hadn't heard anything about him in a long time, and then he got announced on this card a couple months ago. He's 39, man. I mean, that's tough. If you're not in that top, echelon of fighters by the time you're 39, I mean, I guess, I don't know what's going on in his personal life, but, or what he's getting paid. This has obviously got to be for the money at this point. I don't think he sees himself as a contender at this division anymore. Right, Tristan. So I dropped down and then had to replenish, Classic weight cut stuff. She went Floyd Mayweather on me, dropped me to a weight I wasn't myself at. But it is what it is. Kelsey knows. The fastest knockout in lightweight history at 9 seconds. Could we see that broken tonight? I'm just saying. Oh, that's cool. Gray Maynard has a win over Nate Diaz. Is that the fight where... Did Gray Maynard kick Diaz in the head? That wasn't him. I don't remember. Matt, what's going on, man? I think it was Thompson Shogun. I don't know why I thought it was Gray Maynard. No. Josh Thompson beat Nick Diaz, I think. Kicked him in the head. So I'm thinking of something wrong. I know Gray Maynard beat Nate Diaz. I just don't remember how. Because the word around town is obviously that the Diaz's have never been put out, right? They've been, wobbled and hit with shots, and in Nick's case got put down, but never out. And that was the whole thing with Josh Thompson. They kicked him in the head, but never put him out. All right, Tristan. Matt, who you got on the fights? Let us know. We got Shogun's picks. We got Tristan's picks, Kelsey's picks, my picks. Matt, if you got Khabib or Conor, let us know, man. All right, you guys, I've got to remember this time. I've got to hit this stupid thing. I'm not missing it this time. I'm ready. Your boy's ready to make moves. I'm going to make a quick little prediction before this fight. I'd like to see, what is it? Miragliotta's referee? I'd like to see Gray Maynard win. Just for nostalgia reasons, honestly. We can get a little bit of the old Gray Maynard. Oh, damn it. I hate doing this. I keep forgetting. Miragliotta is a monster. Hey, Shogun, did you hear who's the main event referee tonight after his performance a couple of weeks ago? It's got me a little bit of... It's Herb Dean. Herb Dean is going to be the main event referee tonight after the late stoppage, the very late stoppage from a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if that really means anything. I mean, Herb's got a great track record. It's just these, once or twice, and you don't want it to be this fight where he really makes a big mistake. Oh, big right hand from Nick Lentz. Yikes. Gray Maynard's hurt already. Nice knee to the body. Drops down. Oh, Nick Lentz is is all over this right now. Gray's getting hurt bad. It's not good. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to concern myself too much with Herb Dean and worry about that too much because I feel like I'll manifest him making some kind of crazy call. I don't think that's gonna happen though. At least I hope not. Lentz looking pretty dominant early in this fight. Maynard up on the cage. Looks like a lot of not Khabib, but Khabib-esque type of maneuvering. Whereas Khabib would probably, so he has him in the side back mount, on the cage, opposite hand wrist control, trapping the leg. But the only thing is Khabib would grab that far hand wrist control with his right hand and wail on him with the left hammer fist. At least it ain't Mazzagatti, yeah. Jesus Christ. Or Evil Levine, as we know him to be nowadays. Oh, nice body kick, but caught. Mazzagatti might have been the weirdest. Like, he was never consistent. Oh, that was a big knee. Mazzagatti was never consistent. There would be one fight where he just let a guy die straight up. Like, just let it, no, he didn't let a guy die, but just would let him just lay there until he couldn't fight anymore, and the guy would literally have to beat him to a pulp. Like, I've seen fights where Mazzagatti was refereeing, and fighters have to tell him that he's out, that he doesn't want to hit him anymore. And I've also seen fights where a guy will unintentionally eye poke. I think it was the Ultimate Fighter. It was an unintentional eye poke, but it was like the first one with no warning, and he DQ'd him. Guillotine from Lentz. Looks pretty tight. Maynard trying to scramble out. Good job. But yeah, I don't know what the deal is with Steve Mazzagatti and his style of refereeing. It's like referees are told, obviously, to make a judgment call in those moments, and it feels like every time he has a judgment call, he makes the wrong call. Every time. I wish I could, speed this thing up when I forget to do it. Whoops. There we go. When I forget to put it on at the right time. I was a couple seconds behind that time. But I guess, if you can't get Big John back into the game, because, he's doing his stuff with Bellator, and I don't think he wants to referee it anymore at the moment. I guess Herb Dean or Miragliotta are the two guys now. Even though, there would be one guy, but it's not going to work with Conor. What's the cat's name? I should know this. What's the referee's name that was working with Bellator for the Dublin event? It was working with UFC for their Russian event, or it was somewhere. It wasn't Russia, but it was somewhere, and he kept coaching. The English guy. He kept coaching Artem, and then in the Dublin event, he was refereeing when Conor jumped in the cage, and he had words with him. Can't remember the guy's name to save my life, but of course that wouldn't work in this fight. Not McCarthy. Yeah, he was in Bellator refereeing when Conor jumped the cage. But yeah, Big John is definitely is the best in the business. That's why Bellator hired him. Mark Goddard, there you go. Thank you, Tristan. Mark Goddard would, in my opinion, is one of the better referees in the business. But obviously, with the conflict of interest with Conor, I'm not saying on his part it would be a conflict of interest. I think he would be able to remain unbiased and protect the fighters equally. But obviously, Conor's not going to allow that to happen. Do I get a cookie now? No. No cookies. Today, only peanut butter crackers and Smucker's Uncrustables. Yeah, Tristan, they wouldn't let Mark Goddard be the referee. Conor would never agree to fight under with him as the referee, not because of an unbiased from Goddard, but just because of the issues he's had with him. I'm pretty sure that wouldn't be something they'd want to. They probably wouldn't want to explore that. You guys seen that ref? I know you're talking about, Shogun. The guy that is it his mustache, or does his mustache go into his beard and his beard hangs down? For the longest time, I thought it was his actual mustache was that long. I don't know if that's humanly possible, but if that's just his beard, that's still, I mean, that's crazy. It hangs down to like his nuts. Like, that's nuts to me. That's nuts. But yeah, I don't know if that was his beard or if that's his mustache, but he might be on the card today. I think you have to bring 3 referees to the event. I don't think you just go back and forth. Eye poke. That'd be nut. Like, I don't know if that look. So I'm trying to grow out my beard. You know what I mean? That would take me literally the entire rest of my life. I have no ability to grow facial hair. This has been like 3 weeks, guys. Like, I can't grow facial hair. The guy who braided his beard, yeah, that guy. I don't know his name. He seems like he does a pretty good job, though. They better have Murgliata in there when Derek Lewis and Alexander Volkov get in the cage. You can't bring these little, 5'9", 5'10" referees. They're going to get bullied out of there. Murgliata will choke someone out. Ginger Viking. All right, so I started it late again, guys. I messed up. We're not even gonna mess with it. I'm trying to do that for you guys, but I'm training myself. Like right now, we're in training. We got to do this so that when the main event starts, we're all good. Let me check something really quick on my phone. Oh, Lentz is battering him right now. Check right hook. Yamasaki, get out of here with that crap. Oh, Jesus. That's it. That's it. Nick Lentz by TKO. Son of a gun. It's a good win for him. It's just tough to watch Gray Maynard get beat like that, man. It's tough. I mean, if that wasn't it beforehand, that's probably it for Gray Maynard. You know, I don't like to come on stream and say guys are going to get retired. Oh, my God. Another head kick, man. Sweetheart, oh, my. That was a nasty head kick, guys. That's 2 stoppages by head kick back to back. Yeah, that might be it for Gray Maynard, unfortunately. Because again, another legend of the game. They come and go though, man. It's crazy because we're living in this era of fighting, especially with the talent of fighters, that, we're kind of in the golden age as far as the actual talent of fighters, right? And I don't want to say the golden age of the UFC, even though the UFC's, doing pretty well for themselves with the ESPN deal and having Conor and all this stuff. But for the most part, the fighters that are in the division now, and it's only going to keep getting better because better athletes are starting to pick up MMA as their main sport as younger kids and stuff. But we're living in this age of fighting that is at its top level as far as athletic skill. So when these guys get older, like when the Connors get older, when the guys like Luke Rockhold and Chris Weidman and even guys like John Jones and some of these other guys that are in their prime now, when they start to get older, you just wonder who stays around and who is fighting on prelim fights in their early 40s. Who is going to be one of those guys? Is that going to be like a Justin Gaethje type of guy? Because I hope not. The way he fights, I hope not. Could we see Cerrone doing that? Probably. As long as they keep paying him, he likes fighting. I could probably see Donald Cerrone doing something like that. So I saw Rousey on Raw this week. I can't believe she's the champ. I can. I mean, you know why she's their champion. The biggest name in the female division is Ronda Rousey. The biggest name you could ever find to come and do that is Ronda Rousey. So of course they're gonna put the strap on her. It was just a matter of time, before that she could actually learn how to work in the ring. Ken Shamrock and Hoist Gracie just hit their prime. Yeah. Once she learned how to be in the ring and how to sell and do all the stuff that you need to do in pro wrestling, it was a matter of time before they were going to put the title on her. As far as how long she lasts in that environment, I don't know. I don't know how skilled. I saw her WrestleMania match and her WrestleMania match, and it looked good. She looked like she knew what she was doing, but I don't know how long she stays in that championship spot. It just depends on how good she is. She needs to improve wrestling wise. Have you watched her a lot, Shogun? I haven't really watched too much to know like where she's at in her wrestling. I just saw her hit a I don't know what it's called, a Frankensteiner or a Hurricane Rana on Triple H at WrestleMania. I was like, oh snap! It looks pretty fluid. I saw a GIF. I guess it was from last night. They had an event and she got speared, and it looked pretty violent. I've seen her punches though. I've seen her punches when she does her little whatever. And while she looks like she knows what she's doing, the other people can't really sell it because she's throwing actual punches but hitting nothing. So it's like it's hard to sell. But I hope she does well. I mean, good for her. I'm sure they're paying her a shit ton of money. Watch this Khabib Conor promo though. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that Kunitskaya girl is fighting next. The girl that Cyborg walked through like a summer meadow. Former Invicta champ. She's fighting next. I want to see what her actual fighting style looks like because the Cyborg fight did not do her any justice. Colby Covington said something about Ronda not being a virgin nerd. Huh. And got a pick with her. Oh, okay. Well, Colby being Colby. I wonder what the UFC's got planned for Colby Covington because they just booked Kamaru Usman and RDA. Who were those girls in red at the weigh-ins yesterday? I didn't see any girls in red at the weigh-in yesterday. Like the ring car girls or something? Like the UFC's like ring girls? They bring them on stage every time they do the weigh-ins. I don't know if that was who you're talking about. God, the more we get close to this fight, man, the more nervous I get. Khabib Nurmagomedov, or it's actually Khabib Nurmagomedov. He corrected somebody this week. 21 takedowns versus Abel Trujillo. 10-fight win streak. 323 consecutive or significant strikes on the ground. Never lost a round. That's unbelievable to me that you never lost a round. I like Colby, and at school everyone says I'm, and everyone says it, and everyone at school says I'm trash. Middle school is hell. Somebody says you're trash, Tristan. Just throw that Darce on them. If in the appropriate situation. You have to protect yourself. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Shogun. I have no idea. I didn't see him, but I'm sure they were just probably like UFC girls behind him. But I was going to say, guys, what do you think that now that Colby Covington's being brought up, what do we think that he's doing next? What's he got going on? Okay, Shogun, relax. We don't need to go there. Nobody needs to kick anybody in the nuts. We're good. Tell him that you possess a specific set of skills, Tristan, and if he initiates a fight, then you're good. But if not, don't worry about what kids say, man. Believe in what you're doing. Make yourself better every day. You'll be the one that's doing stuff, and those kids will be still calling you trash. Till versus Colby? No, Till just said he's moving up. Yeah, Shogun's right. Till just said he's going to 185, which I did not think he would do. I honestly thought he would stay and try one more time for that 170 title, but here's what it is. He just doesn't. He says that he can make the weight, he just doesn't want to, and I can understand that. If he feels like he's yeah, I can get down there, but it's compromising his fight ability, then why do it anymore? And 85 would probably be a good class for him, even though some of the top 85ers, really good wrestlers. And power guys, too. Like, you're telling me Yoel Romero doesn't hit as hard as Tyron Woodley? Actually, he might not. Tyron hits really hard. Right now, Rogan, Anik, and Dom are talking about the circumstances in which Khabib won the fight against Al Iaquinta and how he's never been on this big of a stage. And I've said the same thing. The one thing that scares me about this fight for Khabib, if I'm a Khabib fan, is that he hasn't fought in this big of a fight before. Yes, Conor's left hand scares the shit out of me if I'm a Khabib fan. And the fact that Conor can hit you from anywhere and he creates dead space and traps, all that's scary. But the biggest thing that scares me the most is what happens when you're fighting in, 17,000 sold out, millions watching at home, your first main event. You got to walk out last on the biggest main event of your life when people are booing you, all that, and then you got to go perform. That's a big deal, and maybe Khabib has just grown numb to it. We always hear about how the Dagestanis just show no emotion and all this. We've seen emotion out of Khabib. He said this is personal, so I don't know. I have no idea how he reacts to that. But it's massive. It's going to be like the energy I have now is absolutely going to be 20 times turned up when the main event gets here. Joe, I'm watching the prelims right now. Yes. I just watched Nick Lentz head kick Gray Maynard into oblivion, and before that, Tony Martin head kicked Ryan LaFleur. Nerves of steel? Maybe. I don't know. That's if you're a Khabib fan, it's the unknown. And the unknown with Conor is if you're someone that's a Conor fan, it would be how does Conor deal with the pressure that Khabib puts on? Because I don't think Conor has fought a guy with constant forward pressure like that. And maybe we would have saw it more in the Jose Aldo fight with a different look. Obviously, it'd be a standing pressure, but with Khabib, it's just forward takedown pressure, walking forward every time, takedown after takedown after takedown. I've never seen that. Or Conor's never seen that, so we don't know how he deals with it. Nice, you're like one of the only channels. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that, man. Now, Joe, if you're looking for the actual prelims, I can't show those on the screen. If that's what you're talking about, unfortunately, I apologize, but we are reacting to it. So I can't show that on my actual YouTube page. I'll get it taken down. There's literally no way around it. But I'm watching it with you guys. I've been trying to work this timer. We're trying to get it under control. I just get too focused on the fight and forget to turn it on. But, yes, we are watching it. In my opinion, Michael Johnson hits harder than Conor and a better fighter. We've seen what Michael did when he landed a hard punch. You think Michael Johnson is a better fighter than Conor McGregor? Yikes. I do not. I think Conor is a far superior technical striker. I think Michael Johnson has great boxing. I think he's a little wild. I don't think he understands distance and timing as well as Conor. And I don't think he's as precise as Conor. I think his takedown defense is good. I think Conor's ground game is good. I don't think it's Khabib-like, but I think he's good on the ground, I think he knows how to defend takedowns. His framing is really, really nice. And I think off of his back, he looks to attack. You watch a lot of reactions for football. Joe, who's your favorite football team? My favorite. So I do a lot of reactions. I don't do them for. I would like to do some for football, but I work. So my favorite team obviously is in Joe. You're new to the podcast, but I'm a huge Tennessee Vol fan. Like I have here. Hold on. I have everything Tennessee Vols. Like, you know what I mean. Hold on, my hand's in front of it. Like piggy bank Vols. Got so much Tennessee gear. I'm a huge Tennessee football fan. That's where I'm from. But in the NFL, I just kind of watch. You know, I'm not a huge Titans guy. I just like to watch the red zone and stuff. But I've seen other YouTubers showing the free prelims and commentating at the same time. We'll see. We'll see how that goes for him, Shogun. I don't even show the reason I don't show prelims anything is because I've seen guys do that and not have a channel days later, or have to get, report it to YouTube, then come back and talk about it. Any type of copyrighted information, that goes for public viewing, like the NFL, college football, NBA basketball, NCAA basketball, any of that stuff. You can react to it after the fact, but you have to break it up into time slots so that you're not technically overriding content ID. But as far as actual viewing experiences with the full thing, some guys want to risk it and do it. That's fine. For me, I personally am going to go ahead and pass on that because I like my YouTube channel. I like being able to interact with you guys, so I don't want to take that chance, especially with stuff I know that is copyrighted material, such as the UFC Fight Pass, which is a paid subscription-based viewing experience. So I'd basically be giving my subscription, I don't know, 9 people watching, I'd be giving 9 subscriptions to the UFC Fight Pass to show it, and that's illegal. Tristan says the Pats are the best. Get out of here. I'm an Eagles fan, but Titans beat us last week. Yeah, the Titans are playing well this year, man. What is it? Mike Vrabel is over with Tennessee this year. Head coach over there. The AFC South is always one of those divisions that's kind of up for grabs, and this year looks about the same. The Jags are really good, defensively anyway, and then the Titans look good. The Texans and the Colts are kind of but the Eagles, man, hey, first week back with the quarterback, what's his name? God, how do I not know his name? But first week back with the starter, and he did well. He did okay. He's got to get back into that rhythm. But after having Nick Foles for a couple of weeks, you got to Carson Wentz. That's all right. Thank you. Carson Wentz, he's back in, so I think they'll be just fine. I think the Eagles will regain that form. Maybe not Super Bowl form, but I think they'll have a good year, man. I like watching the Eagles play. I like watching that team. I remember I was in the airport at Florida for the Super Bowl, and I watched in an airport bar with a bunch of Pats fans, and they were so upset. They were so upset at that, obviously. How was the first fight? I just got home. So, fight card kicked off with Ryan LaFleur and Tony Martin. And Tony Martin pretty much dominated the entire fight, landed 2 big right hands that sat LaFleur down. And then eventually, I think second round, threw the high kick. Oh, they got proper 12 on the post, too, on the octagon. But, yeah, Tony Martin threw the right high kick and put him away. And then in the second fight, Gray Maynard, same kind of deal, really. Nick Lentz out of the southpaw, landing straight lefts. Had some good clinch work, some good top game. The fight got stood back up in the second round, and I think it was the right high kick again. Put him away. What do I think about the Le'Veon Bell situation? Moondog. It's tough, man. I played football for 16 years. Growing up in the South, you don't have MMA. We played football. I played football in college, and so being in the closest part I've been to the professional leagues has just been college. So we weren't paid. Well, some guys weren't paid. But as far as that goes, it's tough, man, because you just saw what happened with if you guys are big NFL fans, you just saw what happened with Earl Thomas. He tried to hold out going into last year for a new deal to basically ensure himself to say, okay, yes, I'm set for the next 5 to 10 years or whatever it is with you guys, and I don't need to worry about my stay as long as I'm here with you guys. You guys have paid for me to be here. I'll give you my all, whatever it is. And then he broke his leg again. So the Seahawks dodged a bullet as an organization. having to pay him a lot of money for him to sit on the sideline. But Earl Thomas is the main reason why Le'Veon Bell doesn't want to come, or not, he's not the main reason, but that example is the main reason Le'Veon Bell doesn't want to play without a massive contract, is because he wants to be set and know that he's being paid what he's worth, so if something does happen to him in a league that injuries are pretty prevalent, that he'll be okay. I don't know if I really like his whole locker room calling him out on it, but they would be the guys closest to him, and if they're saying those things, then maybe there's something we don't know as far as how he treats guys in the locker room or what they really think about him. Maybe it's some sour grapes from the Steelers locker room that he's not there and they're not winning games because of it, or there's some games they're not winning because of it. But I think Le'Veon should definitely look out for himself, because in any of these sports, whether it's football, baseball, basketball, MMA, at the end of the day, once your career is over, they're not going to look out for you. The money you made is the money you made. There is, I mean, yes, there was a players association with a lot of those things, but you need to get it while you can. So I get it. How did McGregor get away with assault charges? Yeah, Shogun pretty much answers that one, Cyborg, man. That's money, great lawyers. Sounds like the Jerry Maguire movie. Show me the money! Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. Conor got slapped with a, what was it? He got one felony, but he got 2 misdemeanors, and he has to serve some community service. But what's happening is he's getting messed up in civil suits now from guys like Michael Chiesa, and I'm sure there's some anonymous ones that are coming out as well. That's what I'm saying, Joe, that Earl Thomas situation proves why Le'Veon should hold out, is because, you know, if you don't get your money and you're playing on your last contract that's about to end, now they can ship you as a you know, commodity for trades, or as a free agent, you're not going to get as much from the market because you're, you know, a liability, you're injury prone, all this stuff. And if you can't get your money beforehand and you can't hold that team ransom, kind of like Aaron Donald and now Le'Veon Bell, if you don't get your money, you're going to lose out on millions. What do you think of Rockhold Weidman rematch? You got Weidman all the way. That's interesting, man. All right, hold on. We're going to try to do this freaking button to start it at the right time this time. Did I do it right? Oh, I'm a little ahead. Boom. There we go. We got Kunitskaya and Landsberg fighting it off right now. Kunitskaya, if you guys don't remember, got obliterated by Cyborg in their fight. I think she got maybe one significant movement at all. It was like a weird low ankle pick takedown that somehow she got. Other than that, Cyborg demolished her. What do I think about the Rockhold Weidman rematch? It's tough to say. Luke Rockhold has not looked the same in his last couple fights. I don't want to say that he's just, you know, isn't the same fighter, because in that Yoel Romero fight, he was doing a good job. Nice step-through takedown from Kunitskaya. He was landing his right hand, his lead jab a lot, and he was landing it good. It's just, and the leg kicks were there for him, and Rockhold just kind of, or Romero just walked through him. German, what's good, man? German, my man. German's a guy I work with, guys. He's in the chat with us. He's supposed to be at work right now, or going to be at work tonight, so good luck to you, brother. I ain't going in. But, sorry, Tristan. Rockhold, I thought was doing a good job in that fight. It's just Yoel Romero is so big and so strong, and those leg kicks just weren't doing anything. Luke has this weird trouble with looping left hooks. I don't know what it is. Or no, excuse me, looping right hooks and right hands over the top. He's just exposed the way he defends. It's always, he's open to that hook. So hopefully, you know, he's corrected that. I mean, his ground game, you saw in the first Weidman fight, he dominated Chris Weidman from the top game. That's insane. Chris Weidman's one of the best wrestlers in that division. And Rockhold got on his top game and dominated him. So, I don't know. You're going to call it Weidman round 2 TKO from the top. Left hook Larry Bisping. Rockhold's chin's cracked, but we all know Weidman has KO power. I don't know. We'll see. Since you played in college, how do you feel about college players being compensated for massive revenue in school? Moondog, I actually wrote a paper on that, so I'm back in school now. I actually just wrote a paper on that. Sorry, guys. We're at 218, first round. Kunitskaya has Landsberg on the cage. Inside knee. Looks like Kunitskaya is really trying to initiate the grappling exchanges. Had a nice takedown, nice throw, and has maintained, for the most part, control in the clinch so far. Moondog, I think that, and I just wrote a paper on this, I think college, it just depends, man. Such a wide-ranging topic for me to cover in like a couple of seconds here, but I'll break it down as easily or as understandable as I can. For college athletes, we have to define like who and what a college athlete is and where the revenue is coming from, right? So that term student athlete is so outdated and so what is happening? Sorry about that. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. Someone's interrupting my stream right now. Right? Blooper reel for days. Okay, sorry about that. Anyway, I think that basically the gist of what I'm getting at is I think that college athletes, if they are bringing in revenue, if the main source of revenue is the athlete themselves, they should be paid. No, I ain't going in on German shift. That ain't happening, boys. Oh, my God. What is happening? I can't. Okay. What is happening right now? Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. So that was my work calling me to, and I work with some cool people. That was my manager Randy calling me to tell me to have a good stream. That was pretty cool. Anyway, we're back. Sorry, Moondog. I keep getting off track. Basically, what I think is the guys that bring in the most revenue for their college, i.e., football players for schools like Alabama, the SEC schools, the Pac-12 schools. Basketball players it just depends on who's bringing in the revenue, right? So it can't be all college players getting paid because it's not going to make any sense. The money there's not enough money to go around. But for the NCAA to take basically what has become a billion-dollar industry based off of a nonprofit organization, they call themselves a nonprofit, they make almost $1 billion a year off of these kids that are basically getting paid. Yeah, their school tuition, but as far as them, living life, them being able to make money off of their name to compensate them after college for injuries, which I have problems with to this day, they're not seeing any of that once they graduate. There's no compensation plan if you tear an ACL and go on to graduate and they're still having trouble from that injury. The NCAA goes, cool, your eligibility's up. We're not paying for a thing. But it is one of those things where unless the federal government wants to get involved and an FBI wants to take over investigation of that stuff, because the NCAA calls themselves a governing body, but they're not really doing anything. They don't really level any kind of punishment other than, university stuff, and the universities are taking money in that case anyway. So I do think kids that are bringing in revenue to the university, such as, major football teams and major basketball teams, and even sometimes on the West Coast, volleyball, whatever it may be, should have some sort of compensation plan. Proper 12! Joshua was in the chat. Proper 12 whiskey. Hey, Josh got the pay-per-view on PS4. Heck yeah. Shogun, I ain't going in. The UFC, if the UFC was calling me to tell me to come in to replace, I'd cut down to 155 tonight. Give me, what time? What we got? 4 hours? Psh, get down to 155. I'll replace Conor. Conor had an injury. Hey, get me in there. I'll fight for the Irish. Khabib, you'll do fucking nothing. I'll bang the left hand on you. The worst whiskey around. Wait, hold on. Tristan, you can't talk about whiskey. You're not old enough to drink the whiskey, okay? The whiskey is not bad. Yes, I know that Tristan is not a Conor fan, but the whiskey actually is not that bad. It's akin to like I think it's a little bit tastier than like a Jameson or so. I've been trying to get Randy, my bar manager, to get it in the bar. Hey, Josh said he would take the fight. 230 to 155, cutting tonight. Sorry, guys. I'm not really paying attention to this Kunitskaya fight. Nice front kick, though. But, yeah, that was basically what I thought about that, Moondog. Sorry about the late response, man. Got caught up trying to cancel FaceTimes while I'm on the live stream. Tristan, 97 to 155. Better get in the kitchen, boy. I do really have, Moondog, I do really have strong feelings about the revenue system in the NCAA. It's just on the live stream, it's really hard to kind of go into detail with it. But basically, yeah, these kids, man, they're getting robbed pretty much. And it would be as easy as finding a way to come to a contract with every player. And every contract doesn't have to be different, but it can be initiated for better players on a certain team. It could be somehow written to where they, get a more compensation, whatever it is, per month, per year, per, quarterly, whatever it is. But based on the amount of money that the NCAA makes, and because they are basically getting free labor from upwards of especially in the college football realm, close to 1,000 kids, or excuse me, close to like thousands of kids from universities. They're getting free labor from and pocketing $1 billion as a nonprofit company makes no sense to me. None. Tristan, honestly, give me one reason. Don't they go to school for free? Shogun, they do get tuition for free, but it doesn't cover things like medical bills after schooling. Doesn't cover things like other than their cafeteria food, which is 3 meals per 2 to 3 meals. For me, it was 2 meals a day. To eat in their cafeteria. I don't know anybody that's 19 to 20 years old that eats 2 meals a day. Yes, their books and tuition and things like that are paid for, but as far as their money, it would just be, spending money they could use to spend toward, or saving money they could use toward buying a home when they're out of school. Things that they could use because they are adults at that point. You're 18, 19 years old. They could start saving and putting that into a fund for a house, to put that into a fund for a business. And it's not that they're just getting paid to go to school. The amount of revenue they're bringing in is far more so than the $90,000 or whatever it is they're paid for over those 4 years to go to school at whatever university there is. With TV contracts and major TV markets, especially like Texas and LA and in the South, for football, these guys are bringing in, like I said, it's $1 billion industry in the NCAA, and most of that comes from college football and college basketball. So for the money they're bringing in, it's absolutely no way. There's no way that $90,000 to $150,000 is all they should receive back in the form of college tuition, books, all that stuff. They should be finding a way to get these guys some sort of compensation, some sort of stipend monthly. It doesn't have to be whatever it is, or find a way to sign contracts. Besides the letter of intent, find a way to sign contracts to pay guys. Says, have you ever had concussion from playing? Absolutely. I've definitely had more than one concussion from playing football. Do you think the league is handling player safety is affecting the game in a negative or positive way? Man, these are really good questions, Moondog. Honestly, give me one reason to like Conor, and I will. I think that Conor is okay. It's really hard to contextualize Conor McGregor and put him into one category. The reason that I like Conor McGregor, the reason that a lot of people like Conor McGregor is because he embodies what belief in yourself looks like. If you don't believe in yourself, or you're struggling with confidence in your own life, or you're struggling with the fact that you want to do something and you have a dream and you really want to go toward that dream, but you're scared, right? You're scared of failing. You don't think you're the best at that, or you maybe are unsure. Conor McGregor embodies what everyone wants to be as far as physically and emotionally confident in themselves, right? To every day wake up and fully believe, not just think that you are, but fully believe that you are going to be successful in whatever the profession is, whether it's fighting, whether it's business, whether it's an MMA podcast. He embodies that self-belief that we all want, right? And it shows that it is true that if you do work hard and you do put the time in and you do commit fully and sacrifice and do the things that you need to do to be successful, it can happen. And he did that. And you're never out of the game, right? Just because you're not an MMA fighter or you're not a pro-level athlete, you're never out of the game of success. You can be 30, 40, 50 years old and still go towards success. It's just about how much you want to commit to it, how much you really want it. And Conor McGregor has shown that, man. He's taken, and everybody talks about him taking welfare. It is what it is. But the man went off of Irish welfare and found a way to will himself into the UFC, and from there just continued to have success because he put in the work and he believed in himself. That's what I take away from Conor. Conor talks a lot, but also shows humility. Absolutely. He thinks a lot like Bruce Lee and talks like Ali. Very eccentric. Absolutely. No in between. I mean, you have to work hard. You can say all the things you want, but Conor backs it up, man. And while you might not like the way he talks or how he disrespects some people, and I can understand that as a person, maybe Conor is one of those guys that's just a narcissist. But as a fighter and as an MMA martial artist, just as someone that believes in himself, he does. Joe's right. He always shows humility in victory and in defeat. Yeah, he might talk a little stuff, but they asked him about Nate and Dustin the other day, and he said, both great fighters, both honored to share the octagon with both guys and hope they do well. Even though Nate's still talking about how he beat Conor the second time, which is, funny to me. Conor shows those guys respect. They asked him about Jose Aldo a couple of months ago, and he said he was so happy for him that he got that win against Jeremy Stevens. He's happy. And then he mentioned Andre Petinares, too. He mentioned his coach. Like, he was happy for those guys. Tristan says, okay, I like him, but I still got Khabib. Moondog, to go back to yours, how long do the fight starts, Bruce says? So we're on the Fight Pass prelims between Kunitskaya and Landsberg. I think this is the last fight on the prelims, Bruce. And then we have the FS1 prelims are going to start at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific time, which, 10 minutes from now. And then the main pay-per-view card, which I won't be showing any of the fights, Bruce, I apologize. That one will be on at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific time. So you can find the FS1 prelims, obviously, on FS1. Pay-per-view, you got to order. The reason I like Khabib is because he's more quiet and conservative. He just gets to business. Yeah, definitely, a blue-collar guy. Both guys are blue-collar, but Conor, has that gift of gab that you were talking about with Ali, and he does have that mindset of the law of attraction like Bruce Lee, and he can, Conor has a weird sense of reading people, man. It's really weird how he can do, and it's almost like extraordinary out of body the way he reads people's physical movement and their emotions. It's definitely a trait that he has that a lot of people don't. But Khabib has that mentality that growing up in basically rocks in the mountains and just committing himself just like Conor. They're very alike, guys. Other than the fact of the way their personalities match up, they're very alike. They both have committed themselves to excellence, worked hard every single day, like most of these fighters will. The difference being these guys are a different level talent, and they perceive the game differently. And Khabib has just got an engine that doesn't stop, and that's what worries me as a Conor fan tonight is I just don't know if he stops him. If he can beat him, if Conor can beat him without stopping him, I don't know, because Khabib was just going to keep coming. Nate got it. Nate, you got your arse whooped in the second fight. I did think, Conor, obviously, in my opinion, it's not an opinion, it's a fact. Conor won the second fight, but Nate will always say he won that second fight because he's Nate Diaz. How much of McGregor's acts do you think is copied from Mayweather's blueprint? I think Conor takes a lot from just like any of us. I think we take a lot from what we see. I do an Irish accent of Conor. There's many people that do that Irish accent of Conor. Anytime you see something, regardless of the fact if you know it or not, you're going to be subliminally affected by it. And unconsciously, you might recite it because it's something in your head. Conor, I'm sure, has seen a lot of Floyd Mayweather before he started becoming, a bigger fighter. Because Floyd is a little older, and before because Conor had a meteoric rise basically in MMA. I'm sure he's seen a lot of Floyd. He's admitted to the fact that he loves Muhammad Ali's style, and he took a lot from Muhammad Ali. But yeah, of course, there's some of Mayweather in Conor McGregor. I don't know if he specifically looked at Floyd and said, I'm going to do that, but I'm sure he looked at Floyd and said, I like what he's doing. He's able to sell his fights. And Conor's own personality probably interjected into or turned up a notch is what you get out of that. Because I've always said, guys that appeal more natural on camera, that look like it's not a gig, or it's not a work or an act. It's basically just their personality turned up to the next level. That's why you like guys like Conor. That's why when Ali did it, people were, just baffled by it, because that was who Ali was. He was just turned up to the next level. He copied and modified a couple of people, pretty much. It is still his personality. The way he talks, you can't change. The things he says, the way he quips it, you can't change. The Vince McMahon walk, he definitely stole the Vince McMahon walk. He admits to that too. He said, I got that from Vinnie Mac. I hope Conor and Diaz have the third fight. I thought this was always a done deal, that Conor and Diaz were going to have the third fight. Like, I thought that was just, known to everyone. But Diaz has come out lately and says he's not fighting him for the third time. Mostly, again, I think that's a lot of back and forth banter between the two. Conor's always been respectful of him after that second fight. The first fight, he wanted to get that fight back, so he had to talk that trash and do that. But after the second fight, he's always been respectful to Nate, and always said that he's always open to the third fight, and Nate can have his rematch. But Nate, being Nate, is obviously going to go, I don't want that fight. I got my own stuff to do. I'm not waiting for him. I think that fight will still happen. Yana Kunitskaya with her first win at bantamweight, unanimous decision. Not going to lie, guys, there was not a lot in that fight that interested me. But she won the fight nonetheless. Good grappler. Maybe that's why she did get that low single on Cyborg. Dang, there's something in my nose, guys. I'm sorry. I keep picking at my nose. It's because of stupid mustache that I've grown. I never grow a mustache. Now it's getting all up in my nose. But yeah, I did not watch a lot of that fight. A lot of judo throws, a lot of inside trip. Just got good grappling. Who kicks off the FS1 card? Oh, my boy Scott Holtzman kicking off the FS1 card. Let's get it. Let's freaking get it. Him and Alan Patrick had a little bit of a back and forth in their official weigh-in face-off yesterday. Had a little bit of tension there. Now I think when they transition right now over to the FS1 card, I think we have about 30 minutes before they actually start a fight. I think they're gonna go to the desk, which hopefully has like Tyron Woodley or someone on there. And then they'll go to the actual card. Guys, we're only 2 hours away from the main card. Only 2 hours. I'm telling you, it's gonna fly by, and we're gonna get here, and I'm not gonna be ready. I'm not ready right now. I'm not gonna be ready when it happens. I don't even know what's going to happen, but I just know that once it gets here, I'm gonna lose my mind. If I flip the table over, I apologize, but it's just too much for me to handle. I get too invested in these things. But I'll keep it under control until the time it comes. I'll do my best. He's going to rip his shirt like Hulk Hogan when Conor walks to the octagon. If I had, one, the muscle to do that, and two, if I had thought about it earlier, I might have cut a hole right here so I could do that. You know, those wrestlers have like the little cut tanks right here, and they just, they rip it off. I might have done that. I didn't think about it. Next time, though. I don't know if you want to see this, though. Like, my chest looks like a vampire's, so... You know, I don't want it to be something where you guys get blinded and never can come back to the stream because I'm so white. So I don't know if we want to do that. showing the preview for the fight again. I think I should jump over to the FS1 card now. I'm going to Fox Sports. FS1. You better be there, or I'm going to kick your arse. Oh my God, really? Technical difficulty, guys. Give me 1 second. Is that a Chinese dumpling? No. Shogun, you're an OG, man. You know these are Uncrustables, bruh. My arms are so much torch enter in my face. I don't get outside a lot. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I work at night, so most of the time I'm in here working with this during the day. Sorry guys, I gotta activate my FS1. I didn't know it wasn't activated. My bad. In the thumbnail? Oh yeah, in the thumbnail. I was putting on the bronzer for you guys in that thumbnail. I told you it was short notice. They had me come down there. I didn't want the same issues that I'm telling you guys. I didn't want to blind the entire sold out crowd, so I had to slap some bronzer on. You know, they hooked me up. They said this is what Conor wore in his weigh-in versus Floyd Mayweather. I said okay, cool. I'm about it. Let's do it. All right, let's see here. Oh, snap. Kelsey's getting called out in the chat. Kelsey's on lurk mode right now, guys. I got her lurking, ready to bot people. Just in case anybody gets testy in the chat. Hey, see, don't call her out. She's like the Candyman, man. Don't say her name. She'll come out and bop you. You ever accidentally purchased the standard definition of the pay-per-view instead of the HD? I think I might have done that a couple of times, Moondog. Luckily I've on the important ones I've gotten it right, but I think I have done that. There is a definite difference, night and day, between the standard definition and the HD, especially when you're going. I mean, in this case, jeez, why would you not want to get the best quality picture for the best fight of all time? Okay, success. We're in, guys. We are in there. Let's watch some stuff. Yeah, they're at the desk right now for the preview for the FS1 card. Oh snap! I didn't know. That's right. Sergio Pettis beat Joseph Benavidez in their last fight, huh? And then Cejudo beat Sergio Pettis. That's crazy, man. Sergio Pettis has already fought the champ at 125 and Joseph Benavidez at 125. Oh, my Lord. They're showing some of these highlights. One dude was darced into a freaking seizure. You know what really grinds my gears? When I buy the wrong pay-per-view. Chinese dumpling would sound pretty nice right now. I'm not going to lie. Shogun, you got me. I'm snacking because I don't want to fill up too much and pass and fall asleep at the stream today. I got to keep my intake low. Got to hydrate up. We are going to be wide awake for this main event, and we're going to do a little recap after if I'm not completely destroyed inside. Khabib wins. But yeah, we're going to start off the FS1 card with Scott Holtzman and Alan Patrick. I think they're going to go in a couple minutes here. Tyler in the chat. Are they playing your live stream at your work? Free promotion. I wish they put it on the big screen. If they did that, I'd be all about it. I think they're just watching off their phones, though. But hey, at work, I appreciate you guys. Heroes and Legends crew, thank you so much, man. It means a lot. Vitamins and say your prayers. That's that Hulk Hogan stuff. Oh man, they're previewing the entire card. I thought they were gonna have a proper 12 advert come across the screen. I was surprised that didn't happen. Still relatively empty for this FS1 prelim card. Kind of surprised about that. I thought a lot more people would be in here by now. But, I mean, make no mistake about it. Once the pay-per-view starts, or once it gets closer to the Conor fight, that place will be packed out. It's going to be so crazy, man. This is going to be so nuts. Like, I have no idea how I'm going to react to seeing Conor in the octagon after 2 years is so... It's something we all wanted, and then it happens, and you're just sitting there like, oh my God, like, this man is he's finally back, and we have no idea how Conor reacts after being, you know, taken down one time. It's been 2 years is a long time. I don't know if ring rust is a factor. I mean, it's certainly not for guys like Dominic Cruz or John Jones, but you never know. Everyone's different. Someone said eat fish when I make a weight cut. Because I'm allergic to fish. They said take an allergy pill. I said no. Oh my God. Seriously, man. People, calm down. It's like everybody knows the answer for something when they're not the ones that have to do it, right? Isn't that the craziest thing? My man Tristan trying to go through a weight cut. Can't eat fish. Guy's telling him to eat fish and take EpiPen. What? All right, Shogun. We'll see you, brother. Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate you, man. Hopefully no Khabib smash tonight, though. We can't have that. I do not want any Khabib smash at all. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to keep it like that for now. That light was burning me up. Plus, I like the darker light. Y'all say bye to Shogun, man. He's out of here. One of the OG members of the W.A.D.E concept. Him and Tristan, OGs. All right, we got Scott Holtzman and Alan Patrick. This is going to be a good fight, guys. Khabib always smash 26-0 for 6 October. We'll see 6 October. We will see 6 October. Why I need to talk to this guy? We're going to find out 6 October. He want to fight with Bus. He want to drink whiskey. He drunk guy. We find out 6 October. Other than McGregor, who are your favorite fighters and why? Yo, my boy Moondog. Can we give a shout out to Moondog in the chat? I love these kind of questions, man. Some of my favorite fighters, other than Conor McGregor. I'm a big Max Holloway fan. Love the way Max Holloway fights. I'm a big Cody Garbrandt fan. Unfortunately, he's had a rough go of it with T.J. Dillashaw. But it's also made me a T.J. Dillashaw fan, watching him, take on that controversy between him and, Scott Holtzman fighting out of Knoxville. I told y'all, man. But with TJ, taking on that whole controversy with Team Alpha Male and coming out on top, and just his fight style and that bang Muay Thai system, I'm a really big fan of those guys. Darren Till is a huge one of my favorite fighters as well. I like watching him fight. Tyron Woodley is another. I love watching Tyron Woodley fight because of just how many skills he possesses and how he can neutralize basically anyone in that division. He's put the blueprint out on how to beat guys like Stephen Thompson, how to beat guys like Darren Till, how to beat guys like whoever the last guy he fought was. I'm having a brain fart on his name right now. The black belt, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. I cannot remember his name to save my life. It's going to kill me. Someone in the chat will know. Scott Holtzman landed a big left hand to start the fight. I forgot to hit the timer. Jesus Christ. Should I even just... I'm just going to put the timer away for now. We'll revisit it in a little bit later. But yeah, I like Tyron Woodley. As far as heavyweights and light heavyweights go, yes, I'm a big John Jones fan. Nice spinning heel kick from Patrick. John Jones is the greatest of all time. He's the greatest fighter to ever put on gloves and walk into a cage. Obviously, a lot of things are marring his career with the steroids and the you know, even if they are just allegations in some respects, he's been tested twice and caught twice, hitting the pregnant lady, just the stuff that really never needed to happen. John Jones, it's tough, man, because he's cost himself a lot of money and a lot of defenses with all that stuff. But I think he's the greatest to ever do it. I love Alexander Gustafsson. I mean, I could go on and on, but probably some of my favorites: Darren Till, Conor, Max Holloway. I'll do like one from every division. I like Henry Cejudo at 125, but I'm probably gonna go with Sergio Pettis there. I like watching him fight. 135 would probably be Cody Garbrandt. Yeah, it's tough, him or TJ. And then 145 max, maybe Brian Ortega though. Either one of those two. I like watching Brian Ortega, the way he wraps guys up like a freaking anaconda. He actually almost finished Cub with an anaconda choke. Conor, I guess 170, since it's not Darren Till anymore, I guess I'd go Tyron Woodley. Maybe Mike Perry, though. I'm a really big Mike Perry fan. Yeah, that Patrick's hitting that left hand, man. That straight left. Man, Scott Holtzman is throwing wild right now. Massive. These two guys definitely, you could see at the press conference, they wanted to get it in, man. Are you watching? Is it on right now? Because we're still on commercials. Go to, it's on FS1, Kels. You got to watch on FS1, UFC. Not on the Fight Pass anymore. I might be a little bit delayed. So if you're watching, you might be ahead of me. But I'm watching the first round, 2 minutes, 25 seconds left between Scott Holtzman and Alan Patrick. And Khabib. No, Khabib is, I like Khabib, but he's not my favorite in that division. Oh, big head kick from Scott Holtzman. But yeah, those are kind of my favorites. Middleweight, I would say, I guess Darren Till, now that he's a middleweight. But like true middleweights, I would say maybe, I like watching Robert Whittaker fight. I don't know if I have a middleweight fighter that is like my favorite fighter at middleweight. Middleweight division is a tough division, but there's not a lot of guys to me that are just like, tick that box for me. Light heavyweight, John Jones. Oh, big shot. Maybe, what's his name? Israel Adesanya. I like him at middleweight. I like the way he fights. Oh, who's the guy I like at light heavyweight? Tyson Pedro. I'm a really big fan of Tyson Pedro. We bought it on cable. Okay, so the pay-per-view hasn't started yet, Kelsey. You just, right now, FS1 is the channel you're going to want to watch. It's the UFC on Fox, free fights on FS1. The pay-per-view starts in 2 hours. I'm watching the prelims still, yes. But they're on FS1. And then at heavyweight, I would say, I like Curtis Blades. DC, of course. But I like the way Curtis Blades fights. I like the way Francis fights, too. Heavyweight, I really don't have a favorite. But that's kind of my favorites there, Moondog. Who's yours, man? Let me know who you guys think are your favorite fighters. This is an interesting fight, man. Scott Holtzman's got really good grappling. He's sitting in half guard right now. Both guys are landing big shots. Holtzman landed a big head kick. He's throwing some looping lefts, though. Like this, you can tell both these guys, I talked about it a second ago, there's some real animosity here. And I don't know, I didn't follow this enough to know what it is. Or maybe there's just two guys that once they get signed to fight, they just immediately hate the guy, and that's how they get ready. That's fine. But there were some definite, at the press conference, there were some words said, some pushing and shoving. So I don't know. I don't know if there's real animosity there or if it's just two guys that, you're going to get an occasion fight a guy. You don't want to like him. But Alan Patrick's landing that straight left hand. Whoa! Ooh. Alan Patrick's landing the straight left hand. He's throwing some looping left hooks as well. I don't know if you guys just saw that at the end of the round. Patrick tried to throw a capoeira high kick. Definitely some vicious shots being thrown. Not a lot landing, but the ones that do land are hurting. First round, I'd probably have to give to Scott Holtzman. Used the cage to get his takedown, landed a big left high kick, controlled the fight on the ground. But it wasn't a dominant round from either guy. John Lee says Khabib goes on bike rides with the elderly. He makes animal balloons in the right hand and gun sounds in the left hand. Am I a Joe Rogan fan? Yeah, I like Joe Rogan. I'm a big, I am a subscriber to the JRE. I'm a big Joe Rogan guy. I think that there are times when Joe's vision is definitely skewed toward whatever that he's involved in, but I do think that he is the most unbiased commentator, podcast host that you'll find as far as, you know, what the things he talks about and who he talks about it with. No one can be completely unbiased. I understand that. But as far as actual open conversation, I think Joe does a really good job of bringing in different ideas and discussing them without getting confrontational in most cases. Not all cases. There are cases where Joe is definitely biased, and you've seen that. But we all are at some point. But I'm a big fan of the way he can, you know, spread his message of whatever he thinks and just ask questions. Oh, big right hand from Holtzman, where he can ask questions and be informed as well as informing his audience. I don't think he has any responsibility to, you know, not ask the questions he wants to ask. It's his podcast, so I think he does a really good job of balancing those two. But yes, I am a Joe Rogan fan. John Lee, my man, we are here. We're here the entire night tonight. Stay with us. We're going to be rocking this entire card. We're in the first fight of the FS1 prelim. Scott Holtzman's landing big shots, man. Alan Patrick trying to circle away. Oh, watch out. Left hand. Straight left from Patrick lands twice. Now he's circling toward that right hand of Scott Holtzman. A straight left has been Alan Patrick's plan of attack pretty much all night. I don't like the backwards kind of backpedal that Patrick's doing to get away from these shots when Holtzman's coming forward. They're both basically trading when they throw, or Holtzman's coming forward and Patrick's just hitting that back pedal. You can tell Patrick wants to counter him with the left over the top when Scott throws the right hand. John. Nice right hand. Demetrius Johnson, Dominic Cruz, Jeremy Stevens / Frankie Edgar, Khabib, Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. That's a good pick. Chris Weidman, John Jones, Gustafson, my sweetest brother, and Stipe. Good picks, man. I like a lot of those guys. I'm a big fan of Jeremy Stevens too, because that guy stays on his horse, man. All right, Moondog, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Hey, man, come in here. We do this for every UFC fight, man. Pay-per-view, mostly pay-per-views now. We do this for fight nights. If I find it interesting and I find that I want to watch it, we'll definitely be here. But I appreciate you coming in. We do some long-form podcasts once a week, and then we do some short-form stuff. But, yeah, man, if you're ever interested, come back in here. Drop in the chat. I'll be here. My friends will be here with you too. So thanks, man. Appreciate that. Have a good one. Yeah, I like most of those picks, Tristan. Jeremy Stevens I was talking about, I like that he's just a workhorse, man. Guys like that blue-collar mentality where you just get in and win your way to the top. Because I like both ways. I like entertainment. I like what Conor does. But at the same time, he won his way to the top. He beat guys to get there. You know, all that stuff, none of it matters if you're not winning. That's the biggest thing you can have in your corner as a fighter is, yes, you have to have the intangibles. You got to be able to talk. You got to be able to market yourself. You got to be marketable. But none of it matters if you're not winning. And I think that's the case where a lot of people get lost, is now everyone's trying to be that Conor, McGregor type, and that's fine. It's not going to come naturally to everyone, but sometimes a lot of things get taken out of context as far as the winning goes. You still have to win. I think some people think that guys that talk should just get opportunities without winning. Well, you still have to win the fight. That's the biggest thing. The punches and kicks are important. They don't particularly matter as much as they used to, but you still have to win. That's just, you have to. He tried to go for the interim with Brian when he was scheduled. Yeah. They tried to make that fight. I think Ortega had seen what had happened with Frankie Edgar, and the fact that Frankie, probably took that fight when he shouldn't have with Brian Ortega, and Brian Ortega caught him, and it just shows you, because interim titles don't mean anything anymore, guys. I hate to say it, but it's fact at this point. I mean, you look at it. Tony Ferguson didn't lose a fight, tripped over a cord in a freak accident, and they ripped his belt from him a week later. Colby Covington has to have no surgery and can't fight Tyron Woodley on the date that the UFC wants him to fight on, so they get there until in there and they stripped Colby Covington as well. So I understand the need for interim titles, but they don't mean anything. So Brian Ortega, in my opinion, did the right thing by not taking the fight against Jeremy Stevens when Max Holloway was going through some issues, because you don't know if you're going to get that opportunity again. You have no idea. The way the UFC is running things, it's the wild, wild west. No one knows who's getting the shot, and no one knows what the rankings mean anymore. So, and they really don't mean anything anymore. I don't know. The only reason they went to a ranking system in the first place is so they could legitimize their model when they were going to buy, or when Fox was going to buy the UFC, at least the rights to show the UFC. And they wanted to legitimize their divisions by ranking people, but the rankings don't mean anything anymore. Conor hasn't fought in 2 years, and he's going to fight for the title tonight. And Tony's ready. Tony's ready to fight the former champ that didn't lose his belt. Now, granted, I'm not saying that's the right call. If Conor McGregor's available, you put him in the main event. He is the biggest star you have ever seen and probably will ever see in MMA. So when he is available and he is ready to fight, and he never lost that belt, never defended it, I get that, but you put him in the fight. You know why? Because the UFC is in the business of making the fights we want to see. They're not in the business of the ranking system. It never should have been that way. Never should have been that way. The ranking system makes no sense to me. It should just be, let's have matchups, and those styles make matchups, and we'll have one champion. It makes no sense because the number one contender rarely gets that shot. Rarely. Like tonight, they're talking about Tony Ferguson and Anthony Pettis being in a number one contenders fight. That's not official. And if Pettis wins, it's definitely not official. If Pettis wins that fight, Dustin Poirier, if he wins, is getting that next shot at lightweight. It's just going to happen. If Ferguson wins, it just depends on who wins the Conor fight. If Conor wins, regardless, none of these guys are getting the next fight. Conor's going to go fight somebody like George St. Pierre, or he might move up and fight Tyron Woodley, or he could go box Mayweather again. No one knows with Conor. Yeah, Stevens got smacked in the liver by Jose Aldo. Nobody could have taken that shot, man. There's nothing you could do about shots like that. It's just like getting clipped on the chin, man. It's not like anybody wants to get knocked out. It's just your body, you get hit with a good shot, your body responds accordingly, Man, they are throwing some wild shots here. Holtzman throwing some big right hands. A lot are missing, though. Yeah, I don't get it, man. Oh, nice right hand. A little pull right hand off the back pedal from Scott Holtzman. I like Scott Holtzman striking. I've only seen Scott. Oh, another big right hand. Woo! Oh, huge ground and pound. Hammer fists on top from Scott Holtzman. Patrick trying to survive. Definitely dazed. Doing a good job of trying to just stay alive. Holtzman in the mount now, though. He got to get him down, and he's got to posture up right here and finish this, man. Patrick doing a good job of just holding on for dear life. That was a massive right hand. Massive. Just another step back right hand. Caught Patrick coming in. I've seen Scott Holtzman wrestle. Oh, big elbow. Oh. Patrick knows he's got to move. Somehow regains half guard. This is survival mode right now for Patrick, though, man. Regains full guard. Holtzman's still doing some damage from the top. Trying to trap those arms and then land some elbows over the top. Nice left hand on top. I've seen Scott Holtzman wrestle, and I like his ground game a lot. But his striking looks really nice right here. Oh, triangle attempt. Holtzman gets out of it pretty easily. Yeah, he's starting to get beat up a little bit, man. He's doing a good job, though. I like this referee's ability to judge what's going on, because Patrick is intelligently defending himself. He regained full guard. Looking for submissions, looking for some sort of way to get out of the position he's in. I like that. That's Easy transition to mount right there from Scott Holtzman. This could get bad. But the referee's right on top of it. That's the way refereeing should be. And only he can make that judgment when he sees a guy's eyes and when he sees how they're moving and if they're intelligently defending themselves, then the fight should not be stopped. It's when you see a repeated shot and the guy has no idea what's happening, then it's time. Oh, another elbow. Here it is. Yep, you got to yep, that's it. It's over. As soon as Scott Holtzman landed that first elbow, then the second, the arms went limp and you knew it was time to end the fight right there. Big win for Scott Holtzman. Those were vicious left elbows, man. Yeah, Joe, those were nasty. Nasty left elbows. Holtzman jumps the cage and celebrates with his team. Big win. They're tending to Patrie. Hope he's okay on the ground. What a fight from Scott Holtzman, man. Let's go, Knoxville. Stand up. Holtzman doesn't look too good either, man. He's taking a knee on the canvas. He's probably has some damage for sure. A little pull right hand. Boom, baby. You guys want to see a perfectly timed pull right hand, basically just a counter right hand with some head movement. Go watch Tyron Woodley drop Darren Till. Boom, another elbow. Oh, man, those are vicious right there. No decision so far, Joe. We're doing it, man. That was very vicious, though. But you saw the referee recognized on that second elbow that it was no longer needed to be there, and it was it. Good refereeing, good stoppage, and, you know, he gave Patrie every opportunity to defend himself, and when he couldn't any longer, he stopped the fight. He's trying to ask the referee what happened. It's tough. That's a good win, man. One of my favorites. What is that? So I'm 1-0? Yeah, Tristan, I don't know. I don't get into that stuff too much, man. All right, so yeah, so as far as I guess I'm not 1-0. I picked Scott Holtzman because I'm a Knoxville guy, so we're not technically counting this card yet, but if we're gonna do two picks, I did pick Scott Holtzman and I picked Sergio Pettis. So for the sake of argument and for the sake of wagers between me and Kelsey, I will say that I'm 1-0. 1-0 so far, baby. Let's go. Okay, look, Kelsey thinks that she's always won these matchups. Don't get in the chat and start telling people you've always won, okay? She's won. Okay, so Kelsey's won more times than she's lost, but it's only because she picks directly opposite of what I pick, just by default. So when I mess up a pick, unless it's like a women's fight, Kelsey does pick. Like she picked the Holly Holm Cyborg fight, even though she picked Holly Holm. But yeah, don't let Kelsey turn into a hype beast in the chat, okay? She's good, but she, I slide a few picks in, and I'm like, okay, look, she needs some help. I get it. I'm just going to pick wrong on this one on purpose. But all right, fight number 2. You remember when the power of editing made me go undefeated? Yes. Tristan, that's not the power of editing. That's called divine intervention, my friend. And in any situation, I adapt like a chameleon. What do I say? I can't lose. All right, let's see what Scott has to say, man. Scott lost a tooth? Damn. I just called this guy Alan Patrick for about 30 minutes. His name is Alan Patrie. I'm so sorry. I never heard of him. I just read his name off as it said. Scott Holtzman just said he broke both of his hands. Wade, just stop. Kelsey is better. I'm sorry. Whoa. Look, don't be trying to get style points with Kelsey, all right? Sorry, I'm watching this interview. Scott Holtzman just said he broke both of his hands during the fight, and he knows it. I knew, like, after the fight when he was getting tended to by doctors and he just kind of sat down that something was definitely wrong. Boop. Boom. Boom. Scott Holtzman, 12-2. It's just the truth. Dang. My chat's turned against me thanks to Kelsey. What is happening in life? Don't make me get that divine intervention out. All right, guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. Back like I never left. We got 12 people in the chat. I know that's like four or five from work, but man, that's amazing. Thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate everyone watching with me. And yeah, man, I appreciate the conversations we've had today. I love the back and forth in the chat, and I love you guys being able to not only talk to me but each other. That is something that I am very very appreciative of, man. I love to have you guys active in the chat. That's always fun for me, and I know it's fun for you guys. Let's see who we got next. We have Ashley Ladd and Tanya Evinger. Not gonna lie, not too familiar with Ashley Ladd's fighting. Seen Tanya Evinger fight one time, and Cyborg destroyed her too. So we get a lot of 145 or women that have fought at 145 shooting back down to bantamweight because that division is just not ready yet. Guys, we're an hour and a half away from the main event, or excuse me, main card. So get your asses pumped up out of that seat. Do some jumping jacks. Do some push-ups. Get amped, okay? Because I'm amped. I'm ready. I'm really not ready because I have no idea how I'm going to react to any of this. But you know what? I'm ready to experience history, guys. Wow, this card, look, so this card might not be the greatest fight card in the history of the UFC. Like, I thought the card overall, the 217 card, Cody Garbrandt, TJ Dillashaw, George, St. Pierre, Michael Bisping. I thought that card was a better overall card. 3 title fights on that card. But for this card, Obviously, the history lies with Conor and Khabib, but there are great fights. That co-main event fight is great. Sergio Pettis fight, great fight. Don't cry when Khabib smashes your boy. No tears will fall tonight. Not gonna lie, I would like. This is what I told German last night at work. I would like to see a back and forth. I don't want to see a one-way ticket to Sleepsville from Conor in the first round. I would get out of my seat and get hyped. Of course, that'd be amazing, but I would feel a little let down if I didn't see somebody overcome some adversity. I don't want to, I want to see a back and forth. I want to see Khabib implement his game plan. I want to see Conor implement his game plan, and I want to see these two go at it. I honestly don't think it's going to be a quick knockout or a one-sided fight from either guy. I think this is going to be a dogfight, guys. I don't know about a decision. I could see a decision. It being a close one, but I think Conor should finish him if he's going to win the fight, and I think he does it in the later rounds. I don't mind who wins. I like them both. Yeah, I mean, I obviously have a little bit of a vested interest in Conor McGregor just because he is one of the guys that I look up to in the fight game. So there is that for me, but I at the end of the day, if it was one of these, Nate Diaz, Conor 2 fights where it's just back and forth and it's a dog fight till the end, you best believe you get my money's worth for that. Like that's the best case scenario in my opinion. But I either way, I'm ready to see what happens. Like if Conor comes out and starches him in the first round, what do you do? Like what happens next? Tristan, you're talking trash because, you like Khabib. And Conor is not on your not on your friends list. But that's okay. That's totally okay to be able to support your guy 100%. I'm a big fan of the trash talk. I do some myself, so by all means, man. Nothing wrong with supporting your guy. But this is my thing. What happens next if Conor wins? Because we know what happens next if Khabib wins. He's going to either, I shouldn't say we know, but there's not a lot on the horizon for Khabib, right? Yeah, he would be, his star would be elevated to a certain extent, but Conor loses tonight, even in dramatic fashion. He still wakes up tomorrow as the biggest star in MMA. He does. Khabib's never going to eclipse as far as the actual star quality material that Conor has. He'll never eclipse him on that. He can prove he's the better fighter tonight, 100%. But as far as an actual star, a worldwide phenomenon like Conor McGregor is, no one's going to take that mantle. So what happens, if Khabib wins? I think he either stays and defends against Tony, because I think they want to make that fight, even though Dana said he'll never make that fight again. I think they want to make that fight. Because if not, why would either guy still be why would Tony still be fighting if he didn't have a chance of coming back and trying to grab that title? But I think Khabib would either fight Tony, maybe he could just retire. I know Josh Thompson was on the what was it, below the belt, Kelsey was telling me about, that he was saying that Khabib might retire if he wins. Could see that happening. He keeps calling himself the Floyd Mayweather of MMA. So, possibly. Or maybe he goes up and tries to get the 170 belt. I have no idea. If Conor wins, I'm sorry to tell you, Tristan, he's probably going to vacate. I don't think he's defending that unless George comes down to 155, and he could defend it against George. Do I think Woodley versus Conor is a possibility? Yeah, I do, Joe. I do, because Conor, out of his mouth, said so. And, it all dictates, it's all dependent upon Conor, because Tyron Woodley's always said, he's like, yeah, if he wants to come to 170, I'll whip his ass. Like, he's always been about that. And I make no mistake, I do not think Conor would be favored in that fight. Yeah, Conor said he wanted to be a part of the November 3rd card. He's like, I'm going to starch Khabib, walk through him, and then maybe I'll take on something at the Madison Square Garden card. As dumb and as crazy as that sounds, if he did somehow come out here and just obliterate Khabib inside of one round, the UFC, I guarantee you, they would be sitting back there in their freaking skybox seats like this. And they would. They would sit there and start thinking about making him on that card versus Nate Diaz and somehow finding a way to screw Dustin Poirier. Or, something. They would find a way to do something, because that's how much Conor runs that company now, man. people want to act like, oh, the UFC is fine without Conor. They're fine. The next Conor's coming. I'm gonna let you know, there's no more Conor McGregors out there. None. But yeah, Joe, as far as the Tyron Woodley thing, yeah, Conor has said he would go up there and fight Tyron. He said it again this week. And, oh, man, they are swinging leather right now. Ashley Ladd, Tanya Evinger. I like Tanya's movement. I like that stand-up. Oh, big right hand from Tanya Evinger. Nice knee in the clinch. But, yeah, it's hard not to believe Conor when he says things anymore. I stopped doing that a long time ago. When I saw him talk about how much he was going to do, it was easy to kind of write off at first, but then you started seeing him do it, and it was like, well, where does it stop? And it really hasn't. It maybe obviously with the Floyd thing, it's a little out of the realm of possibility, but for the most part, when Conor speaks, it's not out of it's out of confidence, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. He usually gets it done, and that's why we all like him, or most of us do. Tristan says, I don't like Tyron at all. Tyron's grown on me, man. I used to not care for Tyron Woodley too much, but, man, watching him, he does his own little, if you watch him, he does his own little embedded series. He's really not on embedded too much. He calls it the Champ Camp, and he has his own series on YouTube, and it details, like, his fight week and his fight camp, and it goes around and shows, like, his family life and stuff he does outside of fighting. That guy's a hustler, man, and a professional, too. Like, he comes in, and for most people, you don't like his fighting style, whatever. He's fought whoever the company's wanted him to fight. You know, he's taken on guys that are real dangers to him, and beat him. You know, defended that title, 3 times now? So the guy's done all he needs to do. He works on the Fox Sports desk. He's at TMZ. He just made a song, albeit with Snoop Dogg, who I'm not a big fan of. Oh, Ashley Ladd landing big shots on top of Tanya Evinger right now. Side control, ground and pound. Oh, that was the back of the head. Yikes. Is it Yana and Tanya? No. It's Ashley Ladd and Tanya Evinger. Joe Rogan said it best about Tyron Woodley. What did Joe say? I think he's underappreciated. If that's what Joe said, I agree. As far as what he brings to the table. But he just solves everybody's problem, right? Joe has said, and Joe, I've always given Joe credit on this. He said the best way to Ashley Ladd with the hooks in, looking for that rear naked choke. I've always given credit to Joe on how he describes MMA. And he just, he's really eloquent with the way he describes two people punching each other in the face and trying to rip each other's heads off. And it's the highest level of problem solving with the most dire consequences. I love that quote so much because it's so true. It's the most complex and easiest way. Oh, another one to the back of the head. The most complex and easiest understandable way to describe MMA. Man, those elbows are really dangerously close to the back of the head. Ashley Ladd going for it, though. Landing some big hammer fists. Back mount. Stop the fight. Ashley Ladd by TKO. Love when I'm ahead of you. Damn it, Kelsey. What do you guys think about that Conor McGregor Khabib poster, by the way? The Ireland flag eyes and the Russian flag eyes from Khabib. To me, it just looked like Khabib has one of those freedom popsicles that you guys, I don't know if you guys had those as kids. One of those little American, like, firework popsicles. It looks like that in his eyes. Tanya didn't get it. No, Tristan, unfortunately. Ashley Ladd secured the takedown, did some damage out of side control, landed some questionable elbows to the back of the head. I don't know. But then got the mount. Tanya Evinger gave up her back. Ashley Ladd sunk both the hooks in. Tried for the rear naked choke and then just ground and pound from the top and won the fight. It's tough, man. I'm a big fan of just watching Tanya Evinger a couple times. She gets in there, puts her nose in there, man, and takes fights, sometimes against girls that a lot of girls just don't want to fight. Has heart of a champion. Been all around in different promotions. Been with Invicta for a long time. So I like watching her get in there and mix it up, but she looks like she's a little bit overmatched in her last couple. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. Okay, now we're going to start getting into some really interesting fights, guys. I wasn't crazy about the last 2 fights, but I am about these. Or I wasn't crazy about the last few fights other than the Scott Holtzman fight. But we have... All right, I'm going to screw this guy's name up. I'm not even going to say it. Vincent Luque versus Jalen Turner. How old is Jalen Turner? He looks like he's 17. He looks like a tall dude for 170. Jalen Turner does. The tarantula. Okay, that describes it perfectly. He looks like the actual Skeletor. That's the next fight up, and then we got the finale of the FS1 prelims. Sergio Pettis and Formiga. That's so crazy. Sergio Pettis is going to be so good. He's so young. I think he's still younger than me. You seem pretty knowledgeable at MMA. Do you practice? Mostly wrestling, Joe. Boxing, I've been trying to get into. I've just had, well, not just, but if you guys that are new don't know, I have been dealing with a bicep surgery since I started this podcast, or a little bit before I started this podcast. But I had surgery, and you guys can go back and watch the videos. I've had surgery. I had surgery in December of last year and had a complication from surgery then, so I had to have another surgery now. But then I moved from Florida back to California and haven't been able to really train, and really have been itching to start to get back into training. But mostly wrestling, though. Jiu-jitsu, wrestling, and stand-up, I'd love to start training a lot more. It's just been one of those things I haven't been able to in the last year or so. It's frustrating, trust me. Kelsey will tell you it's frustrating. She has to deal with it on the daily, me talking about it all day. But I do want to get back to it. Absolutely, Joe. I appreciate the compliment, my man. All right, let's see what Rogan's got to say. Ashley Ladd, 7-0. Number 9 at bantamweight. I know that division's kind of held up right now with I would love to do some Muay Thai, Tristan. I'd love to get into that Bang Muay Thai system. I know he trains sometimes. I know that it's a private gym close to where I live in Anaheim called the Rain Training Lab. TJ Dillashaw co-owns it, so Dwayne Ludwig's out there a lot. And I heard he trains some classes out of there. I'd love to go up there and take a few classes from him. Learn that system. But Ashley Ladd, 7-0, number 9 in that bantamweight division. It's kind of held up with Amanda Nunes set to fight Cyborg, but looks like a top contender or someone that can maybe possibly get up in that division and create some waves. If it just feels like for the longest time after Ronda left the division, it was just, Holly, Amanda, Jermaine Durand, man. That's kind of been it. We don't really see a lot of other girls in that division. So it's good to see somebody else getting in there, for sure. T. Wood, he's on the desk. Bisbing up there as always. They called T. Wood the hip-hop mogul. My man drops one song and he's a hip-hop mogul. Here's the thing. I would love to be in the T-Mobile Arena right now watching this fight, but I cannot for the life of me. I did this in Florida, and I could not for the life of me understand why anybody would want to watch that fight through the cage with all the what's it called, the columns and stuff in the way. I could not stand that because I was sitting pretty close. Like I was right there. But I couldn't see because all the cage fencing and the stuff, I just couldn't see. And I would love to be, I'd love to be where the Fox people sit because they're semi-close. They're, a little bit further out, but they can look down on the cage and see inside the cage from that top angle. I would love that. Because, you're not going to be able to, I can't sit next to the cage, like right next to the cage. Those are way too expensive for me to be doing. But I would love to sit up there in those kind of around the nosebleed section and watch that way, because at least then I could see down on the fighters. Noted, Kelsey says. But to be honest, I've told Kelsey this too. To be honest, I really like this form of viewing. One, because I do like commentary. I love to listen to commentary. And you get a view that no one else is going to get, you know? It's not like in college football or the NFL games or NBA where you can get a better view from the actual event because you're sitting right there courtside or right there on the sideline. You're never going to get a better view than what you get on TV with MMA unless you're right beside the cage, like Joe Rogan and announcers right beside the cage. You're just not going to get that. I like going to MMA events, but I like watching way better at home. Yeah, same, man. It just, for me, it doesn't feel the same. I guess it's just the hype. But yeah, I love watching in this format just because, like we talked about earlier, I love listening to the commentary from Cruz and from Anik and Rogan and DC. And like I said, you just can't beat the camera switches, all that good stuff. I think I'd be okay to start with the headphones now, right? If I got a 6-hour charge on them, this thing should be over by 11 my time, yeah? I'm not going to take a chance. We'll wait. We'll wait until the main card starts. All right, right now they're detailing Khabib's body lock and his outside trip. How he gets guys to the ground. And once they stand back up, here it comes again. Body lock. Outside trip. Was that Abel Trujillo? Just got frustrated with him. They're detailing a lot of Conor's side kicks. Oh, they're showing how Conor can get caught. Showing Conor's framing when the guys shoot for takedowns. His sprawl game. I'm telling you guys, it's not as simple as Khabib just grabbing at the single leg and getting it. And it's not as simple as Conor just catching Khabib on the way in either. This is going to be a very complex, I would even say possibly boring first round or two where they try to figure each other out. I don't want to wish that, and we're not trying to manifest that, but that is a part of the fight game, is trying to figure out, you know, where your advantages lie. And I don't see Khabib just bell rings, Khabib just flies at Conor with the you know, the heart of 1,000 Dagestan. He's trying to die for a single leg. I think it's very calculated, and I think because of that, that'll slow Conor's game down a little bit too. Conor is what I like to call an offensive counter striker. Sometimes he initiates actions so that you respond, and then he can counter off your response. It's going to be hard for Conor to do that if Khabib can find a way to keep out of that range. I don't know if Khabib's footwork's good enough. I've seen a little bit of Khabib, his footwork, to know that I'm a little scared for him, especially moving away from pressure. Doesn't have the best footwork that you would expect. A lot of the basic stuff that you don't that no stand-up coach will teach you is not to cross your feet over when trying to slide out of range. You definitely don't want to do that. That leaves you exposed and to any shot because you're not on balance. Yeah, those last a while. I think 8 hours. Oh, the events? Yeah, heck no. It's not even that it was bad. It's just that over that time period, you see so many great fighters. Like in Orlando, I got to see Sam Alvey fight. I got to see Mike Perry fight Santiago Ponzinibbio. I got to see Jeremy Stevens, Josh Emmett. Like, there were some good fights on that card, and I liked them. Oh, the headphones. Oh, well, the card lasted that long anyway. But I got to see a lot of those. But the thing that bugged me the most is, like, there were certain positions and I couldn't see. And when Sam Alvey knocked out, I can't remember who he was fighting. He was a hometown guy. And we knocked him out. I couldn't even see it. He can out wrestle stand up and has okay, or he can out wrestle Daniel and has okay stand up. I think that wrestling stuff with Cormier is a little bit overblown. yes, Cormier has said that Khabib's wrestling is a level above everyone else's. But you got to take into account that most of the time, if they were to actually stand up wrestle, like an actual Greco-Roman or freestyle wrestling, that's different from MMA grappling. You don't know what they try to describe as Khabib's wrestling, right? Wrestling is the stand-up portion of that exchange, right? Because rarely do you get set positions on the ground where you get exactly the right position you want to be in. Wrestling is the sport of stand-up fighting to try to take someone to the ground or to try to gain a position on the ground that is favorable to you. After that position happens, then, or if we get a clinch on the cage where wrestling is no longer a factor as far as its actual prototype base where there is no walls, then you get into a category what's called MMA grappling. Chael Sonnen made a really cool video about the difference. And so it's not so much the fact that Khabib is, and Khabib is, he's a great freestyle wrestler. Sambo is cool as far as, you know, the name of it. The practice of Sambo is not really practical as far as the MMA game goes. His freestyle wrestling is amazing. His Sambo wrestling's great, I'm sure. But it really is no difference from a stand-up fight to a transition wrestling. And Khabib's not the greatest stand-up fighter, which Sambo would take into account. That's why people mention it, is because it is a combination of wrestling and physical strikes. But it's Khabib standing up is not anywhere close to the same planet as Conor as a stand-up fighter. He has to be serviceable, just like Conor has to be serviceable on the ground. He doesn't have to be great. Khabib doesn't have to be a great stand-up fighter if he can find a way to bypass. Conor doesn't have to be a great takedown defense artist or a great grappler to be able to just sprawl or find a way to frame, to not be taken down, or to get up off of the ground in a way that Khabib has never seen before. Those things. Yeah, Khabib really gets into that crucifix quickly. If you guys are watching FS1, I don't know who this fool is, but his darces and the way he locks people up is nasty. This guy's about to fight. Vincent Luque. Two of those darces were nasty, bro. Oh, okay, so my man Turner is off of the Tuesday Night Contender Series. This is his first fight in the actual UFC. If it is, what a spot to be in. Right in the meat of the FS1 card for your first fight in the actual UFC octagon. That's pretty cool. Yeah, man, it's like I was saying, Khabib's crucifix. This is what scares me about Khabib's crucifix. If they do get to that position where Khabib is just transitioning and moving so quickly, just based off of his technique on the ground, that Conor cannot stop him, or is just his grappling strength and his power down there. We've only seen Conor really get tested on the ground one real time, and that was against Chad Mendez, and Chad got some mounted crucifix. If you guys remember, Chad got there, and instead of trapping the arm and keeping it there, he elected to go into transition in north-south and get a guillotine out of it. Conor rolled and got out, but Chad was there. Chad had found his way into mounted crucifix, and that's Khabib's favorite position on the ground from what fights past would say, that Khabib is very comfortable getting to that position and wailing on you, and he did it to Michael Johnson. He didn't do it to Edson Barboza, but he's done it to a lot of guys, man. He did it to RDA. He did it to, I think, Healy as well. Like, he's done it to a good amount of guys. So that's the danger. And if he gets there, I don't know if Conor finds a way out, because Khabib is quick and he's powerful down there. That's the worst case scenario. If you're a Conor McGregor fan, is for him to somehow be flat on his back, middle of the cage, and Khabib in mounted crucifix. There's really no way out at that point. So obviously the game plan from Conor would be to avoid that position and avoid being somewhere in the open where Khabib could potentially get there. We know this, but it's just there's so many variables to these fights that we just don't know yet. It's going to be fun, though, guys. It is definitely going to be fun. I know that. All right, we're getting into the old refrigerator. I think once the main card starts, I'm gonna down this Celsius. OG W.A.D.E concept members, you guys know I've been rocking with Celsius for the longest. The longest. Y'all know we got the strawberry, too. I didn't go with, like, all the crazy stuff. Drink that other ice. Jeez, we got requests from the crowd now, huh? All right, I'll drink it. Just to reiterate, this is not a Chinese dumpling. I know Shogun is no longer here in the chat, but that's not what this is. Michael Johnson fight reminded me of when Matt Hamill got destroyed a couple of years ago. I don't know who he was fighting either, Joe. I know exactly what you're talking about. Can't put a face by the name. I've had a real problem with that today. I'm not sure why. Usually I'm pretty good about remembering a lot of MMA fighters. For the life of me, I cannot remember. I'm still stuck on it. Who Tyron Woodley beat a couple fights ago? Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. I'm going to have to look it up now because it's bothering me. It's going to be so simple. Be like, oh, duh. One of you guys have probably already got it in the chat, but I just have to do this for myself, guys. I'm sorry. I have to. I'll never learn. If I don't do it for myself, I'll never learn, guys. Damian Maya. For Christ's sake, how did I not know who Damian Maya was? Oh, Maya. Thank you, Tristan. John Jones. Oh, my God. You're right, Joe. John Jones basically retired Matt Hamill, and Matt Hamill got the W over him. That's the only guy to ever beat John Jones, technically. John's hit him with 12-6 elbows at the time. To this day, I don't understand what the point is with the outlaw of the 12-6 elbow, but that's what John Jones did. He hit him with a bunch of 12-6s, and they DQ'd him. That's the only guy to ever beat John Jones, technically, even though John was whipping his ass pretty good. All right, man, this fight looks like it's going to be interesting. From what I've seen, and just this is literally just a second ago with the highlight package they put together, this Luque guy. Nasty submissions. Good stand-up. Looks like he specializes in that Darce. That Tristan, as we call it at the W.A.D.E concept. Forgot to do the clock again. Oh, nice jab by Turner. 440 or 437, guys. First round, 3-round fight. Luque, Turner. A nice counter lead jab, though. I love, for whatever reason, when I watch Southpaws fight, Luke Rockhold does this. He has a really good check hook, but it's like all he relies on these days sometimes in those striking exchanges. But I love a good check hook from the lead right hand. Nice teep kick. Nice jab from Turner. Okay. Nice 1-2. Push kick from Luque. Oh, kick to the dick. No worries. They dab it up. Yeah, Turner has great judge of distance. Great use of his length. I don't know what the reach advantage is, but it's definitely Turner's way, and he just landed a nice 1-2 and skated out of the pocket. Nice left hook from Luque, though. Big right hook, too. Scheduled for Conor next, Tristan? Yeah. Oh, woo! Luque throwing some leather. Both guys. Try to come over the top with that left straight, though. There's another left straight. Nice jabs, though, from Turner. I'm liking that jab. You got a reach advantage, you have to use it. You have to. Once the smaller guy gets inside, those short Cody Garbrandt hooks, man, they do damage. Clean, quick hooks. Use those straights, man. Step in knee from Turner. I like this guy's fight style, man. It's crazy. Strikers appeal to me the most. I think it's because that's what I want to be. Woo! Big left hook. Just missed. Luque starting to catch that timing of Turner, though. You can see the subtle switch. Those jabs and feints for Turner starting to kind of get repetitive. As soon as he throws, Luque's there to throw back. Nice flying knee from Turner. Whoa, big right hand. Both guys showing great technique, man. Luque countering with the big overhands. Turner showing nice straight punches, nice jab. Woo, question mark kick. There's that check hook again. Followed by that left straight. Okay, little Nassim step-in uppercut. That's one of Conor's moves. You guys will see it tonight. Oh, spinning back elbow. Oh, geez. Big right hand from Luque. Oh, left hook's in the guard. Oh, he's out. Oh, my God. Woo! Dang, man. That's what happens, though. I mean, in the words of the Diaz, that's what happens when you throw that spinning shit. He was right there to catch it. Threw back. Caught him with the right hand a couple of times. It's like he caught him in the clinch, like a half clinch, and just threw some short right hands, got him to the ground, and big left hands over the top. What an entertaining fight, though, man. Good back and forth between the guys, and I do like Turner's fight style, but it's just, he got clipped. Once he got on the ground, huge ground and pound. That was nasty on the ground. My man Joe calling it with all finishes right now. No decisions. Boom. That was, oh, man, the counter right hand right after that elbow landed. And then gets straight into the guard and starts going to work. From the guard. Oh, my God. Because that spinning elbow landed flush, but it was just like, Luque just took it and was like, cool. That's cool. Eat this right hand. See how you like that. Big shots, man. Dang. Heck yeah, man. I got to say, Joe, I don't really watch fights for the finishes. I'm not like, oh, they got to be a finisher. It's not entertaining. But I will absolutely concede that these have been very entertaining fights. And the finishes are always, I scream into the mic and my levels spike because I get so hyped up about it. So I'm definitely, a big fan of exciting fights, and that finish was very exciting. To be able to take that spinning back elbow on the chin and return with a right hand with power to clip him on the chin, because I think that spinning elbow landed directly on the nose, and then just literally take a step forward and bang the right hand behind it. Tough, man. Guys, we're one fight away from the main event or main card. Crikey. No, tonight they're not leaving anything up to decision. These fools are coming for their neck. And I can watch technical fights. I have nothing wrong with fights that are just super technical. Like the Tyron Woodley Wonderboy Thompson second fight. I understand the gripe with it, but it's tough. It's not like because in any other sport you play it like it's a game, right? You're playing the game. You're playing football. You're playing basketball. You don't play fight. You're literally in a fight. I hesitate to even call it a sport. The only reason I call the UFC a sport is because the athleticism is so high, and it is done for a title contention. And it is done for the sake of competition. But these guys are basically just the top level in unarmed combat in the world. That's all it is to me. So their livelihood not only is based off of, not deteriorating their own health, but doing it in a spectacular fashion. So when guys don't quite live up to that, I feel for them. Just like I said with Tyron Woodley and Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, I feel for both those guys in that second fight, because not only did it affect Wonderboy's, he didn't win the fight, but it's affected his ability to get another title shot because it wasn't so entertaining. It wasn't just free-for-all brawl. I guarantee you this. If Wonderboy had gotten out there and just come forward on Tyron Woodley, even if he would have gotten knocked out, we've seen this before. Henry Cejudo just got a shot with Demetrius Johnson after he got starched a couple of years ago. If he would have gotten knocked out, fought his way back up, he could probably contend for a title again right now. But because that fight was so, boring, or it was just so technically, it was just hard to get past that weird matchup they have, we might not ever see that fight again. We might not ever see Wonderboy Thompson get to the title until Tyron's not champion anymore. And that's sad. I really hope I pronounced this guy's name right. All right, they're going to show the slow-mo here. You guys watching? Check this out. Boom! And then bam, right back with the right hand. Because you could tell he felt the spinning elbow. He said he's not asking for a fight. He just wants to be ranked right now. Okay. He needs a toe clipper switch kick KO. Are you talking about Wonderboy, Tristan? Is that the lead singer from the Red Hot Chili Peppers? Is that who that is? He looks like the guy you don't want to run into in your neighborhood. Are they going to show the Nick? Oh, I see what's happening here. Guys, we're about to get a fast one pulled on us by the UFC. They're going to re-show the Nick Lentz Gray Maynard fight while the arena is actually going to be emptied. Hey, the pay-per-view is at a colored screen. Rocky, I don't know what that means. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. I started nunchucks about 2 years ago. It was one of the best hobbies I ever picked up. That's really cool, Joe. Nunchucks. You definitely have to be precise with nunchucks. Is the pay-per-view starting? No, not yet. The pay-per-view will be starting in about an hour and a half, an hour and 20 minutes. Or no, it'll be starting in about an hour. Around 7 o'clock Pacific and 10 Eastern, Rocky. Thanks for being in here, Rocky, though. We're gonna be reacting to it. I will not be able to show the pay-per-view on stream, guys. Just a disclaimer. Can't do it. Gonna get my YouTube channel taken down. No content ID strikes. The UFC does not play around with it. I've seen guys. I've talked to guys just through, going to different gyms and stuff. I've talked to guys that have, reported channels like that. So I don't want to be in any situation where someone reports me like that, or someone, content is on my stuff. Not happening. Yeah, I haven't run any of my clubs on YouTube to see if it started yet. No problem, man. Rocky, if you can't quite hear it, or you want to know what's going on with some commentary while the fight's going on, come back and see us, man. We'll be here all night. Appreciate you checking in, my man. What in the world preview is this? Are they showing some kind of zombie movie or something? Looks like it. Anyway, Um, hey, appreciate that, Rocky. No problem. Appreciate that sub, though. Wade, thanks for being a part of the Wade Concept crew. Rocky, real quick, man, before you get out of here, who you got winning? This is what I was talking about, though, guys. They're doing a replay basically of this Gray Maynard Nick Lentz fight that we saw in the FS1, or at least saw in the UFC Fight Pass prelims. They just replaced the round counter with the Fox one in the corner. One thing I'm scared about fighting is getting cauliflower ear. I've had scares with cauliflower ear. Nothing too crazy. This one, I've had scares, and I've had it drained probably 3 times, 4 times. It's just got like a little bump right here from where I've had it drained, but nothing too crazy. But then again, I haven't trained much at all lately, so it's so small. Yeah, it's very small. But Kelsey, I did this before. When I was in college. It was out to about here, and I had to wear like a splint in my ear for like a month and a half so that it wouldn't come back. And then it came back anyway, and they redrained it, and finally we got it to stop. But yes, it is very small. Yeah, I thought I told Kelsey that. Maybe she didn't know that. But yeah, it was pretty bad. I had to wear it. It was awful to sleep on. In hindsight, I probably just left it and looked like an ogre. But that is a huge concern for fighters, man. Is that cauliflower ear? Sometimes it looks weird. Some guys don't care. Like I've seen it on guys that just couldn't give a crap. But I've heard Shab talk about it on his podcast, and he thinks it's such a weird thing, and he's embarrassed by it. I don't think it's that big a deal. But yeah, nunchucks, man. Joe, sorry, I got interrupted there, or I got confused on what I was talking about. Nunchucks is pretty cool. You got to be sharp, and I'm assuming it takes some kind of finesse and endurance to be able to swing those things around. I've never tried nunchucks other than just goofing around with like some plastic ones or something that you buy from Walmart. But I hear guys that do that are like fighters. I've heard some fighters do that, and guys that do it just try to work on their hand speed by doing it. And dexterity, stuff like that, the way they can, how fast they can swing it or whatever it is. I bet. A lot of bumps and bruises, I bet. It made you want to try Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Jiu-Jitsu's fun, man. I'm a big fan of Jiu-Jitsu. Just for I think sometimes for therapeutic reasons, like they say Joey Diaz does a lot of Jiu-Jitsu, and I can guarantee you Joey Diaz is not choking anyone to death. He's not out here, using the guard to sleeve choke somebody or collar choke or anything. Like, that's not happening. But if it helps him get through the day and it helps him with his health, that's some of the times I guarantee you there's people in their late 50s, 60s that are still out here just trying jiu-jitsu because it is a nice workout. And obviously, if you're that age, you're not rolling super hard with anyone. But just the fact that you're getting out there and activating your body is definitely a benefit. And like I said, it's therapeutic for some people to take out their anger with a hard roll. You had a hard week at work, whatever it is, and you just want to go roll and try to take that up. I have a weird bubble, and I think it's cauliflower. It happened after my 4th fight. Tristan, here is what you'll know if it's cauliflower. Is it will swell up without any external damage, right? Like it won't have, unless it bursts, it won't have like a cut or anything where you're like, how did it swell up? What is this? It'll be basically an internal bleeding issue, and it calcifies over after about, I don't know, a couple of weeks, maybe. You can definitely go get it looked at, though. I mean, it's nothing that's going to hurt you. It's not going to impair your hearing or anything, but I don't know your exact situation, so I don't want to tell you if it's, what you should go do. But doctors can easily drain that stuff for sure. Happened to me. I get why they're re-showing the Nick Lentz Gray Maynard fight right now. Yeah. That podcast with Joey Diaz and his gums flying all over the place, that fight companion was hilarious. I think they're doing it because they're running through fights so quickly. Like Joe was talking about, we're seeing all finishes today. And because of that, I think the UFC wants to really stretch out this card, a la if you guys watched the second Canelo and Triple G fight, Max Kellerman really had to do a good job of stretching out that time frame because their model's kind of different from the UFC, right? Like the UFC, usually if a fight is scheduled to go on at 7 Eastern or the main card starts at 7 Eastern, they'll just, if it happens before that, they'll go with it. If it happens later, they'll go with it. They just go continuously straight through the card. Boxing, if a fight's coming on at 10, the main event's on at 10, and your fight's end at 8, or all the prelims end at 8 or 8:30, they're taking an hour and a half, and they are waiting. Those guys are going to walk to the cage at 9:50. That's the way boxing is. And so I think the UFC really wants to kind of stretch this out a little bit more, to probably pack in this arena a little bit, and to probably get more, more of that viewership, because they kept talking about how they estimated 3 million, 3 to 3.5 million pay-per-view buys. I don't think they're going to get anywhere close to that. I could see 2 million pay-per-view buys. But I think they're going to give themselves the best opportunity possible to get those last, couple of people to order that pay-per-view before it goes live, or as it goes live. So they're gonna probably drag this out a little bit. If it says that they start at 7, but they have one more fight left on the FS1 prelim, and if they had let it go on right now, that fight would be over in the next 10 to 15 minutes, and they would have to take their pay-per-view live at 6:35. So I think they're just giving themselves a little time. Not too crazy. I mean, I guess I could go ahead and already put on the headphones. They should have promoted longer for this fight. I'm with you, Joe. I'm with you. But I think part of that, and this is why I say that Conor has basically taken the UFC. He's taken them to new heights, but he's also taken over in the UFC. And I say that because Conor has basically, by becoming such a big star, dictated what he does and doesn't do anymore. No one else really does that. Unless they're fighting on the same card as Conor, and then, Dana will have leeway. But Conor and Ron are the only two I've ever heard say, I'm not doing media. I'm not doing the tour. And I don't blame them, especially Conor. I don't blame Conor for this, because this is the biggest fight of his life. Like, this guy's dangerous. And if you have a short, 8 to 9 week camp, you're going to take all 8 and 9 weeks to get prepared. At least you better. And he did this the same. He did the same thing when he wanted to prepare for the second Nate fight. They wanted him to come out and do promotion and stuff for UFC 200, which they were originally going to fight on. He said, I'm not doing it. And Dana said, okay, well, you're not fighting. Conor has become more of the only cash cow they have, so he has the ability to say, I'm not doing something, and the UFC kind of bends to his will on it. And so that's part of the reason for that, I think, is because Conor just didn't want to do a lot of media. So they're like, if we're not going to have him do a lot of media, there's no sense in waiting until December or whenever else during the year. I think they could have done a way better job with the promotion, but as far as the time frame goes, it is what it is. If your biggest star is not going to do that much media, how many times are you going to replay the same package, But I think they should have promoted it in a more real sense from the actual contest, as well as the vitriol for each other. But it's tough, because the main thing that the general public sees is the bus incident. It's just like, okay, he threw the dolly at the bus. That's Conor McGregor. That's the guy that threw the dolly at the bus. And so you have to kind of put that on replay, and so that, because it is a big part of the story, and I have no problem with the UFC using it for promotional footage. But it shouldn't be the only thing they use for promotional footage. God, I just saw that Lynn's head kick again. That was nasty. Cotter, what's up, man? Welcome in. Have a seat, relax. We'll be here for the next maybe 3 hours, 4. But welcome in, man. We're waiting for the last fight on the FS1 prelims, Sergio Pettis and Formiga, to kick off, and then we're headed straight into the pay-per-view card. You heard the girl in the chat, guys. Hit that like button if you're new. Subscribe. We do this all the time. Thank you, guys. Says Conor will be a legit partner in the UFC. I think Dana had to say no when he was asked at the press conference. Joe, I think you're on to something. Did I see the kick to the head? Yes, German, I did. I saw the kick to the head. That fight actually happened about an hour ago, but the UFC's trying to fill some time But that was the second head kick knockout of the night. That was nasty. Poor Gray Maynard, man, a veteran of the game. But I think Joe's up to something, man. Or she'll beat up. Yeah, Tristan knows. She'll take me out to the woodshed. Yeah, it was weird the way Dana answered that question at the press conference. They asked if Conor had gotten what he wanted. He had gotten a stake in the company, and Conor said, well, if I did have a stake in the company, there'd be fans here. So I don't know if he's got that full stake in the company yet, but when the reporter had to check Dana on it, and Dana had to mention the fact that Conor had brought in Proper Whiskey as a sponsor, it started to look like that Conor McGregor has secured himself a spot at the table with the UFC. Now, I don't know what that means. I don't know if what the number is, because that would assume if Conor has ownership of some part of the UFC, someone would assume that he would get a portion of a pay-per-view buy. So say the pay-per-view buy is $69, right? $70 to buy it. Does that mean that Conor's get a percentage of each buy? Would that be like a dollar percentage, like $1 off of each buy? Is that Conor's ownership stake, or is it 50 cents or whatever it is, right? Because there's no way it's upwards of like $10 a buy. That would make Conor like a that'd be like 9 to 10 figures. So I don't think that's the case. But I would love to see the number. He keeps saying that he's going to make $50 million off of this fight if pay-per-view goes well. I'm not a good enough mathematician to break down how much that would mean per pay-per-view buy, or how the system would work. I don't even know how that works. But if they hit $3 million, I would assume Conor's going to be a very wealthy, close to $100 million type of guy. Oh yeah, absolutely, Joe. When he retires, Conor will have some sort of stake in the UFC, or just in the fight game in general. He does have McGregor promotion, so maybe it's not with the UFC. Maybe Conor tries to bypass the UFC and create his own promotion and compete head to head. I mean, who knows? Who knows with this guy? The sky is the limit. This guy has brought out a whiskey brand. I'm gonna flash it again for you guys, and we're gonna take some of this later. He's come out with a whiskey brand that is already rivaling Jameson in its namesake, not in sale rate, but it's flying off the shelves. Guys are buying this stuff left and right. I bought it. It's not. I don't even know if it's back in the States yet. It flew off the shelf. They had to get it restocked in the UK and Europe, and then they got to come over here internationally. This stuff's crazy. Cotter says, who I got? I have Conor McGregor by late fourth round, late fourth round, middle fourth round, TKO. But I could see a decision as well. But that's my official pick, is Conor by late fourth round TKO. But I have no idea, to be honest with you, Cotter. I've been covering this sport as far as like the podcast goes for the last year or so. And the one thing that I've realized is picks and predictions and all these things, unless your name's Conor McGregor, there's no way to predict these things. I have no idea, because in an instant, these fights can change, and momentum can change, and someone can get hurt, and it's crazy, man. That's why I love the sport. Anything can happen. You're dang right about that, man. But Joe, I would assume that Conor has a deal in place when he retires. I want to know what this deal he signed for, what the percentage is with the sponsorship. Because in the last week, Conor signed 4 deals or so. Yeah, Kelsey is the master picker. So anything I say, sometimes Kelsey knows a little bit better than I do. But in the last week, Joe, since we're talking financials, he signed a $5 million deal with Reebok, multi-year deal worth $5 million. He signed a 1-year deal with Monster for, the number wasn't released, but the compensation, at least for Monster's they described it as the same, around the ballpark of a Tiger Woods sponsorship number. So I don't know what that number means, but it's got to be in the millions. And obviously he signed his new fight deal with UFC, and the numbers came out for the salaries for these fights too. If you guys didn't see, Khabib and Conor will make flat rates, salary only. Now with the pay-per-view buys, these numbers, both guys with these pay-per-view buys, Conor obviously is going to have a larger percentage of that, but with Khabib, he's still going to make a lot with these pay-per-view buys. But the flat rates each guy got, Conor got $3 million to be here. Khabib is being paid $2 million. Tony Ferguson is the loser in all this, and I hate it for the guy, man. He's not a loser, and I'm not saying Tony's loser, but I'm saying in this situation, he definitely lost out on not only a title shot and on one of the biggest fights of his career, but his value dropped a lot. The guy he's fighting, Anthony Pettis, is going to make $150,000 to show up. If he wins, he makes another $150,000. Tony Ferguson is going to make $145,000 to show up after winning 11 straight fights and being the interim champion of the lightweight division, never losing his belt, and being set up to fight for a super fight with Khabib. He's going to make $145,000, and if he wins, he makes $5,000 more. That is a total of $150,000 on what probably would have been close to $1 million paycheck. That is very unfortunate, man. All right, Joe. Appreciate that, my man. I appreciate you being in here, brother. We'll see you next time, bro. We will talk. We'll talk some more football, though, for sure. I want to talk more football and jump into that realm too. But I thank you, man. I appreciate the sub too. I saw that pop up on the screen. Thank you so much, Joe. Have a good weekend, man. We're on commercial, guys. Right now. Sergio Pettis, baby. I think this guy's going to be a contender at 125. I do. Still so young. I mean, I don't know. I think he's younger than I am. I think he's 24, 23. And his 19 fights, 17-2. The only two guys, well, I don't know if did he fight? He didn't fight, DJ. I know he lost to Henry Cejudo, but I'm not sure who else he lost to. But regardless, that's a good record for a guy that's just now coming into his own. A guy that really doesn't know, as far as his prime goes, we don't know what he's capable of. We don't know where that ceiling is. So, and with the 125 division being in such a kind of turmoil right now, as far as if you guys have been kind of keeping up with the news this week, rumors are kind of going around that the UFC might want to close that division, and I hope they don't, man, because there's so many good fighters in that division, so much talent. And Dominic Cruz was saying that's the division he created because he beat everybody at 135, so they had to go create their own division to compete for championships. I thought that was a good line by Dom. But I don't know, man. I think there's great fighters. You have, Henry Cejudo is your champ. You still have DJ down there. Guys like Joseph Benavidez are still down there. You still have, up-and-coming guys like Sergio Pettis are down there. Like, you have some good fighters there. And, there's still that looming super fight with TJ Dillashaw. If that's something that they do, if he comes down to 125, like, you have some fluidity there. I don't think they should get that done. I hope so, Cotter. I hope they open up a 165. People, OGs, the W.A.D.E concept, they know that this is definitely something that I've been pushing for since we started this podcast. Is more weight divisions, and there's been no real clear answer from the UFC as to why they won't consider it. I don't know if it's Dana, being Dana and having that weird pride that he's just not going to do something he said he's not going to do, which that'd be the first time, right? That'd be the first time Dana stuck to something he said he wasn't going to do. But I don't know. Maybe it's because it's too close to 170, but easily accessible. You hit a 165 class, you make 170, 175, and then you have a 65, 75, 85, maybe even introduce a 95. I wouldn't mind that. I understand that you have to do it in the right way. It can't just be made for a main event. Like, I wouldn't want them to make a 165 division just to have a main event for a pay-per-view, because then it seems disingenuous and it seems like they're unprepared. If you're going to have a 165 class, at least have 10 fighters in that class, at least. Or guys that are willing to fight at that weight, right? Can you imagine a 165 with Poirier, Nate Diaz, Kevin Lee, Cowboy Cerrone, someone like RDA as a top 5 in a division, and would love to have a new champion? Dustin Poirier as a champion in the UFC. Who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want to see that? Kevin Lee fighting for a title in the UFC. Who doesn't want that? And then you have more fluidity. I think you could create more stars that way. I think you save guys a lot with their health scares that way. Guys like Kevin Lee are cutting from 190, Khabib from 200 to 155. It's a joke. Conor made a good point about fighters benefiting from having more energies. Absolutely. That's the main goal. You want to have a fighter as close to his actual fighting weight or his walking weight as possible, because that's when they have the most energy. They feel the most natural at that weight. I mean, you look at guys that move up. It's not always the best decision because you have guys that are heavier cutting weight, but Kevin Gastelum's been successful. Daniel Cormier's been successful. RDA's been successful. Donald Cerrone's been successful. I don't get it. Robert Whittaker, I mean, I can go down the list. It makes so much sense. Yeah, Tony, when Tony Ferguson was coming out of college and he was starting his or not out of college, but starting his career in the UFC, and he was fighting in the Ultimate Fighter, he would cut from 200 to 170. All right, we got Sergio Pettis, Formiga, 452, 451, 450 in the first round. Sergio Pettis, a great stand-up fighter. I'm actually really interested in this fight. Sergio Pettis ranked number 2 in that flyweight division. I don't think he gets the next shot, unfortunately. I think that's a super fight. Henry Cejudo, TJ Dillashaw. At least I hope so. Both guys just trade at the center of the octagon right now. A lot of in and out movement for Formiga. Both guys trade. A lot of forward movement from Pettis. Oh, big right hand from Formiga. Formiga looks really explosive. If I get caught with my mouth open watching, guys, I'm sorry. I go into full MMA watch mode. And the second time he was scheduled for Khabib, wow. Yeah, man, it makes no sense, Cotter. You look into some of these guys that are cutting. Darren Till cutting from damn near 215 to 170. Tyron Woodley cutting from 205 to 170. John Jones cutting from 230 to 205. Cormier from 238 for 240 to 205. It's nuts, man. It makes no sense. It's like you're going to go fight this guy, right? You're going to go fight in a combat situation in which you can get completely shut off. Your body will completely shut off, have lasting repercussions possibly from that. And the day before, we're going to put you on the door of death and completely dehydrate you so that you can weigh in for a certain weight class because there's no divisions in between. How much sense? That makes zero sense for me. Absolutely stupid. Imagine the uproar if you had some kind of weight divisions for any other sport, sanctioned sport, and they found out guys were doing stuff like this. But because weight cutting is a prevalent thing in wrestling, boxing doesn't have that issue. Boxing, I don't want to see the UFC go that crazy with divisions, but they don't have that issue of weight cutting. But because it's a part of the wrestling sport, it's been adopted, and guys have taken it on. Formiga's doing a good job. He's staying fluid in the pocket, dumping in and out, or jumping in and out of the pocket, and he's also landing that right hand and skating out of there. I like the explosion Formiga shows. Cruz makes a good point about Pettis throwing jabs from both orthodox and southpaw. They both look good. Nice scramble right there from Pettis on the ground. Front leg side kick from Pettis tried to land. That's a tough kick to land to the head, a front leg side kick. The only time I've seen it was a couple, I don't know if it was weeks or months ago. Ooh, takedown from Formiga. Now, I know that Anthony Pettis does a lot of working for submissions on the ground, even off of his back. He does a really good job of working for submissions. I don't know if that's something that Sergio Pettis has adopted. Both are great strikers. I would say the main wrinkle that Anthony Pettis has added is that he works for a lot of submissions off of his back, and he works off his back. And you've seen that from Sergio now. He implements that body lock for a little bit, tries to throw some elbows. Joe makes a good point. He says basically, what I was saying, that the only real guillotine or only real submission he has there is a guillotine, and Cruz goes, well, what's the point then? Conor is going to have to figure out, he's going to have to win if he wants to uphold his brands. I don't think so. I disagree, Conor. And the reason I disagree is because he didn't fight for the last 2 years and maintained a sponsorship with Beats by Dre, added a sponsorship from Burger King. He will be the cash cow that those sponsorships want, because he's surpassed a level of just a fighter now. He's not just one of these Reebok fighters that brands for the UFC and goes to a fight night to sign autographs. This fool drives Lambos in Dublin, Ireland, and hops on a freaking private jet to come throw a dolly at Khabib. He's entertainment. I mean, I'm not saying that was a good thing for him to do, but he is a headline walking. Like, the guy will find a way to keep his name relevant. Win or loss doesn't matter that much to Conor. It matters for his legacy, and as a true the king of the spicy chicken. Got me really fired up. The commercial's hilarious. But as far as his legacy goes, and this is another thing I respect about Conor, man. He could have come back and fought guys like, he could have said, okay, I'm doing the Nate trilogy. I'm going to wait for George to cut to 155. I could fight Anderson Silva or whatever the hell he's wanting to do now, but he didn't. He went out and got the baddest dude he could find in his division, holding his title, and he's going to fight him. And I swear, man, no, there's not a lot of guys that'll do that. Wade might cry if Conor doesn't win. You see this? There's no tears coming out of here tonight, okay? None. My cheeks are too big. I can't produce tears. I would love to see that. No, not happening. Chat, do not turn against me, okay? We have this. I might cry if Conor wins. Out of celebration. I might cry then. Are you kidding me? My Fox Sports app just cuts back to the fight 30 seconds into the round. That's cool. I'll say Formiga won that first round. I love Formiga's movement, man. In and out slide. Nice counter right hand from Sergio Pettis. Ooh. Sergio doing a lot of switching of his stances too. And that does have a factor to play, man. Because you don't know how many different weapons he's got out of what stance. Because it's not just an upper body thing. A lot of people think that, once you turn southpaw, you just got to watch out for that straight left versus a right hook. Has so much more to do with how guys move in the pocket, how to attack the legs, and then the surprise comes with that head kick up top, out of orthodox or the switch. I get a lot of crap for being a Cotter fan. Man, Cotter, don't listen to him, man. There's nothing wrong with being a fan of your favorite fighter. People like to give people crap because, people act like they never messed up in life, or that they deserve something that they haven't earned, or they have the right to talk about someone because they're successful. It's crazy. It's so easy to bag on someone for having dreams and aspirations and doing those things. Now, granted, obviously, if someone has done something terrible like Conor did, he deserves to have backlash for that. Absolutely. But as a fan of Conor McGregor, I don't understand why people like to talk trash on fans. Hey, I like a guy's fight style. I like the way he talks about life and the things he does. Nothing wrong with that, man. People are going to hate about whatever they want regardless. But as long as you keep it moving forward, support your guy, none of that stuff means anything. There's that switch high. I was wondering. I know Sergio had a high kick. He tossed it out there. Formiga's got another takedown. Nice body lock, and then the trip. He went from that single, transitioned to the body lock, and then outside trip. That was beautiful. Pettis trying to employ a little bit of rubber guard there. Oh, watch the up kicks. Sergio doing a good job to try to stay out of range. Uh-oh. Woo! That could have been bad. Formiga almost had that guillotine. Who the fuck is this guy in my chat? Who the fuck is this? Jacob fucking Pointer. Get the fuck out of here. What's up, Cup? Oh, that's my boy right there, guys. That is my dude from way, way back, my brother. Y'all show him some love, man. When I say OG Wade concept, yeah, Tristan's OG, Shogun's OG, Josh is OG, Kelsey's OG, but this dude is OG. He knew Wade before the Wade concept was even existing. Formiga in top half guard. Pettis doing a good job to regain full guard, though. Once this fight got to, it was a slick single leg, but once he got to the ground, not a lot happening there. And Sergio gets up to end the round. I got to give that one to Formiga too. If I'm scoring this fight, and MMA judging is not the best, as we know, but I'm not a judge, so maybe I'm looking at the wrong things. But I would say Formiga has this is a close 10-9 advantage in both rounds. I would say. But who knows? Who knows, man? Sergio Pettis landed some nice jabs, a nice 1-2 in that first round, a nice counter right in the second. I don't think that's enough, but who knows? All right, man. We are about 10 minutes away from the main card. I really hope I don't have any type of problems with the main card when I go to do it. I'm going to get so triggered if I'm going to have some problems with that. I hope not, though. We'll be all right. Cotter, thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, man, we react to pretty much every pay-per-view. It's just mostly fights I'm interested in and fights that I know that you guys are interested in. I used to do every fight card, but I've kind of gone away from that just because, one, my job, it takes a little bit out of the time I get to stream, but two, I want to do stuff that I'm actually really, really passionate about, and some of these fights where they're doing an FS1 prelim or something I'm not crazy about. I just don't, stay involved with it as much as I used to. But I do love these, and we do an MMA breakdown weekly. We do a MMA concept weekly long-form podcast, and then we do some short-form vlog stuff that I'm really starting to like to get into. Oh, snap. Formiga with the body lock backpack. Got the over-under. This is that Damian Maia backpack position with that body triangle. This is dangerous, man. Joe makes a good point. He made that out of a scramble, too. The creativity Formiga's showing in his grappling is something to watch. He went in the second round, from a single leg, got the body lock, hands clasped to the outside trip. And in this round, just off of a scramble, just off of initiating a sequence, he finds a way to get in that backpack position with the body triangle locked up. Amazing stuff, man. So what you run into right here, if you guys are watching, Formiga is on Sergio Pettis' back, and there's 3 minutes left in this fight, and for Sergio Pettis, he has to make something happen, or he's going to get a loss on his record. And from what I can gather, Formiga looks completely comfortable in this position. It doesn't look like he's going to give this position up unless he's forced to. And especially on the cage where he doesn't have to hold on to your back and he's just kind of using the cage, it gives rest to both fighters. It gives rest to Sergio because he's up against the cage, but Formiga because he doesn't have to hold on to his stomach as tightly. He can just hold on to the cage, or he can just back up against the cage. Not good. 22 minutes and 20 seconds left. That body triangle is in deep, man. Cutting off that breathing. That gut is hanging over the leg. It's so tight. And people are booing this, and again, you'll always run into this with MMA. If someone's not getting knocked out, people start booing. If no one's throwing leather, people start booing. Tristan, this is the Formiga Pettis fight, the last fight on the FS1 card before we move into the pay-per-view card. Yeah, you might have to roll out of this or something, or maybe go. Joe Rogan brought up the point of maybe just walking to the center of the ring and trying to gas out Formiga's hold that way if you're Pettis. It's a gamble, but at this point, you only have 1:25 left. $110 left. It doesn't. I mean, this backpack position has been the entire round. It doesn't look like there's much that Sergio Pettis wants to do out of this or can do. It's tough. Now Pettis tries to turn and face the cage to try to break that, but now the elbows to the calves. Trying to get him to break that body triangle, but Formiga has that thing locked up. They both check the clock. Herb Dean tells him to kind of to let's get some action here. This fight's going to probably end in this position. 20 seconds left. He walks out to the center of the cage. He's trying to shake Formiga off, but it's not happening. This is unbelievable. Formiga's just literally holding on to his back. Sergio Pettis is obviously visibly upset with that. I would be too. I mean, what do? You can't get the guy off of you. If you try to make some kind of drastic move, he's either going to choke you to death or you're going to gas yourself out. And that's tough. That's tough to deal with. But Formiga just won that fight. I don't want to say convincingly because the entire fifth round, he just held on to the back and stayed in the back position without really attempting a submission. But he dominated control of the octagon, control of the grappling situations. Definitely Formiga. So I'm going to give him that win. I would be shocked if he doesn't get that win. And I would be concerned for the judging for the rest of the card if he doesn't get that win. And you never know, man. You just don't know. Amazon.com. What happened in the Holtzman fight? Yeah, Jake, you missed the A65 holding it down, man. Scott Holtzman looked better than I've ever seen him look. Usually Scott Holtzman is a grappling specialist. Has some stand up, but man, he tagged what was the guy's? I pronounced the guy's name wrong the entire fight. I'm gonna do it again. It was Patrie. It was Alone Patrie that he fought, and that guy's dangerous. A dangerous long striker at 155, and Scott Holtzman caught him multiple times with the right hand. Took him down and ultimately landed some vicious ground and pound with the elbows and won the fight. But basically, he dropped him with a pull right hand, basically stepped back out of the pocket, countered with the right, dropped him, got on top, massive elbows to win the fight. And then after the fight, he said he broke both his hands. What a savage, man. But yeah, man, Scott Holtzman, Jacob knows, man, represents our hometown over there. Joe Rogan's interviewing Formiga. True. Formiga says, look, it's MMA. You got to do what you got to do to get the win and move on. Formiga's recorded. Am I southpaw or orthodox? I right-handed, Tristan, but I feel more comfortable striking out of southpaw. I don't know why. I think my jab snaps a little harder out of southpaw with the right hand forward, even though I'm right-hand dominant with pretty much everything else. But I don't know. I mean, I would say my best striking prowess, which is not a lot, not really much at all, would be out of southpaw. Yeah. I just feel more balanced. The right hand pops out quicker. The straight left is there. Hooks, I don't feel as comfortable with out of southpaw, especially with the back. Lead check hook, you know, that's one of my favorite punches. Feel very comfortable with, but power hooks from the left, I don't feel very comfortable with. Out of orthodox, I just don't feel like my jab is as snappy and as quick. But everything else, it works. But I like to have that real quick, snappy jab. Now, are they going to talk for a little bit before we get to the pay-per-view card? I think so. Guys. The main card is about to start. We're 5 minutes away. All right, we're done with this. We're done with that. Give me the Celsius and get out of my face. I'm done playing, all right? It's game time. Not quite game time, but we're in the locker room. We're ready. Kelsey, there ain't no checking me tonight. Ain't no stop. Just moving forward. None of that. Cotter, if you don't know, Kelsey's my girlfriend. She is watching and monitoring the chat from afar. But sometimes I get a little crazy, you know? Sometimes I have to break out of the shell. Have to grow the beard a little bit. We just get a little wild. That's all. No, but for real, guys, I'm excited, man. This is, if you guys don't know, this is history, man. This is something we might not ever see again. No, I meant monitoring the chat, not monitoring me. Support, absolutely. Just like everybody else in here, even though Kelsey, a little bit more support, let's be honest. Kelsey is my biggest supporter on here, guys. You have no idea the links that girl goes. Made the logo for our podcast and this logo. Both of those. All Kelsey. But I was saying, guys, this is history in front of our eyes. We will never see, we might see this fight again, but we will never see just the unknown that we're walking into, right? We're basically walking into the dark with two guys that we thought would always match up, but we never really knew. Hey, Cotter, look, man. It's all right, brother. I got me a good one, man. I got the best girl, man. But that's all right. I'll check out your channel after the stream, man. I'll see what you got going on over there for sure. But this is something where we always thought it would happen, right? We always saw this matchup in the distance. But we never knew that it would be on this grand of a scale, and we never knew it'd be this personal. Bisbing right now talking about the fact that Conor always proves people wrong. Always. The one time you want to pick against him, he proves you wrong. Dustin Poirier, Jose Aldo, Chad Mendez. The second Nate fight. Eddie Alvarez. Like, how many times are we going to doubt this man? How many times? 231 rematch would be awesome. Depends. I don't think at 231 they would do it. They would take some time, but it just depends, man. I like how they have Conor as the #1 contender on here after not fighting for 2 years. It's hilarious. I'll take one of these out so I can hear myself talk. They're asking Woodley what he thought about both the guys. What scares me, if you guys watch this, it might not mean a thing, to be honest. It might just me be reaching for something I can find. When Conor threw that front kick, that stabbing front kick at Khabib, it was just a press conference. It didn't mean a thing. But did you see how Khabib raised his hands to defend it? Look, it could have meant nothing, and I could just be reaching here. But, oh, hold on. Tyron said his gut says Khabib, but he hopes it's Conor so he can fight him. Michael Bisping says first round KO for Conor McGregor. But no, yeah, Conor, he flinched, but it wasn't the way he flinched. That's fine. If you want to flinch, whatever. It's the way he defended it. Conor threw a straight-up kick. Obviously, he didn't see it coming because we're in a press conference and none of that stuff matters at all. It doesn't matter at all. But it's just something that I looked at and I saw the way Khabib defended it, and he put both his hands to the side of his head and he leaned straight back. If we know anything about Khabib, if we know anything at all, it's that his stand-up defense is always to put his hands to the side of his head, post, and lean straight back. Scared me a little bit for Khabib. What's happening? Oh, if my pay-per-view doesn't work, I'm going to go 8. All right, guys, we're trying to get the pay-per-view on. Cotter said he hope he gets KO'd. I just want a good one, man. I want a historic fight. Badly. Badly, badly. Let's go. Pay-per-view's on and working, baby. Let's go! God, I'm excited. There's just so many different variables to this. Oh, snap. They got an intro narrated by John Malkovich. I got to listen, guys. I got to listen. Tristan trying to fight people in the parking lot now. The chat's taking over. The great John Malkovich with the voiceover. They got symphony music in the background. I'm getting goosebumps. I can't help it. No, Connor don't want the smoke, cuz. Tristan, we heard your Darce joke. None of us want that smoke. 21 people in the chat. What's up, everybody? Thank you guys for coming in. Real quick disclaimer. I will not be able to show the pay-per-view at all, guys. I'm sorry. It's against Content ID. I cannot get taken down for UFC copyrighted material. But we will be reacting all night. So we'll be right here for you. Sorry if I'm talking loud. It's because all that stuff's in my ear. I'll take one out in a second and we'll chat. Let's go, man. I like that. I like that. Yeah, you heard Tristan. Hit that sub button. We're throwing darces out here. Ooh, I like that line. Oh, my goodness. 1987. I got my money on Conor round 2. Okay. Okay. Yo, oh, hold on. I got to tell you guys, man. Malkovich said, will it be what is or what had always has been? Woo! He said that the lightweight juggernaut who hasn't lost a round versus Ireland's favorite son. Man, that stuff, like, that gets goosebumps, guys. I'm telling you, man. They're going to show him walking into the arena. They better. Tristan says, my spinning elbow is rusty, but I'll throw that at you too. Hey, Tristan got weapons, y'all. Don't play with my man Tristan. We got, you know what I'm saying? I got protection up here. Tristan, Kelsey, who else won it? I like that. Conor in round 2, I could definitely see. I could definitely see Conor finding a way to deal with that early pressure from Khabib and then catching Khabib with something that Khabib has never felt before. Because that's what I want to see. Not that I want to see Khabib get knocked out, but I just want to see how he handles adversity. I want to see what happens when he does get clipped, because Michael Johnson hit him with straight punches, but I don't buy into that narrative that Johnson clipped him and wobbled him. I think he was off balance, but I don't think it was because of the punch. I think he just got caught off balance. I want to see what happens if Conor can land a straight flush shot or whatever it is, and how Khabib comes back from that. I want to see if the chin is really made of glass or if Khabib can find a way to weather through it. I want to see if Conor can find a way to deal with that relentless pressure from Khabib over and over. No matter what, this fight's going to be historic. You're dang right, Cotter. Worried about Conor's stamina? Possibly. With the pace that Khabib puts on, it could possibly be a factor. It could possibly be a factor for Khabib. I don't know, man. But you know, Conor is been said to have a cardio issue. So I'll concede that could be a very big part of this fight. Joe Rogan doing promo number 2 now. The 3 announcers can't even talk. It's so loud in there. And the fight isn't happening for another hour and a half. And guys, let's not forget that on top of this fight, we get Derek Lewis and we get, Alexander Volkov. And we get Anthony Pettis and Tony Ferguson. Yo, guys, let me know. Am I dropping frames right now? Someone in chat, let me know. Am I okay? Everything synced up? No, good? Sweet. Okay. Good. Yeah, this card, the main card, you know, people wanted to give it crap for not being as stacked as like a 217 or an MSG card or a 205 card. And this card has good fights, man. That co-main event is a great fight. Derek Lewis and Volkov possibly fighting to see who gets, you know, the winner of DC Brock, or if that doesn't happen, you know, someone at heavyweight. That #1 contender fight, in my opinion. But man, this card is, or this fight, this main event is going to be historic, guys. They're going through Conor's highlights. It's so crazy to not see him for so long and know his ability and wonder, because we haven't seen the best Conor brings to this cage. The guy throws capoeira styles, throws weird kicks, hook kicks, his setups to get to his left hand, unorthodox. He baits you into coming into his zone. What is he going to bring tonight? And for Khabib, how much pain does he want to inflict on Conor McGregor? How much is he willing to do to Conor McGregor? Because you know it's there. The animosity is there, Fies. I'm telling you. Stipe needs his rematch. I believe that 100%. Tony is way underrated. Tony Ferguson is a freaking killer at 155. The guy walks through punches. He walks through everything. Got good striking, but can take multiple shots. Took Kevin Lee's best effort. Granted, Kevin Lee had a staph infection, but took Kevin Lee's best effort and then triangled him. I want to see how Khabib would take being behind after the first round. I've been saying that. Is that Leanne Hard? Leanne Hard, 1980. I'm going to go 1987. I've been saying that, man, because people don't understand the difference between fighting and winning and winning and winning, and then on the biggest stage of your career, in front of the most people you've ever fought in front of, and in front of millions, with millions on the line, and your belt that you just won, the culmination of all your hard work being now you have to defend it against the one guy that brings everything you've never seen. And what happens if Khabib gets wobbled? What happens if he loses a round? Things that have never happened to him. What happens when that gets tested and he has to find a way to come through that adversity? I have no idea, but that's exactly what I want to see too. Or in Conor's case, has he corrected the wrongs of the Nate Diaz fights? Has he corrected the wrongs of the Chad Mendez fights? Finding a way to get around guys that can grab a hold of you and ragdoll you. I don't know, but we're going to see. I'll tell you that. We're going to see. Oh, they got Tony warming up in the locker room, suit and tie. A little Eddie Bravo cameo back there. 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu in the house. Oh, Tony crossing people up in the locker room. You ain't know he had skills like that. Tony gonna cross you, then head to the cage. Eddie Bravo's a nut, man. I like him a lot, too. Anthony Pettis. I don't know why, man. I've been saying this. The closer we get to that fight, the more I look at Anthony Pettis, and I like this fighting style, man. I like his chances in this fight. He's been wearing glasses all week, and now I see why. He's got a mouse under his left eye. That could be problematic. That could mean some stuff happened in training we don't know about. That happens more than you think, guys. In training, guys will get knocked out and not say a word about it because they want to still, they got a big fight coming up. And sometimes guys go into fights compromised for it. All right, so Kels, I know you're in the chat. This will be one of your favorites right here. Michelle Watterson, Felice Herrig. On Joe, he was saying something about aliens smoking pot. Yo, Eddie Bravo just is wild, man. That fool talks about whatever, whenever, the highest conspiracy theories, and then we'll transition right into how he developed rubber guard. It's all over the map. It's hilarious, though. And, of course, that's, who couldn't love a guy like that? Yeah, we got all types of different fans in the crowd, man. You got the Dagestani head garb all over the place. Some Conor fans everywhere. It's getting packed already. El Kukui. Yeah, that fool. They have to take the glue off his shades to get him into the cage. He wears those glasses everywhere. I'm gonna wait. Kelsey says she's going with Michelle Watterson. I don't know what it is about Felice Herrig that rubs me the wrong way. Is that the same with you guys? Oh, the weigh-ins was packed. Y'all saw Drizzy Drake come out with Conor, right? Waving that Irish flag even though he's Canadian. I'm not mad at it at all. If anything, I love the support from other people for MMA fighters, man. I love that that's mainstream, that guys can come in to like, boxing bring, like, Floyd would bring out, Justin Bieber and crap. He made an appearance again. Sorry, guys. And 50 Cent and all these guys would come out with Floyd. I think it's really cool to see that next level of stardom come out with MMA fighters. That's just Conor opening the door for more of that stuff to happen. Oh, jeez. There was a woman stomping a Conor fan. That's not good. Oh, I saw a little bit of that brawl at weigh-ins. I don't think you can come to the event, even if you had tickets, if you get stomped out at the weigh-ins. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might see that person again. Now there's already beef. Like, you don't want to. Anyway, like I was saying, I don't know. Something about Felice Herrig. She comes off as, like, arrogant for no reason. You know what I mean? And it's not because, and I know she said some bad things about Conor, rightfully so. She was in that kind of bus trio when he did that, when he did the Dolly incident. But when she talks about other girl fighters, it's like she's like I said, she's arrogant without any reason. Like she's talks like she's won like all these different fights, and she's a great fighter, but she's not the next coming of Rose Namajunas. I don't understand that. And she was like saying she was going to big sister Michelle Watterson. We'll see. She's a big girl for sure. But I don't know. Something just rubs me the wrong way. She got the rainbow braids on today. Looked like she came from the county fair. Respect. Not going to lie. She got bigger guns than I do right now, too, at 115. I don't want any problems, Felice Herrig. I'll send Kelsey on you. You don't want those problems. 100%. Yo, y'all. Oh wait, if you guys have the pay-per-view, if you don't have the pay-per-view, Felice Herrig has her hair braided in one of those Chinese finger traps that you had as a kid. You know how they were designed and they had the weird like design and you couldn't get your finger out of it. That's what her braids look like right now. And if someone has the pay-per-view, tell me that's not a fact. Throw that darce on her. Do you know those attachments on pocket knives that break grass? Conor never knew how to use that. She got them ball. Is that orange she's wearing with the orange and blue? I thought it was red and blue. Lady Vol colors. Lady Vol's got that blue. Yeah, it is orange. See, I ain't got that. I got the high definition, but I ain't got that big TV like that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, okay. Michelle Watterson wearing some head garb as well. Watterson trains out of Jackson Wink. She's like one of the OGs out of Jackson Winklejohn's camp. Oh, I got you. The stuff that breaks glass. I got you. Flames, what's going on, baby? It's good to see you too, man. You were there when Khabib beat Barboza? Sick, man. Hey, man, I'm happy to see you too. Welcome back, baby. Oh, yeah. Well, you know what I'm saying? We're here all night. I couldn't miss this one. Biggest fight in history, baby. But, yeah, that's so cool, man. You were there for Khabib and Barboza. Kind of what were your thoughts on that? I mean, obviously Khabib mauled Barboza, but anything you saw there that you think is going to, give him the advantage in this fight? I'd be interested to know. I mean, you were there firsthand. I don't know if you saw something maybe I didn't. But, I mean, he definitely destroyed Barboza. The one thing I don't think he can do is run at Conor the way he just kind of sprinted dead at Barboza. That's the first way to go to. That's the first way that you're gonna take a nap. Conor's gonna hit you with that NyQuil left hand if you do that for sure. All right, guys, we're gonna try to do it. You know what? I'm gonna try to do it just because if I don't try, then I failed you guys. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna bring this back. We're gonna do this number, and I'm gonna have the time ready to go for you guys. I'm going to stay on top of it. I promise you. Tristan says, I want to see Conor versus Edson. Ooh, that'd be a tasty striker versus striker matchup. Okay, we'll clear that. Good to go. Sweet. Michelle Watterson, 32. Felice Herrig possesses that 3-inch reach. And Felice cuts down to get to 115, like a good amount of weight. So this will be definitely a weight disparity between the two girls for sure. He did make Kevin Lee do the stanky leg. That spinning heel kick was nasty, man. He caught Khabib with that on the gloves. And Khabib, he registered it, but it wasn't anything serious. I'd say, though, that Kevin Lee did some worse damage to Edson Barboza, man. on the ground. You want to talk about a mauling. What Kevin Lee did to Edson Barboza was pretty rough, man. Felice Herrig, 14-7. Kelsey, she your height? 5'4", 5'5"? Is that your height? I think so. I'm just trying to size up. I'm making sure Kelsey can protect me if I ever get around this girl, because she looks like she's hit the curls before she got into the cage. I don't want those problems. All right, so you got to protect me. Do you see the arms on that chick? No, I don't need any of those problems. You know what I mean? Okay, there you go. You got size advantage. You already got size advantage. 1 inch taller. Hey, man, this is going to be something else. This is what I bet happens. I bet Felice comes out very aggressive, tries to get in, land some shots, and then take this fight to the ground. Jason Herzog, he's been here all night. Is this potentially some new blood in the referee division? Hey, Tristan, perfect size, baby. I told you, I got a squad. Oh, here we go. All right, here we go. You guys see the time on there. It's pretty accurate. Kelsey, no spoilers, by the way. I know you like to get crazy. All right, Felice. Oh, big high kick to start the fight from Watterson. Big high kick. Oh, my Lord. That leg kick from Herrig was, yikes, Strugglesville. Another high kick, blocked with the shoulder. Watterson doing a good job of moving, staying out of range from these big power shots. But Felice is going to take the center of the octagon really quickly. I'm going to leave this one out. I can't hear myself talk. But Felice is going to stick right there in the center of the octagon and try to pressure Michelle Watterson around. Front leg side kick from Watterson doesn't quite land. John Wick and 2 defaults. Nah, Kelsey's definitely the bright bomber skin? She never got that skin, but or the new Western girl skin. She likes that one. Michelle throwing nice high kicks. One side kick or front leg side kick to the face, and then a high kick. Really trying to implement those kicks. Nice outside leg kick from Herrig. Oh, that teep kick to the front of the knee, man. Those things are dirty. That'll take out that front leg quickly. Ask Stephen Thompson about that. Now she's feigning that front leg kick to the teep. Another one. Right there to the thigh again. John Jones uses it all the time. That's a Jackson Wink technique. You see a lot of their fighters use it. Nah, Tristan, you're not a default. You're not a default. You're like Tfue default. You know what I mean? Baiting people. Dom makes a good point. Usually Felice would try to cut off the cage, but she's chasing Michelle Watterson, which is just going to, land with a counter strike that hurts her bad. That front leg side kick to the thigh, man. Yeah. That's a rough technique, man. Check right hook from Michelle Watterson. Again, Herrig doing a lot of chasing. And Michelle Watterson countering with that front leg side kick to the knee. Check hook with the right hand. Excuse me. Oh, blitz from Herrig. Now the double unders from Felice Herrig. This is what I thought was going to be her game plan, to try to pressure and then get in close. Chris Pratt in the crowd. Little cameo there. In other words, Star-Lord from the Guardians of the Galaxy. Dom doing a really good job of breaking down the clinch position from Felice Herrig. Basically saying don't focus so much on clasping the hands and the underhook and then giving away side out position. It's a good position for Felice though. Doing a good job of not letting Michelle Waterson slip out of the back with the overhook and slip out the side. Holding her right in front, landing some knees to the thighs. And just keeping her post right there on the cage. $40 seconds left. Oh, wait, I have it. Never mind. We got the clock. All right? You want to know what much time's left? Bow right there. Outside trip. Nope. Michelle Waterson denies the outside trip. Got the double unders, got the body lock, but not doing a lot with it. I like the knees, though. I like the knees of the thigh. Michelle Waterson holding her own against the cage, though, not being thrown to the ground. Nice close elbow from Waterson. Oh, nice exit right hand from Waterson, too. I think that's Michelle's round. I think that's Michelle Waterson's round. I don't know what's going on with my hair tonight, guys. Look like a rooster. It's a big round for Michelle, though. After all that stuff that was being talked about Felice, how she's going to bulldog her and toss her around the cage. It's a good win for the first round. And it made Felice Herrig use a lot of her wrestling and a lot of her grappling and a lot of her strength. She's starting to breathe a little heavier already just because she walked her up against the cage and had her with the double underhooks, had her with the hands clasped, but didn't really do a lot with it. And it's a lot of, oh my Lord, that high kick to start the fight. Definitely wobbled Felice Herrig. That was a big right hand on the way in from Felice Herrig too, though. But all that does is shows a lot of endurance if Felice can keep that up. But to use all that strength and all that power to put her up against the cage is going to take a lot of energy out. And Felice comes right out again and takes center. Damn it, I forgot to start the thing. Sorry, guys. We're just going to keep it there for now. I'm so bad at that. 4:43 left in the second. But Felice, again, takes center of the octagon. Michelle tried to catch a single leg. Then denies the outside trip from Felice again. Again with the underhook up on the cage. Felice has her. Trying to use opposite wrist control. Michelle Waterson doing a good job in this clinch of not giving Felice Herrig anywhere or anything to attack. What the hell, Siri? Phone's going crazy. Siri's going off. But I think that Michelle Waterson's doing a good job because I just don't see Felice doing anything with it. Felice is holding her on the cage. But I don't see a lot happening here. Unless the plan is just to really give her a hard time and go by that moniker, the Bulldog or the Little Bulldog, and just make this a filthy fight. And by the time the third round comes around, get that takedown or hopefully, and use that ground and pound. Because Michelle Waterson's landing the bigger knees right now, but you can tell there is a strength advantage from Felice to hold her against the cage. That was a nice short elbow from Waterson. That elbow was dirty. Ooh, nice right hand off the break from Michelle Waterson. Oh, high kick. Felice just walked right through it. Oh, takedown from Waterson. Now she's on top and mount. Oh, big right hand. Herrig regains guard, though. I like that. That throw from Michelle Waterson. I think that's why she was trying to initiate the clinch, even though she was getting pushed up against the fence and and Felice was getting the double underhooks fairly easily. I think Waterson was just trying to wait and try to attempt that throw, and she finally got it. And now she's in the half guard. Short elbows from half guard. Another one. Michelle Waterson taking it to the grappler. Taking it to the Bulldog. Am I going to do Fedor versus Chael? It'll have to depend on when it is. I know usually those fights are on Saturdays or Friday nights. I work, but I'll look at the card. If the card is pretty stacked, maybe we might do it. If the card is centered around Fedor and Chael, I don't know. I like watching Chael fight because I'm just a big Chael personality fan. I know his game. But Fedor is very explosive on the feet, man. Chael's going to, he's going to hug him for 3 rounds and pray. But Fedor's a big man. Legend for a reason. Starches guys. Starch Frank Mir. Almost had a double knockout with the champ. I don't know the guy's name. I'm bad with names tonight, guys. I'm sorry. Now back into full guard. Michelle Waterson's definitely taking this round. I don't know. See, I don't know if this MMA judging really considers like the time up against the cage where she's not really doing a lot, and Michelle Waterson's landing the short elbows and the knees to the body. If that's going to be a control point for Felice Herrig. But as far as this round's gone, landed the head kick, the nice throw, the elbows on top, and holding position. I think that's got to that's got to do something. Oh, my man, C's just went live. I knew he was going to do something for the fight tonight. But the W.A.D.E concept, we're holding strong, baby. I'm a big CDN fan, though. No, it wasn't Mirko. It wasn't Mirko. Who did Fedor fight? Former fighter in the UFC. And they both knocked each other down, and old dude jumped on top of him. We'll see. We'll go Bellator. I'm thinking so far that's that's 2 rounds to none, Michelle Waterson. Wait, what? All right, here we go. Round 3. Let's do this. Do this number. We're going to get it this time. All right, here we go. Round 3. Michelle Waterson, in my opinion, is up 2-0. I will look at... I will look at this stuff in a second. I'm going to watch this. Felice takes Michelle Waterson straight into the cage. Again with the double underhooks. Oh, nice uppercut from Felice Herrig. She's coming out firing in this third. Front leg side kick to the chest. It's got to hurt a little bit. Got to hurt. Uh-oh. Felice Herrig on top. Side control real quick. Oh, big elbow. Oh. Oh, another bottom elbow from Michelle Waterson. Those things are nasty. That caught Felice Herrig clean in the face. Matt Mitrione. Thank God. I'm sorry, Tristan. I just now looked at it. Matt Mitrione, yes. Double knockdown. Matt Mitrione won that fight. Used to fight in the UFC. Was on the 2nd season of Ultimate Fighter. I just can't do names tonight. I don't know why. Former NFL player. Another elbow. Another one. Those elbows from the bottom. And if the MMA judging still isn't giving elbows from the bottom a big rap, I can't stand that. Like, elbows from the bottom are a big deal, man. You guys saw it in the Bisping-George St. Pierre fight. He was butchering George St. Pierre with those bottom elbows. Conor did it to Chad Mendez. Those things are nasty, man. I don't want to hear the control on top when you're getting butchered from the bottom. But Felice Herrig's still on top in full guard, but the only strikes are coming from Michelle Waterson on the ground. And they're precise, too. Look at that. Short elbow after pushing the head up. Come on now. Come on, son. Felice Herrig trying to posture up, maybe. Every time I say Felice Herrig, my Siri goes off. Lost it. I don't know if that was a omoplata. I think that's what Rogan said. Rarely see omoplatas anymore. Appreciate it, Tristan. They stood him up. Yeah, Waterson was butchering her from the bottom with those elbows. Single leg from Waterson. Good defense, though. Now Herrig with the underhooks again on the cage. This is desperation time for Felice Herrig. We got to get some... okay, I can't say... I just got to say Herrig. Series going ape shit. This is desperation time, though. We've got to see something happen here. We've got to see Felice try to find a way to get this fight to the ground and land some massive, massive ground and pound. Here we go. Here's the throw. No. Not happening. Michelle Waterson shakes it off. 1:25. Nice knee. Every strike I've seen so far from Waterson has been precise, man. Good timing, good accuracy, and just the one thing that Herrig's not looking for. Nice kick to the knee, man. Those things are dangerous. Basically just takes the entire weight advantage out of the equation. You can't put any weight on that front leg when that happens. I don't really understand why Michelle Waterson is initiating the clinch in this situation, though. Dominating on the feet. Maybe she's just tired, but I don't understand. The bigger girl. Oh! Front leg kick to the face. Beautiful stuff. 30 seconds left, man. I think this is, barring anything crazy happening right here, this is Michelle Waterson's fight to lose. Step in right hand, just glanced and missed. Trade knees in the clinch. Knee to the body from Michelle Waterson. Another knee to the body. Oh, short elbow. All right, man. That was it. Michelle Waterson, in my opinion, got that win right there, guys. I think that was Michelle Waterson's fight, beginning to end. I think she really did some good stuff in her striking. I feel like as far as the actual clinch game, which was supposed to be what Felice Herrig was going to dominate in, I think that Michelle Waterson actually got the better of some of the grappling exchanges. I felt like that. Those side kicks, those beautiful front leg side kicks and front kick to the face. Some beautiful technique. At 115, you're not going to see a lot of knockouts, but for what, their size and their advantages are, some really good technique and grappling exchanges by both girls. A great fight from both girls. Oh, my goodness, that teep kick. Oh, we got a barn burner up next, boys and girls. Derek Lewis, Alexander Volkov And that thing, it might be over early. It might be a first round, get him out of there type of fight. Felice Herrig had 17 significant strikes in the second round? What? I thought that was... All right, we're going to see. I thought that was clearly Michelle Waterson's fight. Body language from both fighters, you could see that Michelle Waterson won this fight. $30-26. A 30-26 though? Yikes. Links, it has started. The pay-per-view has started. The fight itself has not started yet. But we are live streaming our reactions to the pay-per-view. Michelle Waterson just got a unanimous decision win. So Michelle Waterson said she had looked at a lot of the rankings. Links, we don't do that stuff here, man. Sorry about that. Yeah, we don't do that here. We paid for the fight, and we're gonna be watching it. That way, I don't condone doing that anywhere. I'm sorry. We're not gonna be dropping any links to any illegal streams here, man. Sorry about that, but you know, you're welcome to stay and chop it up in the chat with everyone. But yeah, we don't do that on this channel. Michelle Waterson gives a shout out to her daughter, her family. She said, you know, I want to be the first mom that's a UFC champion. I'm a big fan of Michelle Waterson, man. Does things the right way at that division. Would love to see another fight with her and Rose Namajunas. Appreciate it, Links. Yeah, that's the whole point of the stream, is to keep people updated. But yeah, stay if you'd like, for sure. They just said it, guys. Punishable under law. Any distribution of copyrighted intent. Can do it. Derek Lewis. Alexander Volkov. Ready to scrap, guys. Oh, my. I cannot wait, baby. I cannot wait. $30-6. A former M1 global champ, kickboxing champion. It's going to be an interesting fight. Now, the reach isn't as different as you would think. The disparity is not as far off as you would think between Derek Lewis and Alexander Volkov. It's only a 1-inch reach difference, but Alexander Volkov, the taller fighter by far. And with that being said, I don't think there's going to be a lot of takedown attempts from either guy. I think there's going to be some leather being thrown back and forth from both guys, and someone's going to sleep probably. But I would love to see, you know, some technical stuff. I want to see if Derek Lewis can get inside that frame of Alexander Volkov, and I want to see Volkov, who is, in my opinion, the better technical striker. I want to see if he can land some shots to back Derek Lewis up a little bit. Ultimately, I think that this is going to be either a first-round finish quickly for Derek Lewis, or it's going to be something where Alexander Volkov weathers that storm, finds a way to implement his game plan, and finds himself in a good position later in the third round, and in the barrage that he puts on takes Derek Lewis out. That's what I'm thinking is actually going to happen. Is I picked Volkov by late third round stoppage or a decision, but I'm going to stick with the late third round stoppage, because I think that point, Derek Lewis with his you know, I'm not saying he has cardio issues, but the way he fights is so power heavy and explosion heavy that it's going to be a rough job keeping that up for 3 rounds. It is absolutely packed in the T-Mobile Arena, guys. It looks like they've finally completely filled that place up with about 3 fights left. And these fights are going fast, man. Oh, literally about 30 minutes from now, maybe 45, an hour from now, we're going to see Conor McGregor and Khabib make that walk to the cage to close this card off. Am I reacting to McGregor and Khabib or another match? Ahmed, I am reacting to the entire main card. So we're starting with these cards and then these fights, and then later on, when Conor and Khabib come on, I'll be reacting to it. Absolutely. But for now, we're reacting to Derek Lewis and Alexander Volkov. And I'm excited, man. Oh my God. Look at the T-Mobile Arena. Look at the nosebleeds. The nosebleeds sit above the Jumbotron. And it's packed already. The Conor McGregor effect, man. What do you say? Derek Lewis throwing kicks now? Derek Lewis throws vicious shots, man. Vicious shots. Explosive guy, too. Derek Lewis saying this is fight of the night potential. And this is interesting, too, to keep in mind. Derek Lewis is coming off I don't want to say lackluster, but yeah, a little bit of a lackluster fight with Francis Ngannou as far as their ability and what we saw in the cage. Those two guys known to be power, explosive strikers went to a decision where both guys really didn't want to take that chance. So Derek Lewis is going to come in and he's going to be firing on all cylinders. And that's definitely something that you got to look out for, especially with a guy that's maybe too over-aggressive. And a guy like Alexander Volkov, who was a sniper in the heavyweight division. Again, another Russian on the card, guys. If you don't know by now, Russian MMA is one of the better ones in the entire world, man. One of the better countries in the entire world for this stuff. And you're starting to see it a lot more now with Khabib, with Alexander Volkov, Zabit, Mago, I don't know how to say his name, Magomed Shapirov, something like that. Like, these guys are coming, and they're high level guys. Most of them train out of AKA, but somebody like Alexander Volkov, another representative of the country, man. And a big dude. I fight out of Moscow. 6 October here now. Bars. Who was the guy with the mask that just came in? Guy with the mask. Maybe you're ahead of me, gamer. I'm not sure yet. I might be a little behind on the stream. I'm streaming it off of my Apple TV. So I might be behind a little bit. Please, guys, please, no spoilers in the chat. I will bop you. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but if we have spoilers in the chat, we're going to hit the ban hammer on that stuff, man. Or links and shit like that. We're not doing that. But I don't know yet, gamer. Give me 1 second and I'll see. Volkov on a 6-fight win streak, just coming off of a win over Fabricio Verdum, and a barrage of punches to end that fight. A very technical striker, guys. If Derek Lewis comes out just swinging, which I think he might do, throwing these heavy hands that he's got, not saying that Derek doesn't have technique. Of course he has technique, but in the way that he fights versus a guy like Alexander Volkov, that could spell trouble. With the movement he has and the space he can create, after a little bit, going to find that timing, and it could spell trouble for Derek Lewis. I don't want that. I'm a huge Derek Lewis fan. Derek Lewis doesn't have a mask on either. I'm not sure, gamer, who had the mask on. No idea. But, sorry about that. But yeah, I'm a huge Derek Lewis fan, man. The stuff he's done for his community, for people in Houston when they had the hurricane come through. This guy's a great guy, man, and an exciting fighter to watch. I notice certain, things that are hard to not notice, like, you know, his cardio stuff, his lack of you know, wrestling, and the way he throws punches. You know, he throws bombs. He throws bombs nonstop. And so for a guy that's an elite striker and kickboxing champion, there are spaces to take advantage of when you throw these looping punches. But we'll see. That's why we get to watch, guys. That's why we watch the fights. And look, guys, if I'm not doing a lot of commentating for the fights, I apologize. I'm going to do my best. But, man, when I get into some of these fights, you might just hear a lot of audible, crazy yelling. And that's just me, man. I'm already getting nervous. We're not even to the main event, and I'm already nervous for this fight, man. This thing the bell could ring, and 10 seconds later, we could have somebody dead on the not dead, you know what I mean, but laid out on the canvas. We'll see. Derek Lewis, stoic, man. He didn't come to play today. I know he really wants retribution for that fight against Francis Ngannou. Alexander Volkov, 29 years of age. The height difference is 4 inches. Now, the reach difference is only an inch. So, you know, I don't know how that's really going to work in anybody's advantage. I think Derek Lewis does a good job of finding his range and throwing big bombs from where he feels comfortable. Here we go, though, man. Oh. Volkov the favorite. Very slim favorite, though. I'm going to throw this bad boy in. I got to hear this. Oh, his nickname's Drago. I swear to God. The crowd's behind Derek Lewis, by the way. Of course, he's in his home country. So Bruce Buffer just said the brawler, like his fight style, the brawler. I thought he said the baller. That would have been so G if he said the baller. That would have been so sick. Fighting out of the red corner, the baller. But he said brawler. Dana's sitting in the red corner for this fight. Herb Dean, the referee, so we'll get a good look at how he deals with damage in this fight, because it's gonna be relevant when he fights or when he refs the main event tonight. All right, they touch it up. I forgot to start the clock again, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. We might not even mess with the clock, guys. I'm sorry. Front kick from Volkov. Volkov wearing those ankle wraps that he always wears. Sometimes those are outlawed in different sanctions. Like, I know New York, they don't allow guys to wear that stuff there. Derek Lewis saying his back's feeling a lot better. Oh, Derek Lewis throwing a big right hand. Misses, though. You can tell Volkov, I mean, obviously Volkov knows the power's there. Really taking his time. Measured. Throwing some low leg kicks to start the fight. Both guys being real. Oh, my. Derek Lewis just threw a jumping switch kick. I've never seen that. Very light for 263. Oh, that was a nice jab from Volkov taking advantage. Volkov hurt him with a jab. Big knee to the body. Volkov pouring it on now. Uppercut in the clinch. Oh, Lewis throws a big overhand right. That jab hurt. That jab hurt. But Derek Lewis coming forward now. Oh, big counter right from Volkov. Oh, he's pouring it on now. Against the cage, Derek Lewis is trying to hold on. Uh-oh. He could have cracked his orbital, Dominic Cruz says. Derek Lewis really can't see out of that right eye. Volkov actually stopped fighting right there. So we got an eye poke. Oh, I don't know what happened. All right, that was weird. I don't know what happened right there. Herb Dean paused the... Okay, that was weird. Herb Dean stopped it for a second. Volkov said that Derek Lewis was saying that he was something wrong with his mouth, but nothing happened. Okay, we're back. 3 minutes left. Jab from Volkov. Volkov, yeah, that was really weird that he called timeout. He had Derek Lewis in big, big trouble and just called time. And now Derek Lewis is definitely recovered. Back in this fight. That was a really weird situation there. Volkov walking Lewis down. Lewis hasn't shown really any he opened up once but didn't land. So we're definitely still trying to look for what we can get from Derek Lewis here. Volkov inching forward. Did he just go for a roll? I don't know what that was. And Volkov ends up in half guard. Derek Lewis with the double underhooks. Wants to get up off the ground. Gets up. Nice job. Volkov throws the high kick. Nothing doing. Big right hand from Derek Lewis. I don't know if that landed flush, though. I think it landed on the shoulder. The crowd reacts, though. Double underhooks from Volkov. Oh, Jesus. Inside trip takedown from Volkov. Ends up in side control, short elbows. Derek Lewis just crossing his legs, having a nice time there. They're trying to implore Derek Lewis to get that left hand as an underhook to get up off the ground, but he's in no hurry to do that. I'm already hyped, guys. I just can't wait. This fight's getting me hyped, man. Derek Lewis has that one-punch ability. Some more short elbows from Volkov. Volkov transitioned to the back. Got one hook in. Got both hooks in. Derek Lewis fighting the hands, turning toward him. Short punches from the back. Derek Lewis gives up the back. Now the top mount from the back. Now Derek Lewis trying to transition. Gets on top. Not good. Oh, elbow from the top from Derek Lewis. Crowd goes crazy. Oh, big right hand. Oh, he's teeing off. Volkov doing a good job using his legs to keep Derek Lewis off of him. That was a nice flurry from Derek Lewis. They hit the horn. Woo! Okay, man, okay. I like it. I like it, Derek Lewis. I like that. Hey, he's come to fight tonight, guys. He's come here to fight. He's not giving up. I don't know what happened. That was a weird kind of situation with the first 2 minutes there. I don't know what that was, but Derek Lewis did a good job keeping his composure. Volkov had both hooks in. And Derek Lewis found a way to transition, flip over, and get into full guard and landed some big shots on top. I still think that's Volkov's round, but it needs to go. It has to build confidence for Derek Lewis that he was able to weather that. Nice step-in jab right there. Boom. That was a big jab right there. Straight to that front leg kick, that teep kick to the gut. Oh, nice hooks from Volkov. And that outside trip. Bang. A lot of those missed. I still think still way ahead. Are you serious? All right, well, you know, let me at least live in this moment, Kels. If you guys are ahead, please, please no spoilers in the chat, guys, please. I don't want to have to bop people. Obviously, Kelsey's not getting the bop, but anybody else is getting bopped. All right, 439, 438 in the second round. Oh, big uppercut from Volkov. Another one. Wobbling a little bit. A little shaky on the legs. Here comes Derek Lewis's cardio. Oh, comes forward with the right hand. Barely misses. But it does. It backs up Volkov a little bit. Derek Lewis trying to initiate takedowns. Not sure why. What that would serve him to do. I mean, obviously on top he would look good, but oh, nice jab from Volkov. They're saying that it might be an orbital issue for Derek Lewis's right eye, which would potentially be really a serious injury. Oh my God. Nice 1-2 from Volkov. He's still stalking Derek Lewis. Nice 1-2. Joe Rogan asked, Maktab, I don't know what that is, man. I appreciate it, whatever it is. Thank you for being in here, man. Oh! Big left hand from Volkov. But again, stalking Derek Lewis. Good point made by John Attic. Not a lot of rushing going on right here. Russian, get it? Bars. Derek Lewis comes back with a left and a right. Volkov switching stances. Going southpaw. Doing a little bit of switching, trying to stay active while walking Derek Lewis down and not walk straight into him. Nice point made by Dominic Cruz. Derek Lewis is trying to walk him back into the trap and then use the pulled right hand. Straight left hand from Volkov. Both guys look like its cardio is becoming an issue. Derek Lewis tired. Volkov looking a little tired as well. I mean, this is the heavyweight division. This is the reason Cain Velasquez is loved so much. His gas tank is just never ending. .152, 150 now left in the second round. Volkov catches the body kick and counters with the right hand. Oh, question mark kick. Now here's another one. Derek Lewis comes back with a 1-2. Again, my time, I don't know, man. I appreciate it. Whatever you're saying, I hope it's good stuff. Appreciate you being in here, man. I'm sure that's Russian. We're going to be watching the Khabib Conor fight later, so stick around, man. Nice body kick from Volkov. Leg kick to the jab. Volkov's definitely winning the fight just with output alone, but the significant strikes in the first round did add up. Derek Lewis just needs one, though. Just needs one. He's grabbing at that eye again, though. Oh, my Lord. Those right hands, man. He is. That fool is throwing it from the bleachers and hoping that thing lands. Oh, the mouthpiece is out. Mouthpiece is out from Volkov. There's a definite language barrier between Alexander Volkov and Herb Dean, and I don't know what's going on with those two, but he tried to have Herb put it in for his mouthpiece back in for him. Yo, Cup, what's going on, man? We're getting through it. We're trying, brother. Okay. Derek Lewis's corner being real with him. They let him know he's down 2 rounds, and this is the most important round of his life right here. Kill or be killed. I love when a corner is real with their fighter, man. I love when corners are direct and 100% real with their fighters, man. Even if it's not what they want to hear, you got to tell a fighter if they're down in rounds. It's the only way. All that pandering to your corner stuff, I can't stand that. There's a difference between giving confidence to your fighter and instilling confidence and just falsely telling them they're winning the fight. And in this case, it's not. The Celsius is getting to your head. It's not. It's just this fight is so weird. Volkov doesn't know what the referee's saying. There's been some weird stoppages in this fight. I don't know. It's just an odd fight. But Volkov doing his best job to really neutralize Derek Lewis at this point. We're gonna need something big from the Black Beast to really change this fight. Pause that whole statement, by the way. If this is the way that the fight's going to go, just standing in front of each other, then Volkov's going to win this fight. I like the feints from Volkov's. The feints are drawing reactions out of Derek Lewis as he walks him down. I don't know what that takedown attempt is from Derek Lewis. It's like he walks in and tries to I don't know what that is. Tries to wrap the hands around on the outside of Volkov's leg and then use the inside trip, but it takes way too much time. Volkov sees that coming from a mile away. I like that movement right there from Derek Lewis. I like that weave. Oh. Output right now from Volkov. Derek Lewis hanging in. Volkov's landing big shots, but the heart of Derek Lewis is showing, man. Oh, man, that jab is giving big problems to Derek Lewis, man. Big problems. Yeah, there's no finger pokes there. That's a punch. It's just rocking that orbital bone out of socket. Oh, man, that jab is dirty. I don't know if Derek Lewis has landed a shot this entire round. Trying to weave his way in, man. Derek Lewis trying to get inside that. That reach has definitely become an issue, man. As much as it's just a 1-inch reach, you got to remember how tall that... I like that body kick. You got to remember how tall Volkov is, and his ability to weave out of that range is what's winning him, what's keeping this pace at his level. Nice outside leg kick. Keeping the distance with those kicks, man. Establishing his pace. Volkov's looking really nice in this third round. Nice job. Nice job with that jab. Lewis trying to stay light on his feet, but just can't get inside that range. As soon as he tries to make a flurry, Volkov just slides away. Now Derek Lewis goes southpaw. Body kick from Derek Lewis. Big deep breath from Derek Lewis. 90 seconds left. Herb Dean reminds Volkov to close those fingers, which is an interesting observation. Because I'll tell you why after this fight. Obviously, you don't want fighters poking anybody, but Conor McGregor's game plan, not to relate everything to Conor McGregor, but Herb Dean will be the referee in that fight. He does a lot of open palm stuff with his fingers out. Oh, big right hand from Derek Lewis. Inside leg kick from Volkov. We got 45 seconds left. Oh! Huge right hand. But Volkov doesn't even register it. He just backs up a little bit, reestablishes his pace, and comes forward again. 25 seconds left. It's now or never for Derek Lewis, man. Check left hook. Lands on the shoulder. Overhand right. Doesn't land. Oh! There's an overhand hand. 14 seconds left. Oh, my God. Derek Lewis wins the fight. What? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Woo! Volkov dominates the entire fight. And Derek Lewis finishes him in the last 10 seconds. Get out of my head. Oh, my God. Wow. That's why. That's why. That's why you can't engage with Derek Lewis. That's all he needs is one. Holy cow. He can't even stand up. He's still having a hard time standing. Holy cow. Oh my God. Literally in the last 10 seconds of the fight, there was no more room for error. I said it right before he knocked him out. Now or never. Orbital bone is probably fractured, and he does that. Holy cow. Oh my God. Woo, man. Boom. Oh my Lord. Woo, baby. Good God. Unbelievable. Jesus, there goes the mouthpiece. Boom. Boom. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. God bless. Man, I almost got out of the seat, guys. Jacob, I'm with you, man. I don't, that almost got me. Holy cow. I smacked my head on the wall. If you guys didn't see it, I went back and smacked my head. Derek Lewis just took off his shorts in the octagon. My man just took off his UFC shorts in the octagon. He is tired. Just completely drained. He is just ready to get this decision done with, and he's out of there. What a last round. That's why heavyweight is so unpredictable, man. You never know what's going to happen with these guys. Volkov dominated that fight, and it took one. All right. Well, we got 2 more fights till the main event. Yep. 2 more fights. Holy cow. All right, Joe's going to interview Derek Lewis. Let's see what happens here. Oh, my God. What a way to start the interview. My balls is hot. It's true. Oh, my God. That right hand, man. With 4-ounce gloves, these heavyweights are basically punching with just bare knuckles. Oh my God, man. Derek Lewis is hilarious. He said, "That's what they talking about. USA in this hole. We don't mess with them Russians, Putin and stuff." Hilarious. Yo, Derek Lewis is awesome, man. Yo, Derek Lewis says he's gonna come smoke some weed with Joe Rogan on the JRE. But he did some cool things. He said, with my gas tank, I'm not ready for a title fight yet, but I got to do some cardio and I'll get there. But man, he's one of the most entertaining guys in the division, man. Watching him fight and watching him talk is one of the coolest things. All right, guys, this is what we're gonna do. I am ready for some proper 12. I gotta loosen up. I gotta get ready. Am I going to stream it? No, I will not stream the actual fights. I apologize. Outie me mind, or outie me my mind, sorry. I am not going to stream the actual fight. I will stream my reaction to the fight, and hopefully if you guys are watching on your end, your reactions can co-align with mine. But no, I will not be showing the fight at any time tonight. So unfortunately, not going to happen. But that was something else, guys. Unbelievable stuff right there from Derek Lewis. Guys, we're going to go ahead and pop open the proper 12. Now, we're not doing anything crazy, all right? We're going to drink it out of the W.A.D.E concept mug, though. Because, of course. Joe just said, man, he wants to come on. You wake me up at 4 a.m. and I'll get in the studio with you. You got to have some rocks. Proper 12, I know it's... Fuck that bottle! Get that fucking bottle out of my face! Fuck the Jameson brothers! Oh, here we go. Khabib's in the building, guys. My voice is going to be gone tomorrow. I'm sorry. Khabib is in the building. Proper 12. We're just sipping. We're just sipping. We're not doing anything crazy, guys. But Khabib is in the building. Let's see Conor's arrival time. Fuck the Jameson brothers. Proper 12. Here we are. Conor Jr. looking snazzy. Conor wearing a 3-piece suit, baby. That August McGregor line. Conor just got in the building like 20 minutes ago. Khabib's been there all day. Said Khabib got in at 6:30. Conor's there at 8 o'clock. My man is not concerned. Who am I for? Conor. Yeah, I'm going for Conor McGregor in this fight. It's not like I really know who's going to win the fight, but I'm a big fan of Conor McGregor's. So, Audi, you got to come in and chop it up with us on the MMA Weeklies. I go into more depth on what's made Conor McGregor one of my favorite fighters. It's mostly just been, his fight style is very intriguing to me. I like the way he always evolves in his fight style, and he can find ways to always learn new things and always show us new things when he's fighting. But other than that, just his output, his take on life and how he, basically manifest things for himself by self-belief and his work ethic. And I like the way he approaches life, the way he approaches fighting. And that's why I'm going for Conor in this fight. I'm going to say late 4th round TKO. I think that's what we said. We have Jake, man. We got, I know Cup's in the chat. We got OSP fighting next. That's a University of Tennessee alum. Used to play football at the University of Tennessee. So that's one of our guys there. We've had Scott Holtzman on the card from Knoxville, hometown product. And we have now OSP. So two Tennessee guys getting some shine, man, on the greatest card ever. So I'm really happy about that. So that's going to be a fun one. And this is against a guy in Dominic Reyes who I didn't know a lot about, but coming into the stream today, I did a little research and found out that he is he's an up and coming light heavyweight. A guy that's 9-0 that they're looking at to possibly come into this division and make some noise. They're showing an advert right now for Volkov Ozdemir and Anthony Smith, which is a big fight as well. Anthony Smith making some waves at light heavyweight as well. Woo! That proper 12, man. I got like 5 or 6 hairs on my chest. That'll put like 12 more on there for you. Anthony Smith is 30-13 as a professional. That's 43 professional fights. At his age, who do you know that has 14 professional fights? Oh, yeah, that place is packed out, baby. We're only 2 fights away from the main event, guys. Owen St. Peru got that Omega brand on. What fraternity is that when they brand that stuff up? Because I've seen a lot of NBA guys do it. I don't remember. That Von Flue choke, man. That's so crazy. Dominic the Devastator Reyes. It's going to be a fight, guys. Reyes finishing guys. And obviously OSP, that Von Flue choke. Oh, Dominic Reyes, former football player as well. Where's Dominic Reyes from? You say he's from California. Where in California? Wow. Dominic Reyes says he's the most athletic guy in the light heavyweight division. I will see that statement, and I will raise you one John Jones. Probably the most athletic guy in mixed martial arts. As far as mixed martial arts athleticism is concerned. Being able to adapt to your fight. Here we go. I have a feeling, man, this fight's going to be explosive. Dominic Reyes presents real problems. Let's see where he's from. Hesperia. Kelsey, where's Hesperia at? You know where that's at in California? Is that somewhere out in Stony Brook? That's on the East Coast. But where's this Hesperia at? I don't know where that's at in California. Come on, Kels. You're supposed to be my California expert here. You got to know these things for me. I don't know. I don't like having both of them in until the fight starts because I can't hear myself talk. They're saying Dominic Reyes, 100% offense. Basically, no one's backed him up. He's been able to control the fights going forward for his entire career. He's only 9-0, so this is a big fight for him. And like I said earlier in the podcast, in the reaction live stream, Owen St. Peru is somewhat, and I hate to call him this because I'm a huge fan of Owen St. Peru, but he's somewhat of a gatekeeper in this division. You know, you get by him, then you're considered real, like for real. You know, like he's beat some big time guys, but the guys that have gotten past OSP have been, have ascended to that top 5 range. And don't forget, OSP gave John Jones problems when they fought years ago, but when they fought last, he gave John Jones some problems coming off that layoff. Just an awkward style of fight. You know, you're never safe. Even when you got him rocked, he can throw that high kick like he did against Corey Anderson and bop you. So it's an interesting fight, guys. Oven stays repping Tennessee, too. I wouldn't be surprised if he wins if he throws up that Vol for life. Guys, I ain't gonna lie. It's been a long time since I drank whiskey. And I don't know how much of it I'll be drinking. Because that is strong stuff. Is that just the Omega fraternity when he has those brands on him? Because he has like 5 of them. I'm not drunk. Three wins by Von Fluke choke. There's only been 5 in the history of the UFC. He has 3. $14 first-round finishes from OSP. Damn, OSP's 35 years old. Got a 3-inch reach advantage. I mean, this guy, OSP's fought everyone. He just lost to Ilir Fatifi. I think I was at that. I think that was in Orlando as well. That was. I watched him fight in Orlando and lose to Ilir Fatifi. That was rough. But he has a couple of good wins too. He's beat some really good guys. The basis of what I'm saying is he's got a lot of experience. And in this setting, you're going to need that. Victorville, California. Kelsey, where's Victorville at? Proper 12. Irish whiskey. Who the fuck is that guy? Let's go, baby. Out of Knoxville. There it is. Let's go, man. I said OSP by Von Fluchoke, which I would love. 2 hours from home? Okay, not bad. But I think OSP by finish. Midway to the 3rd round, finish. OSP's chilling. All right, here we go. I'm not messing with the time frame for this one. Outside leg kick from Reyes to start the fight out of southpaw. Inside leg kick misses. Both guys throw outside leg kicks. Again. Body kicks from Reyes. Big time body kicks too. Took OSP off his feet. Off balance, but now OSP going orthodox. Reyes throwing those nasty left leg kicks. Couple to the body, then going straight to the head. Inside leg kick again from Reyes. 4-12, 4-11, guys, if you're watching. Am I a Redskin or a Cherokee? I am a Redskin, always. Got Cherokee family, though. People in East Tennessee will know what I'm talking about. Big time body kick. Teep kick to the front leg. Reyes landing a lot of nice technique with his leg kicks right now. Just using that jab, and then throwing that leg kick out there as well. Okay, Joe Daddy Stevenson in the corner of Reyes tonight. OSP tries that takedown. Nothing going. Three. That's three Von Flue choke. Uh-oh. Reyes has OSP backed up against the cage, landed some knees to the body. Takedown stuffed again by Reyes. But OSP is in a good position. Has Reyes on the cage. Oh, elbows to the head. Big time elbows from Reyes. Trying to get OSP to get off his hips and straighten up. Takedown from OSP. Gets the back. Nice job by Reyes, though. Spring back up to his feet. OSP is really trying for this takedown. Reyes doing a really good job, though, of breaking the hands, not letting the body lock happen, and then posting with his left side, trying to slip out the back. Now turns it around, puts OSP on the cage. Two guys that weren't professional, weren't training MMA for a long period, showing really good technique. Oh, big straight left. Oh, straight left. Oh, Owens is wobbled. Not good. Reyes throwing straight left hands. Ovince St. Preux's wobbled, guys. Reyes doing a good job of taking his time. Owens is still out on his feet a little bit. Throwing slaps right now. Right hand slaps. Yeah, this is... Oh, my God. Reyes giving some time right now. Taking his time with this. Owens is still a little shaken up. Yeah, I am a little surprised. Joe makes a good point. I am a little surprised that Reyes isn't trying to go for a little bit more damage here. But, oh my Lord, the significance. Oh, head kick. Now left hand over the top. Right hand over the top. Body kick as well. Man, Reyes is throwing some big-time shots. Technical shots. Nice left hand. Straight left. Significant strikes is like 60-5 right now. Another outside leg kick. Owens is having real problems right now with Dominic Reyes. I'm sorry I slept on this guy, man. I just didn't do my research on this dude. Playing, oh my goodness. Owens with a wild left hand. I did not do my research on Reyes, but this guy deserves some credit, man. He's mixing this up really well, using all different types of strikes, keeping fluid. Stuffing every takedown attempt from Ovince St. Preux. St. Preux's corner telling him not to stand in front of Dominic Reyes ever. Do not stand in front of him. Let the hands go. Let the shots go. I don't think you're supposed to. You got to get the towel out if you're going to pour water on him like that. But Dominic Reyes really showed out in that first round, 100%. We got 11 people in the chat. Thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate you guys rocking with me. We're at about 5.5 hours on our stream. We're going at least 7. At least 7. Oh, caught OSP on the chin with the toes of that high kick. Yikes. All right, here we go. Round 2, guys. 456, 455 in round 2. Reyes comes out inside leg kick to the lead leg already. Straight left from Reyes. OSP looks recovered. Looks like he's a little bit more bouncy on the feet. I'm surprised. Did they spray him down in the corner and didn't wipe him off? Isn't that the same thing Yoel Romero got in trouble for doing? Oh, inside leg kick to that lead leg is dirty, man. Keeping OSP off balance. Keeping him from really putting too much on that front leg as far as his shift of weight and his balance goes. Outside leg kick from OSP lands. I appreciate that, Sean. Thank you, man. That was a fun time, for sure. Fun time back then. Oh, big knee. Reyes got OSP up against the cage. OSP utilizing wrist control. There is one underhook from Dominic Reyes. But showing a good amount of technique and experience here. Very surprising how good he is with this short amount of time in MMA. Reyes gets out of there. Now they center up in the center of the cage. Reyes takes center of the cage now. Nice body kick from Reyes. Inside leg kick as well. They're making a good point on the commentary. Reyes does look very fluid, man. Doesn't really give a lot of tails to what he's throwing. He throws stuff just out of nowhere. And it's, again, there's not a lot of tells there, so you can't really see where he's coming from. Big left hand. You don't know if the left high kick's coming, the leg kick's coming, or if the straight left's coming with the check hook behind it. Ovens almost landed a head kick. Two minutes left here in the second, guys. Both guys, center of the cage. Just trying to size each other up, gauge distance. Really trying to figure each other out. OSP jumps in with the left hook. Lands. Nice outside leg kick. Referee reminds OSP to close those fingers up. Both guys looking a little weathered. Actually, Reyes looking a little bit more tired at this point than OSP. Now OSP goes on the offensive. OSP dictating the pace of the fight now. OSP shoots. Takedown stuffed again. OSP, yeah, does have a cut on the forehead. Another takedown stuffed. Reyes got great takedown defense and framing. Nice body kick. If I had to give anyone this round, it would just be Reyes purely based off of output and landing stuff like the leg kicks. Oh, nice body shot from OSP there. But just strictly off of output and accuracy. Landed a lot of inside leg kicks, a lot of body kicks with the left leg. MMA fans being particularly docile in this fight. No, not a lot of boos coming out, which I like. Maybe, Sean, maybe. That's it for round 2, guys. I would say at this point that's 2 rounds to 0 Dominic Reyes. OSP's corner's really giving it to him. OSP's corner really encouraging him and telling him, look, you got to win this round. He's like, I don't know why you're not putting out more offense. We got to do this. Last round, and I think they know he's down in this fight, which is, obvious to see. So he really needs something special right here. Interesting tidbit from OSP's corner. They said anytime that OSP throws first, that he beats him every time. I don't know if that's the case, but he's definitely going to look for that in this third round. Front leg side kick from OSP. Both guys looking a little bit more fresh here. Left high kick. Just misses from Reyes. Reyes staying in that south. Oh, my Lord. That straight left hand followed by the inside leg kick from Reyes. Beautiful technique. That's true, Sean. That's true. Long time ago, but that's true, man. Like I said, fun times, though. Oh, high kick from OSP. Barely missed with that. Barely missed. Body kick from Reyes. Lands on the arms. Reyes has beautiful technique with his kicks. You don't know where they're landing. That could go to the inside leg. That could go to the body, to the head. When he throws it, you have no idea. Side kick to the body. Jumping switch front kick. Barely misses. High kick. Reyes shakes it off. Oh, nice jab from OSP. 3:15 left in this fight, guys. Nice kick. Both guys exchange leg kicks. Reyes hits a left hand on the way out. Overhand left right there by OSP. Oh, sneaky left hand from Reyes. Sneaky left hand. I like this guy's technique, man. He just threw that left hand uppercut while moving backwards, off balance on the opposite foot, and it landed flush. Beautiful stuff. It's just that. Oh, nice over the top with the left hand from Reyes. That technique, man. It's just that unpredictability. Oh, straight left hand from OSP. Reyes gets that underhook, though. The under over. Quickly. Off balance. OSP rushes at him, and he quickly grabs that underhook. Now Reyes reverses. Reyes holding OSP on the cage. Now they break. Back in the center of the octagon. Both Joe and Dominic Cruz make good points that Reyes has definitely decreased his output after that first round. It was a 61-6 significant strikes in the first round from Reyes. Both guys are definitely tired at this point, but Reyes has definitely decreased in output. 100. Ooh. Straight front kick right there from OSP after the left hand. Oh. Outside leg kick from Reyes. Step in elbow from Reyes. Right on the cut of OSP, too. 1 minute and 3 seconds left, guys. OSP's got to do something here. Another inside leg kick from Reyes. I appreciate it, Sean. Thanks for being in here, man. Thanks for having it back. Oh, nice uppercut. And slips out. Beautiful head movement right there from Reyes. 30 seconds left. Head kick. They are really cutting down on that open hand stuff. That's going to be integral to the main event tonight. Conor does that palms out open hand stuff a lot, and if they're going to really cut down on it, that might be an issue for Conor later on. Oh man, Reyes with the oh my God! Oh my Lord! What happened? That was it. What the hell was that? And then here come the doctors. What happened? That was a nasty left hand. OSP couldn't get up. The only problem was Dominic Reyes walked away like it was a walk-off KO. But they didn't signal that it was a knockout. I didn't hear a bell. Then the doctors came in. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I have no idea. Thank God that doesn't happen in the main event. Look at this straight left hand. Right after, I was going to give kudos to OSP, and I still will, man. What a warrior in there. But just the technique of Dominic Reyes, man. Slips out. That slip and roll from Dominic Reyes, and then follows up with the straight left. That stuff is you can't teach that, man. Boom. Look at that slip. Come back. Bang. Oh, my Lord. Oh, there was a horn. There was the horn. Okay. 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 So there was a horn. So there was no knockout or official knockout. So we're going to go to a decision right here. Thank you, Sean. Hey, man, I appreciate it. Go watch that main event. We're going to have a good time, man. That was crazy. That was crazy. So it went to a judge's decision. Obviously, this is a unanimous decision for Dominic Reyes. But that slip out while he was moving backward against the cage and then to plant his foot and throw the straight left. Beautiful technique. And I'm really impressed by Dominic Reyes. Very impressed. Sucks for OSP. But a well-deserved win from Dominic Reyes. Joe's asking him about the knockout here. Boom. Oh, my Lord. That's straight left, boy. What? Very big win for Dominic Reyes. Joe giving Dominic his due. Dominic Reyes asked EA to get him in the UFC 3 game. Picture with Joe Rogan. Guys, 2 fights away from the main event of the evening. The biggest fight that we might ever witness. And I'm so glad I'm spending it with you guys, man. I wish Kelsey was here, but that's about the only difference. Matt Damon in the building. Aaron Paul. Not to be mistaken with Logan and Jake Paul. Just different guys. What do you guys think about, I know this is off the topic, but what do you guys think about Logan Paul in the UFC? Is that something that you guys could see actually happening? I don't know. I don't think that's something that could happen. I'm not going to lie, I would watch it. I watched when CM Punk came into the UFC. I think Logan Paul has more athletic ability than that guy. I got Joseph Benavidez doing a promo for The Walking Dead. I'm going to take these out for now so I can chat with you guys. We got Tony Ferguson, Anthony Pettis next, guys. I'm gonna be straight up with you. These next two fights, I'm not going to be doing a lot of commentating. I'll point out stuff here and there, but I'm going to immerse myself fully in these next two fights, guys. You're going to see that. You're going to see a complete reaction of what I do fully. Not a lot of commentary, though, because I don't want to miss a thing. It's going to be fun. Oh, my God. We got people too old to be dancing like that, dancing like they are 25. Tony Ferguson, Anthony Pettis. Who do you guys have? If you're in the chat, it's fine if you guys want to lurk in the chat, that's fine. But if you got a pick for this fight, make it now because I've made my pick, Tony Ferguson. Even if I'm not quite sure as much as I'd want to be about Tony Ferguson, I am picking him. And the redemption story for him is such a big deal, man. This guy has gone through so much in these last 6 to 7 months, having surgery, tearing his ACL, getting stripped of his title, getting less money to fight on a card that should be his main event card. It's tough, man, but I'm riding with Tony on this. Though Anthony Pettis scares me. He said this the other day. He said he's starting to feel like the former champ, Anthony Pettis, and he's starting to fight like it too. He's starting to look like the Wheaties box, Anthony Pettis, the guy that was throwing Showtime kicks and spinning elbows, creative, and no one could really find out what he was doing. That's what he's starting to look like. They show the show. Of course, they're going to show the Showtime kick. Vincent Henderson had to just not know exactly what was happening to him at that moment. But another thing that they're highlighting, Anthony Pettis has slick submissions off of his back on the ground. And obviously Tony, we know Tony has some slick-ass submissions as well. So this will be interesting to see, man. Who can implement? Is Anthony Pettis going to come out early and hit Tony with something he hasn't seen? Is Tony going to be able to weather the storm, use that 10th planet jiu-jitsu? I have no idea, man. Those Darces lock up like it's a lock and key, man. He doesn't let go of those things. Did you guys hear that? So we'll see, man. I feel so bad for Tony. But hey, my man's doing exactly what he's got to do. This is his it's his life, it's his career. You got to fight. I don't know what happens with the winner of this fight, though. I don't really know what comes of this. I don't know if someone gets, a title shot. I don't know if I guess it all depends on the main event, because if Conor's winning, I don't see either of these guys getting the next shot. I don't think it interests him enough to do it. I think he's more interested in going and fighting like a George St. Pierre or a Tyron Woodley. Again, maybe a Floyd Mayweather rematch. I don't know, but I don't think Tony or Anthony is very interesting to him. But either way, this is a fight right here, boys and girls. Anthony Pettis walking out first. All right, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, guys. I'll be right back. All right. Here we go. Breaking the seal. Not quite. Pee break, guys. That was an interesting moment right there with Anthony Pettis. You can tell him and Duke Roufus really want this win, man. This is a big win for Anthony Pettis. If there's any story for this fight, it's both these guys' redemption stories. Anthony Pettis, a former champion, lost his way. Things didn't go for him. He tried to go to 145. Got beat by Max Holloway. He's trying to make this comeback at 155 and return to the old form of Anthony Pettis. The guy that starched the entire MMA world at a very young age and made a name for himself off of some big-time fighters, man. So I'm excited to see it. But I'm also excited to see Tony come back. Never lost his belt. All right. Okay, if you guys are watching, Tony is a little different. And there's nothing wrong with that. You have to be a little different to be in this business. He's got some different training techniques. He just came back from a torn ACL in 5 or 6 months. That's crazy. But he is he's a very odd person. It's going to be interesting, though, man. Joe Rogan's talking about how Tony built his own gym in Big Bear and how he trains using ankle weights on his wrists and how he showed up to the weigh-ins with ankle weights on. The guy said he was a Ninja Turtle this week in the media days. He's out there, but he's definitely doing something right, man. Has 10 fight win streak right now. Tony doesn't I mean, he has a crazy cardio, man. He doesn't get tired a lot. If ever. I don't think I've ever seen Tony get tired. So you're going to have to put him away. To get him out of there, you're going to have to either knock him out or submit him. Five months off of ACL surgery. I don't know. Maybe that's a disadvantage. Maybe it is. Maybe that's something that's going to come back to haunt Tony. I hope not. But that is something we're going to have to look for. How is that going to affect him in this fight? 4-inch reach advantage, though. That's a big deal. Dang, Anthony Pettis is already 31. It's not old at all in MMA. It's just crazy seeing where he came from and how young he was when he won that title to now. But I would not be disappointed in anybody winning this fight. I would love either guy winning this. I just picked Tony because that cardio he has, it's just he doesn't stop. Like if you guys remember, Edson Barboza had Tony wobbled, was hitting him with big shots, and Tony just kept coming forward until he finally overwhelmed him. Snapped him down and got that darts choke on him. Anthony Pettis, a plus 300 underdog. I like that. I like that intro. Showtime on the back. Let them know. Oh, that place is packed out. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, man. This fight's getting me there, man. It's getting me hyped. Tony fights out of Orange County. Proper 12. Ugi Zavo. Have you a bottle? All right, Jason Herzog. Don't fuck this up, man. Here we go. I'm not doing the clock. I won't keep up with it, guys. Guys, we're one fight away from Khabib and Conor. 3-round fight right here, guys. 456, 455. Coney comes out with a jab to the body. Nice front kick. Caught that leg kick and threw the big right hand behind it. Woo! Tony switches stance. Yep. Anthony Pettis goes right after that surgically repaired knee, and now you see that Tony is starting to switch stance a little bit already. Those are some nasty kicks from Anthony Pettis, man. Commentators are making a good point, man. It's 6 months off of ACL reconstruction, not an ACL tear. 6 months for a complete construction of the ACL, reconstruction. It's tough, man. Nice right hand from Anthony Pettis. Oh, nice left hand right there from Tony. Nice left hand out of switch southpaw. Inside leg kick from Tony with the bad leg. If you guys are watching, it's Tony's left leg that he had surgery on. And you can tell he's doing a lot of switching to try to protect that. And this is very early in the fight for Tony. It's not going to, Tony has never been a guy to come out and just blitzkrieg a guy and look amazing in this first round. But as this fight goes on, if you want to see a guy overwhelm someone, Tony has that ability. Nice jab from Tony. Backing up Pettis against the cage now. Woo! Real flashy right there from Anthony Pettis, but nothing really landed. Tony throwing some leg kicks really early in this fight. That might be a tale to try to say, I'm going to be around for 3 rounds. We're going to have to finish this. Trying to tire Anthony Pettis out a little bit. Nice 1-2 from Tony. Switching stance in the middle of his jab. That's crazy. Now Tony's starting to look like Tony. Coming forward on Anthony Pettis. Pressure. And Pettis now is backing up against the cage. Oh, big right hand from Tony. I think Tony's starting to settle in a little bit. Making sure my headphones weren't messing up, guys. A little bit of commentary issues from the UFC here. This is Tony. This is vintage Tony Ferguson right here. Coming forward on Anthony Pettis. Nice inside leg kick. Now Anthony Pettis returns. But yeah, absolutely. Dominic Cruz makes a great point. You gotta do something to slow down Tony Ferguson, or he's gonna keep coming. Front kick to the body. Inside leg kick too, man. Jeez. This is Tony Ferguson, man. This is what he does to people. Oh, spinning back fist from Tony. Oh, capoeira kick. Y'all didn't know Anthony Pettis was a b-boy in his free time. They're both talking now. I like this, man. Both these guys talking to each other. No one's going anywhere. Tony is all over Anthony Pettis right now, though. All over him. This is why Tony Ferguson is a horrible matchup for a lot of guys. Oh, big right hand off the cage. Woo. That was a big round for Tony Ferguson. Coming off of surgery to be able to take 2 leg kicks to start the round. And I know Tony Ferguson's a mentally tough guy, and I know he's different in the way he thinks, but that had to feel so good to be able to take those 2 and know that he was okay. That's a huge thing for his mentality moving forward. Coming off a total ACL reconstruction to be able to take 2 shots. Look at Tony. Tony in the middle of the round is standing off of the stool, not even sitting. Standing the entire time, sending a message to Anthony Pettis. That's crazy. Tony is a cardio monster. Here we go. Second round. Let's see if Anthony Pettis can deal with this pace that Tony is putting on. And it's an excruciating pace. Tony looks like he's ready for 3 more, 4 more, 7 more. Here we go. Tony sprints across the cage. Again, straight right back to it. Inside leg kick. Oh! Anthony Pettis catches him with a right hand. Oh, another right hand. Oh, Anthony Pettis all over Tony Ferguson. Tony does a good job, though. Good job of catching the leg. Ferguson is messed up right now. Oh, he's bleeding for the mouth. Woo! Tony Ferguson catches him, holding him in full guard right now, but he is bleeding all over the place. Now Tony trying to implement that rubber guard, 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, trying to survive, catch that breath again. Anthony Pettis clipped him twice with the right hand. Tony's dangerous in this guard. This is what you should do. This is what Kevin Lee got in trouble doing, was trying to ground and pound on Tony Ferguson. I think you should stand back up. Joe makes a good point. This is giving Tony time to recover. He's going to try to look for that triangle. Tony must have landed a short elbow on Pettis because now he's bleeding. Pettis laughs at him. And they are fighting, man. Let's go. Oh, come on. They better not stop this, man. We're good. We're good. Come on, don't stop this, man. He's good. Perfect. Sweet. Doctor says he's good. All right, let's go, man. Let's go. These 2 fools are coming after it, baby. Let's go. Tony comes right after him. Oh! Anthony tries to throw a spinning heel kick. Misses wildly, but, man, they're going after it. That's what I like, man. Body kick from Pettis. Tony just forward pressure. Another punch off the cage from Tony. Oh, backing Pettis up. 2 body shots from Tony. Nice jab. Yeah, Tony's moving forward. Doesn't look like he's got any wobble, anything left. It looks like he's fully recovered now. Tony just constant pressure. Constant pressure. Oh, elbow on the inside. Nice jab right there from Pettis. Overhand right again from Pettis. That's the shot. That's the shot that put him down a second ago. Right hand to the body right there from Tony. Look at this pressure, man. I know I keep saying it, but it's just nonstop. Tony just continuing to come forward. Fully recovered. Oh, left hook, right hook. Pettis trying to deal with it. It's getting to, oh, it's getting to him. Firing back. Oh, Pettis throws a left hook. Push kick from Pettis. 1:30 left in the second. This could be over in this round, guys. Stay tuned. Tony's still moving forward. Not letting Pettis off the cage at all. Oh, step-in elbow again from Tony. Good knee. Oh, right hand from Anthony Pettis. Another one. The 1-2 from Anthony Pettis. This is crazy back and forth, guys. Both guys landing big shots. Just standing right in front of each other, trading. Oh, step-in elbow from Tony. They're chanting Olay at him. They like it. All the Irish fans giving up respect for these two guys. I like that, man. Tony with a step-in elbow right there. 28 seconds left. The second round. Oh! Big right hand. Tony is throwing big shots. Pettis does a cartwheel. Tony, man, that pressure won him that round. Those shots were landing. Big shots. Anthony Pettis took all of them. Threw a cartwheel kick. Unbelievable round, man. Unbelievable round. Pettis is beaten up, man. Those cuts are pretty bad. See what these doctors say, man. Come on, don't stop it yet. Duke Rufus is talking to him. They stopped it. Man, that's tough. That's tough. That's tough. So Duke Rufus basically stepped in on behalf of Anthony Pettis and stopped that fight. Looks like Anthony Pettis broke his right hand, and Duke Rufus wouldn't let him go anymore. What a win for Tony Ferguson. What you're seeing right now, Tony Ferguson is weeping. He's physically weeping at the fact that he just won that fight in the way he did. What a battle for look, man, I'm so good. I'm so fired up for Tony Ferguson. From how much he's had to overcome to come back from that. A torn ACL. Losing his belt. Losing his belt. Losing some money off of his paycheck. The adversity this guy's had to go through. What a win for Tony Ferguson. And hey, man, depending on this main event, that puts him right back into the conversation for the best lightweight in the world. That was an amazing fight, guys. I know it's a little anticlimactic with the stoppage, but man, what do you do, man? That guy knows his fighter better than anyone. Tony got wobbled twice, but again, in typical Tony fashion. But in typical Tony fashion, he comes right back and implements his will on guys. That sucks for Anthony Pettis because he looked good, man, but that pressure Tony put on is just, you can't replicate that. You just can't. And you guys already know what's next, man. You guys already know what's next. Conor McGregor, Khabib Nurmagomedov. I'm interested to see what Tony says in this interview. I'm already fidgety for the main event, guys. I'm already fidgety. $11 in a row for Tony Ferguson. Here we go, interview. Tony, first thing he does is call out Conor. McNuggets, as usual. Doesn't really mean a lot, but we'll see after this fight what it means. If Conor wins, it means a lot. Straight to the point. I like it. I like that from Tony Ferguson. And, of course, you know, why not call out Conor McGregor? That's the fight that you deserve as Tony. That's if you're Tony, that's the only fight for you is the winner of the next fight. So, you know, good on him for doing that. Absolutely. That's the fight he needs. Anthony Pettis, big respect for Tony. Much respect right there, man. Much respect for Anthony Pettis. He did. He looked like the Anthony Pettis of old, guys. And now, we got the main event of the evening. Proper 12. No, we have Conor McGregor and Khabib Nurmagomedov. Look at Daniel Cormier in the first row. He's saying it's Khabib time. It's Khabib time. I don't know about that, DC. Oh, Roy McIlroy representing the UK. Okay. Vasil Lomachenko. Pound for pound, #1 in the world boxer. All the stars out tonight, guys. Oh, John Anna's got blood on the back of his shirt. Oh, God, man. Guys, this is what I've been waiting for the last 3 years. This is all I've been waiting on. Conor McGregor, Khabib Nurmagomedov. We all saw it, the rumblings of it. We saw it brewing. And now, after it's gotten really personal, after both guys have said their piece, after the infamous bus incident with the dolly through the bus window, press conferences, subtle shout-outs and subtle disses, after being in front of each other, finally we're here. And I don't have any words to describe it, guys. All I can say is we're witnessing history. This is history in the UFC. I don't know what this Overlord movie's about. Looks creepy, though. This is something serious, guys. This is something. Describe it, man. What's happening? Nothing started yet, German. Nothing started yet. They're doing a promo for some movie, Overlord, that's coming out at the UFC. I'm guessing is some kind of sponsorship deal with. Nothing yet, though. But it's coming up next. Here we go, man. I don't have any words at this point. I've said all I need to say. Everything that's said is needed to be said has been said. All that's left is for two guys, the best in the world at this weight class. You know, Tony Ferguson has made a good case for himself, but the best in the world at this weight class. The biggest star in MMA versus, in the UFC's words, the juggernaut. The lightweight juggernaut, Khabib Nurmagomedov. Oh, my God. I can't sit still. Not yet. Not yet. T, not yet. Coming on next, though. Conor's about to walk out. This place is going to erupt. I'm not going to say anything, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be talking much during this fight. I'll do my best, but I'm going to take this in, man. This is something I'll never get to see again. I'm taking this in. Conor's going to make the walk first because Khabib is the champion. This place is going to erupt. I'm sure he'll come out to some version of Sinead O'Connor. O'Connell. Yo, the butterflies, guys. The butterflies. I'm not even fighting. And I have no idea what's about to happen. Can you imagine the pressure these guys are under? Can you imagine that? I'm not even in front. I'm not in front of anyone. I'm in my little studio. I'm in front of the TV. These guys are in front of 17,000. Here we go. Conor's walkout. All right, man. I like Joe, and I like Anik, and I like Dominic. Let's cut it, man. Let's cut this stuff. I want to see Conor walk into the cage. Let's just get to it. I've waited too long. I'm sweating, guys. I'm sweating. I'm sweating. I'm not holding my composure. I'm not calm and cool and collected. I'm not. I can't help it. All right, here we go. The fight promo. Here we go. Yeah, get bopped, my man. We don't do that stuff here, man. T, I'm not showing the fight on this channel. I'm only showing myself reacting to the fight. So we don't do any of that illegal streaming stuff here. So if you guys are here for that, I'm sorry. We don't do that here. We're just going to watch the fight legally and all that. Yeah, I know, man. I'm sorry, man. I'll do my best to describe it for you guys, though. I'm excited about that. Oh, my God. Sorry, I'm not saying a lot right now, guys. I appreciate it, T. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, not saying it. I'm just trying to immerse myself in this. Yeah. It's been so long since we've seen Conor. And I get nervous for fights. Like, I got nervous for the Cody Garbrandt, DJ Dillashaw fight, Francis Ngannou, Stipe, DC Stipe. But this one's something else, man. This one really gets to you. At least it does me, man. It's got me with goosebumps. My heart rate's through the roof. This is why we watch. The elite of the elite athletes, guys. If y'all know Conor, y'all know the rest. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, they got the smoke in the arena. Oh my God. Sinead, as always. T, I'm a little nervous too. I'm not going to lie. Conor's going to come out to that biggie. I didn't know if we'd ever see this moment again, guys. I didn't know if he was coming back, but he's here. After 2 years, he's back. I hesitated to say it. With that music playing and him walking to the cage, Conor McGregor is officially back. Woo! Woo! I mean, they are real tonight. Conor says home sweet home on the walkout. I can't do anything but smile, guys. Look at that environment. Good point made by Rogan. Conor's not doing this for the money. Yes, he will make a lot of money from this fight. But my man has $100 million in the bank. This ain't about money now. This is for this love of this game we call fighting. This game we call MMA. The highest level of unarmed combat. And this man is at the highest level of that. Whew, we're only one walkout away, guys. Conor McGregor enters the cage. He's back. He's back. The cage rolling with smoke. Look at that visual. Oh my goodness. What? And got the Mac walk, baby. Got the Mac walk. The notorious strut. Beard not shaven. Looking scruffy. No haircut. My man is not coming to play today. This isn't bald head Conor McGregor. We know he's record with the bald head. It's not that great. But this is no shave, no haircut Conor McGregor right here. I know I'm being a little loud, guys. Oh, man. It's just history. We'll never see this. This is Barry Bonds hitting 775. Cubs winning the World Series. This is what we're dealing with. This type of history. As young of a sport as MMA is, this is the best and biggest fight in its short history. And it will live on throughout history as the biggest fight. Here comes Khabib on his walkout. There are some Khabib fans in the crowd. You can hear some Khabib fans. I will say, and I don't want to manifest, Khabib does have one punch that would scare me if I'm a Conor McGregor fan. He calls it the eagle punch. It's this weird looping underhook jab that he brings from the left side out of orthodox. Really hard to defend. He hits you right under the chin with it. I know Conor's got a good chin. And I know he's the better dominant stand-up fighter. But if I was worried about one strike from the stand-up from Khabib, it would be from a lack of respect of Conor's view of Khabib's stand-up and getting caught with that eagle punch on the way in. That's the only thing I can see him doing that would give Conor problems on the feet. That's it. Here we go, though. Security surrounding Khabib. No funny business on the way to the ring. None of that. Khabib is not only, I've said this many times, he not only never lost a fight, He has never lost a round. He tossed RDA all over the cage. Rafael dos Anjos had no answer. Michael Johnson got dominated. This is a scary man we're dealing with. One of the, if not the best grappler in MMA. And the only other better ones are at his own gym. With the world watching, how does Khabib deal with this? The entire world focused on one fight, and this man is the champion. Most takedowns landed in a fight, 21. Third longest win streak to start the UFC, 10 wins. Undefeated, 26-0. The record speaks for itself. Undisputed and undefeated. Until tonight. What will happen? I can't believe this is real. I cannot believe this is even real. That we're getting this fight. My legs have goosebumps. Security doing a good job, the UFC is, with the security in the cage. A lot of security between these two. They're not letting anything jeopardize this fight. And I will say, if the UFC has bungled the promotion, they've done a good job with their security measures after the bus incident. These guys haven't even gotten close to doing anything other than the press conference or the weigh-in last night. And that wasn't anything. Whew. Here we go. Bruce Buffer on the announcement. I'm not going to lie to you. As we get closer to this, it becomes real. I don't know. Conor looks a lot bigger than he usually looks in these fights. Khabib looks a little bit lighter. And we know that Conor is a very hypertrophic fighter. A lot of hypertrophy coming into those muscles really quickly. I got to move around. Khabib looks really comfortable. Doesn't look like the moment is becoming too big for Khabib. He looks loose and relaxed. Conor waving and smiling to the crowd. Khabib smiling. Exactly what I want, man. Let's go, man. The official Conor McGregor pose in the center of the octagon. I mean, You can't replicate that, man. Khabib, cold, calculated. Minus 170 favorite. All right, guys. I'm not doing much commentating for this one. If I see something, I'm gonna react, but that's about it. Sorry about that. I want to live in this moment with you guys. Khabib gets a chorus of boos from the crowd. No touching of the gloves in this one, boys. Not a chance this time. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, my God. I got nothing else to say. Here we go. 457, 456. Oh, big left hand. Khabib shoots for that single leg. Conor showing great defense. A long fight, though, guys. Long fight. There it is. Khabib gets that takedown. Khabib wraps those feet up on the cage. That's typical Khabib. Typical Khabib fashion, though. He's going to posture up and throw shots at Conor. And now he's going to drag Conor away. Khabib still with Conor on the cage. Wrapping those legs and just getting really tight to Conor. He just inches closer, man. Conor's in a bad position. Khabib's trying to trap the right arm. Now Khabib traps the right arm. Conor gets it free. Khabib inching up into top mount. Two minutes, 45 seconds left. Nice right hand from the clinch, from the top position from Khabib. Another nice right hand from Khabib. Another one. Another one. He's not going anywhere. Khabib's not letting him up off the cage. He's not letting him up at all. Now he's got Conor's right arm trapped. That's not good. That's not good. Khabib is inching toward that mount. Khabib trying to step over into mount. Khabib trying to trap that arm. Transitions into half guard. He's going to try to get into full, and then he's going to try to get into mounted crucifix. A minute left in the first, guys. This is what Khabib does. This is what he's good at. Khabib's trying to transition into side control. Khabib being very patient. 30 seconds left in the first. Khabib raining down some left hands. Nice short elbow from Khabib. Open palms to the side of Khabib's head from Conor. Khabib's still in half guard. Oh, that's not good. Conor's already breathing heavy, man. Don't drink all that water, Conor. Khabib breathing a little heavy, but standing. That first shot, that first left hand Conor caught Khabib with already got swelling under Khabib's eye. But Conor's breathing really heavy, man. Khabib got the first. Khabib got the first for sure. Control won him the first round on the top. Conor sucking water, man. I don't like that. But here we go. Second round. If that happens over 5 rounds, this is Khabib's fight to lose. Here we go, 454, 453. Oh. Conor just got clipped from a right hand from Khabib. This is the worst case scenario for Conor McGregor. Oh my God. Khabib just dropped Conor and wobbled him with the right hand. I did not see that. Khabib has Conor's back. Head and arm triangle possibly coming. Conor gets out, but he's full mount. Conor's got to move. He's got to scramble. Jesus Christ. I did not see that coming. Khabib threw a haymaker and landed it, and Conor wobbled to the ground. Oh, my God. Conor's never been wobbled in MMA, guys, ever. I mean, Nate wobbled him kind of, but never like that. And Khabib just threw a haymaker and landed it. And there's still 3 minutes left in this round, man. And this could very easily end right here with either Khabib stopping Conor in this round, or this round just going to the third with Khabib just in the guard wailing on Conor. Khabib's talking to Conor now. Oh, big elbow from Khabib. He's posturing up and landing big shots on Conor right now. This is not good. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Come on. Protect something. Khabib is raining down shots. This is bad trouble. This is bad trouble for Conor. Come on, Conor. Come on, baby. Come on, something. Something, Conor. Protect. I'll give Khabib Dean his credit. He's doing everything he can to give Conor his time. Now Khabib might look for a Kimura or Americana. He's got the right arm or the left arm isolated. Oh, that's a knee on the ground. That was an illegal knee from Conor right there. Khabib's trying to go for the Americana. Key lock's coming. Oh, he's going for an oh, geez. Come on, Conor. Come on, man. He got out. That was a Kimura, not an Americana. Here comes the side control from Khabib. Back into full mount. Khabib in side control. Oh, geez. Conor gave up his neck. 50 seconds left in the second round here. Conor going to get back to his feet. But Khabib's going to drag him back down if he's not careful. I'm very impressed by Khabib right here. Very impressed from Khabib. That right hand changed the fight. Changed the fight completely. I did not expect that at all. This is a 10-8 round from Khabib. This is a 10-8 round. Absolute domination. A good point made right there by Joe Rogan. Conor doesn't have a stoppage victory in the UFC after the second round. Guys, that was not the round you wanted if you're a Conor fan. He's tired. Conor smiled at him after the round, but that means nothing at this point. Khabib just caught him with that right hand. Kavanaugh just told him we won the stand-up, or he said you got the stand-up, because he didn't win the stand-up. Boom. Conor holds his hands very low, and he can get away with it because he's an elite striker. But when Khabib changes levels and Conor waits for that takedown, he opens up the right hand. Here we go, round 3. Khabib's up 2-0. Khabib looking fresh as a daisy, man. Right hand from Conor. Left hand from Conor. Nothing. I don't know, man. Khabib looks good. Both guys center of the octagon. Conor's tired, man. Conor's tired. Oh, man. These feints are really going to do damage. Khabib is standing with Conor McGregor, guys. What I don't like is that Conor is now chasing Khabib. Here come the takedown's coming. I don't think he does either. I don't think he looks fatigued. I think Conor does. This is recovery time for Khabib right here. That's a nice 1-2 from Khabib. I'll tell you this. He's worked on his striking. Nice elbow from Conor. Nice knee from Conor. Another shot from Khabib. Another right hand. Conor's on the cage. There's the shot on the cage. Level change. Conor stuffs it, but this is where Khabib starts. Here we go. On the cage. Conor's got to slip out, man. He can't stay here on the cage like this. This is Khabib's game. Got to slip out. Got to. Oh! Straight uppercut from Conor. Head kick from Conor. Misses. Nice jab from Khabib. This is the first guy to ever stand in front of Khabib. Or stand in front of Conor. Khabib is standing right in front of him. Not going anywhere. Khabib says, bring it on. Khabib's right hand is something I'm starting to get scared of. This is what I'm saying. Khabib's starting to hit Conor, to hurt him. Khabib's right hand scares the shit out of me right now. I'm not going to lie to you guys. He's tagged Conor with it 3 or 4 times, and Conor's fighting with his hands low like usual. But this is a different right hand that he got hit with. That power off of Khabib's right hand because of the takedown threat is there. Nice knee from Conor, though. That's avoided. He didn't hit that. Nice body shot from Khabib. Oh, big knee. Conor looks for the clock. The trip from Khabib. There's Khabib. Conor's on the cage. Khabib on him. Conor turns and faces. Got to slide out. Got to slide out. Conor trying to utilize wrist control. Khabib's going to send him if he gets the hands clasped. I think you give Conor the 3rd round. But with the 2nd round being a 10-8, Conor's got to win the next 2. He's going to try to trip him. Khabib lets go of it, and he tries again. Woo! Here we go. Conor wins that round. Conor wins that round. Conor wins that round. But he needs the next 2. Conor needs the next 2. Khabib's starting to spit a little bit. Here we go, man. 4th round. At this point, Conor's got to win the last 2 convincingly to win this fight. That 2nd round was massive for Khabib. Here we go, 4th round. Scares me the way Conor's standing. It's crazy. I would never think that the Khabib's right hand would scare me, but it is. Straight left from Conor. Push kick from Conor. Oh, man, that left hand from Khabib. Conor gets hit, man, but it's just scaring me. Jesus, that right hand from Khabib every time he throws it after that second round. Khabib tags him again. Khabib got the hands clasped and got Conor on the cage. Gets the trip. And now Khabib's got the hands clasped again, and now the front leg's trapped. Now Conor's giving up his back. Khabib's going to ride him down. Both hands are locked. And now he's gonna ragdoll. Oh, now he's got both hooks on Conor. Now the full mount from Khabib. Khabib's gotten 4 takedowns. He's in full mount. Conor was in bad trouble in the second round when this happened. Yeah, Khabib working for this arm triangle as well. Now Conor's turtled up. Khabib in half guard, but a close half guard. And he uses this to rain down hammer fists on Conor. Hitting on the arms there. Now right into full mount. Deep into full mount is Khabib. Oh, he's got the back. He's got the back. Got the choke. Got the choke. Come on, Conor, fight. Oh, my Lord. Khabib going after Dylan Dennis. That's what you don't want. That's what you don't want. Oh, hey! People are fighting Conor in the cage. Oh! What is happening right now in the cage? Two of Khabib's teammates sucker punched Conor. The UFC is taking the cameras away from the ring. Khabib got the win, but that was a little rough right there. That's not how you deal with winning a fight. One of Khabib's teammates jumped the cage and caught Conor in the back of the head with the right hand. That's uncalled for, man. This is the fight game. I get it. There's a lot of animosity, but that's so terrible, man. That's a black eye on the sport right there. No pun intended, but that's not what you want, man. That's not what you want. I get it. I understand that these guys don't like each other. It's a truly great victory for Khabib, and then to mar it like that is just absolutely terrible. They got Luke Rockhold and Daniel Cormier in the cage with him to try to calm him down. Unbelievable black eye on the sport right there. A massive victory for Khabib Nurmagomedov. It might have been WWE, but that was real. Khabib and Conor have real disdain for each other, and that was and what you don't want is this spilling out into real life. You know, I don't want this being something where Conor's crew and Khabib's crew try to settle this outside of the cage, because then you're really getting into serious issues. You're getting into criminal stuff that you don't want to see between two competitors in a sport or in combat. Khabib jumps out and attacks Dylan Dennis, and then Khabib's friends jump into the cage and swing on Conor. One of the guys jumped the cage and swung on Conor from behind and clocked him. You don't want that, man. And it was you know, dare I say, dominant fashion win for Khabib. A dominant win, and it's marred by that. That's tough, man. Khabib just might have ruined the legacy that he could have had by this win. I'm not saying that he would have been the next Conor McGregor. Khabib could have been the next massive star. With that win, it would have been skyrocketed his career. And now with that ending, it's not going to be good. This interview, if they even do it, any of that stuff, it's not going to look well for Khabib. And it's unfortunate. And this is what Joe Rogan's talking about. This is not what you want, man. Desire, you were right. You were right. Khabib dominated that entire fight. But here's the problem now. Now it could spill over into the public. And I cannot believe that actually happened right then. Khabib going outside of the cage, endangering just regular fans there. And I'm not condoning it at all. I understand it's the fight game. It's not going to look good, man. Khabib wants his ceremony in the octagon, and they're not going to get it. He's not going to get it. He wants his time in the ring, his ceremony, and they're not going to give it to him. They're not going to give it to him. Why would you at this point? So this is, like I said, this could spill out into real life. That's unfortunate, man. Because I know Khabib is not a bad guy. But that's so out of character, and it's such a black eye on the sport, man. To do what he did and to do what his friends did. From them, their perspective, they're saying, you know, I know what they're thinking, that Conor did it first, we're going to get him back. But that's not how this works, man. That's not how this works. Conor is going to pay his debt for what he did. And now Khabib will too. What a terrible way to end what could have been the greatest moment of Khabib's professional career. An amazing performance from Khabib. An amazing performance. To sum it up, Khabib caught Conor in a neck crank after just riding him the entire fourth round. And Conor tapped. And after that, Khabib held the choke a little bit longer. And then decided, he threw his mouthpiece at Conor's corner. Then decided to jump the cage, go over the cage, and attack Dylan Dennis, Conor McGregor's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu coach. When that happened, Conor sitting on the edge of the cage, two of Khabib's boys, two of the Russian fighters, I think one of them was a UFC fighter, so that could be a problem, jump into the cage. One guy starts to try to box Conor, and another guy comes up and hits him with a right hand in the back of the head. A skirmish, a little bit of a brawl came out between the two guys. But I can guarantee you this, no one's going home happy. No one's going home a fan of Khabib now. And now you're looking at suspensions, you're looking at fines, you're looking at probably costing two of your guys, two of the best Russian fighters on your team, spots in the UFC. It's tough, man, because that was such a dominant win. Khabib hit Conor with the right hand in the second round and wobbled him. It's now what? Who won? Khabib won. Khabib won. I will take all that, but it's just like I want to be excited for Khabib. I wanted to no. He won the fight. He's going to remain the champion, but he's probably not going to fight for a long time, guys. That was tough to watch. I'm going to pull these out for a second because they're doing a promo, but man. Overall, a disappointing, fight for Conor fans. It was just, it was just what you expected. The story didn't really change much. It was Khabib's grappling and the big right hand in the second round. That ended up being a huge factor. I think it got the respect of Conor. And, with that right hand, Khabib was changing levels and trying to go for that takedown and popped up and threw the right hand out of it. That's what a dominant wrestler will do to someone. Now, what's interesting is it's even hard to talk about the fight. It's not even fun to talk about the fight now because of what just happened. And as a fan of MMA, I'm here, and yes, I was disappointed, and I didn't want Conor to lose. He's the biggest star I've ever seen. I don't know where he goes from here. That might be Conor's last fight. And with the way it ended, it might be the last fight we see from Khabib for a long time. So I don't know. This is usually the time where they would go over the card and talk about what happened. But you're not going to see a replay of that end of that fight. You're just not going to see it. You'll see it on Instagram and stuff like that, but the UFC will not be affiliated with the end of that fight. There's no way. But let's try to focus on the positives. What a massive win for Khabib. What a big win for Derek Lewis. Dominic Reyes looks like a contender at 205 now. He looks like a guy that's going to be in that division for a while. Tony Ferguson is back, and however this works out with Khabib, in his probably definite suspension coming up, Tony Ferguson is there, and the lightweight division will move on at some point. But unfortunately, it's a tough go of things for the UFC the way that ended. Big right hand from Khabib, man. I can't believe he landed that junk. That was a big right hand. I did not expect that from Khabib, man. A man of faith, and I'm not gonna hold a guy to what his religious beliefs are. I'm not a guy to do that, because every person is different. And whatever Khabib, yes, he was jacked up. He just won the biggest fight of his life. He felt disrespected in the entire lead up to this fight. He felt disrespected by Conor, and for good reason. Conor had said a lot of bad things about his family, and to a certain extent, you can't go saying those things without repercussions. But at the same time, that's why we fight. That's why we do it in a regulated ring or an octagon, and we do it under a rule set that prohibits anybody else outside of the cage from being hurt, and from anyone coming into the cage unwarranted and hurting some of the fighters that fight from his promotion. So it's a black eye. What Conor did with the bus, unacceptable. And he's going to pay for that. Whether it's his legal fees, his civic suits, whatever it's going to be, he's going to pay for that. And tonight was just as unacceptable. And Khabib will dearly pay for that from the UFC. And it's unfortunate, because whatever was going to happen after this was only going to be good for Khabib. He was only going to gain the respect of MMA fans around the world for shutting Conor up and doing what he said he was going to do. He was only going to gain more money in his next fight, if he is going to fight again, or if he was going to fight again. And he was going to garner the nation of Russia's respect outside of the nation of Russia. He was going to bring in more respect for this. Now, maybe I'm overblowing it, but that's not the way you want to end things. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I'm sure you'll see it on Instagram. I'm sure you'll see it on YouTube. Basically, a brawl happened after the main event. Khabib jumped into the crowd to try to fight Conor's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu coach. Two guys from Khabib's team jumped in and threw shots on Conor as he was getting him off the ground and tried to wrestle him and punch him. Just very disappointed. Very disappointed. But overall, guys, a really good event. A really, really amazing event from the UFC. Really cool fights. Again, Dominic Reyes making a name for himself at 205. Derek Lewis with one of the craziest knockouts I've ever seen. And as much as I'm disappointed with Conor losing, it's a fight. And that's what you go in to do. And, props to Khabib for his fighting ability and for his mastery of the ground game and his grappling ability, and for landing the big right hand on consensus the best pound-for-pound striker to ever fight in MMA. So, all props to Khabib for that. For as much as I'm disappointed in how Conor lost and the way in that he lost, I'm more disappointed at how Khabib handled that. Because champions don't do that, at least not in that moment. Say what you will about Conor McGregor, but every time he beat an opponent, he stopped right there and he showed him respect. He jumped into the crowd to give an altercation to Jose Aldo. No one fought. Khabib went out and threw punches. His boys came in like a bunch of goons. You want to call Conor McGregor a goon for bringing people to that bus incident? Look what just happened. Retaliation is not the same. That's not how you do things. But we're not going to end on a bad note. Thank you guys so much, man. I will break these fights down so much in the next coming week. We'll talk about all the fights. We'll talk about what happened. We can't avoid what just happened. We just can't. We're not going to be able to avoid it, so we'll talk about it. But until next time, man, I had a blast. 7 hours and 18 minutes with you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We will be back sometime this week, maybe a little bit later than usual. Maybe we'll go Tuesday or Wednesday. But we'll take some time. We'll let everything settle down. Obviously, it's a very kind of dramatic and emotional time for the UFC and for people watching. People are going to jump to conclusions, and I don't want to do that. I do not want to do that. So let's let things play out. Obviously, it's unacceptable, and no one's condoning what just happened with UFC and Khabib doing what he did and his friends doing what they did. But let's let it die down. Let's see kind of what happens from here and where they go from here, because on the horizon, if they want to make the fight, I know it's in no one's mind, and it shouldn't be, but Tony Ferguson is there. And Tony Ferguson just got another big fan out of me tonight. And Khabib, I'll always respect what he did in the octagon tonight and the way he dominated that fight. But it's tough to criticize someone like Khabib did for how Conor handled himself, or how he handles himself in general, and how he's not a true champion, and do what Khabib just did. So you lost my respect there, Khabib. I'm sure it doesn't matter to him, and that's okay. But that man is just a man like anybody else, and that's not the way you handle yourself. But anyway, thank you guys so much. I will see you next time. This is the W.A.D.E concept, and you already know for 7 hours we are debating everything. We'll see you next time, guys. Thank you.